In this video, you are going to learn complete Python programming with my handwritten notes. This course contains 14 chapters and one contact book project, and all these are time-stamped in the description. We have started from the beginning and talked about all the advanced concepts like exceptional handling, virtual environments, classes, etc. We all know the purpose of programming, so it becomes important to know a major language in today's date. We can bring up our imagination into reality. We can automate and make things even cooler. All these things can be done using Python. Before that, we must know all the basics of it. This course is made for that. I want you people to see this video till the end so that you understand all the concepts of Python. You need not have to worry anything because the source code and notes will be provided down. So without wasting more time, let's jump onto the course and begin our journey as a Python programmer. Guys, before moving on to this video, you must know a few things like what is programming, why are we using Python, and so let's see why do we do programming actually. See, I am communicating with you in a language that is English. I assume that you understand English and you are still watching the video because you are understanding English. So we do programming in order to communicate with the computer. We can give instructions to the computer using a programming language that can be C, C++, Java, Python, or whatever. So why did we choose Python? See, there are many advantages of Python. Python is a very high level programming language. Why am I saying it a high level programming language? Because you can do many advanced things in Python like machine learning, artificial intelligence, and so on. The syntax is very easy as compared to the syntax of other languages like C or Java, so that's why it is easy for beginners and it is very much easy to understand for everyone. Just as I said, it is easy to use. That's why you can create many things very easily. There are many modules present in Python that is a code written by someone else. We will see what are modules. You just remember that module is a code that is written by someone else which you can use into your code very safely without any copyright strike. So for creating games there is a module called Pygame. For creating website there is a module called Flask. For creating GUIs there is a module called Kinter. For creating mobile applications there is a module called Kiwi. For creating artificial and machine learning projects, so you can use OpenCV or TensorFlow. For scientific computations there is a module called Pandas. You can use it for scientific computation. For everything you need to do there is module present, or you can also create your own module. That doesn't mean that you only have to use the module that is created. Guys, as I said before that I have notes for you, so let's now see the notes and refer them. Guys, these are the notes which I have created for you for this chapter. This is the chapter 0 of this video, so I have named it as chapter 0 Introduction to Python. You can download these notes from the link provided in the description box. So I will now just open this into the Google Chrome. Just as I explained you what is programming, why use it, I have written it so that you can come anytime you want to explain it to someone that what is programming, and if you don't have any appropriate definition for that person, so you can tell it. We communicate with humans by a language, okay? We can communicate with the next person in the language he or she will understand. We use a programming language to communicate with the computer. Every software in your device has been coded. You are using YouTube, and YouTube you are watching in Google Chrome. For Android users, you are using an Android application that helps you to see videos. I am recording this video with a software called OBS Studio. Even my Windows 10 operating system has been coded. You are also seeing this video in some operating system. That operating system has also been programmed to perform some specific instruction when we do something. So what is Python? Python is an example of programming language. There are many programming languages, you all know. So Python is just an example of one programming language. It is very simple and easy to understand language. The easy syntax is most helpful for beginners. So it is very easy syntax as I told you before. And guys, if you are wondering what is this, so this is whitener. I had written something else, maybe I had done some mistake, that's why I applied whitener over it, okay? This is very easy to understand, which makes the development faster. This is a very high level programming language which works on all types of operating system. It is a very high level programming language, I told you before also. because you can do many scientific computation and artificial intelligence machine learning projects using Python. This works on all operating systems like Windows, Mac, Linux, or if some other operating system comes tomorrow into the market, Python will work on that also. In Linux, Python is already installed. Also in Mac, in Windows, you need to install it. The community of Python is very vast. A few months ago, Python 3.9.0 was released, and just recently Python 3.10.1 is released. So such a vast community that makes the development of Python faster. So this is the extension of Python file, that is .py. A Python file has an extension of .py. Python can be used to create games, GUIs, websites, application, AI/ML projects, scientific computation, and a lot of things. So let's download Python, VS Code, and all the extensions that we will use throughout this course. So I will now just search for download Python, which will help me to download Python into my operating system. So the first link that I will get will be of the official Python downloads page. So you have to reach to this page in order to download Python. See, recently Python 3.10.3 was released, again Python 3.10.4. so this is a very vast community, right? You can now simply just download the exe file for Windows. If you are on some other operating system, you will get the option, because this website senses in which operating system are you. So it is in downloading this exe file for me. When it will get downloaded into your operating system, you just need to install this into your machine. I will now just click on this exe. So it is showing me that opening Python 3.10.4. I am getting this option because I have already installed Python. So let me install Python, and then I will show you that what are the steps in order to download Python. So now I will again just run this exe file in order to install this Python. So I will now just click on add Python 3.10 to path. If I don't click on this option, it will give me some problems. Example, using pip. Pip is a package manager for Python that is used to install modules of Python. So inside your terminal, you can start the REPL of Python like this. So I will now just click on this option. Make sure that you check this option. This is a very important option. So I will now just simply click on install now. Now this has got installed into my machine, and it is saying me that setup was successful. So I will now just close this window. So the software is now finally installed into my machine. The interpreter of Python is now installed into my machine. That helps me to run Python files. So for writing code, we use some code editor. In this course, we will use VS Code, or you can use some other code editor like Sublime Text or PyCharm. You can use Anaconda, whatever you want. So I will now just use VS Code now. So VS Code is a source code editor. It is the most used source code editor till now. So I will now just click on download for Windows. If you are on some other operating system, you have to download the setup for your operating system. So this setup has now successfully got installed into my machine. I will now just run this setup so that I can install VS Code into my machine. So now I will now get this agreement. So I will now just accept this agreement. If you have time, you may read this complete agreement. I will now just click on next. Make sure that you check all 4 options. This is a very important option, so you have to check all 4 options, then next, then install. It is a very simple process to install VS Code. Guys, now this has got installed into my machine. I will now not launch VS Code. I will now just click on finish. We will now start a REPL of Python. So what is REPL? REPL is redevelop print loop. I can start any terminal into my operating system. I will now start PowerShell, or I can also use the command prompt. If you are on Linux or Mac OS, there is a terminal with the name terminal, so you can check any of these. I will now just write this Python. What it will do is, it will start the redevelop print loop of Python. We can use Python into our terminal. We can do things like 1 plus 1, that will return us 2. If I do 1 multiplied by 2, that will return me 2. If I say 2 to the power 2, it will return 4. So this is just a REPL of Python. I will now just exit this REPL like this. This is the command to exit this REPL. So I will now just click on enter. So you see that I am no longer in this REPL. Before the prompt was like this, and now it is like this. So I will now just launch VS Code. So I will now go to the folder where I have created all the files for this tutorial. So this is the folder for this chapter. So I will now just right click and click on open with code. So open with code, if you are not getting this option, so it means that you did not check all those 4 options while installation of VS Code. So I will now just maximize this window. So I will now just close this welcome page. Now I will create a new file that I will name it as main.py file. Main.py means Python file with the name main. Okay, you can take any name, so you can just simply type here in this VS Code. You need not have to worry about. I am here to install a few extensions to you. There are some extensions which are required for using Python for VS Code, but if you are not using VS Code, you can now just simply skip this chapter. Okay, so I will now just click on install, which will install Python extension into VS Code. This Python and the interpreter of Python we installed are both 2 different things. Python of VS Code extension helps us to generate IntelliSense. I have already installed this, so I am not getting the install button, but if you have not installed, you will definitely get that install button, which you have to install this. Another extension is Pylance. This is also an extension of Microsoft. You have to just simply install this extension. This extension is enabled globally. This also helps you to generate IntelliSense. See, this extension is used by 53 million people and this extension is used by 26 million people. So you know that how much trusted extension this is, because this is from Microsoft. So this much in this chapter. From the next chapter we will start the main concepts of Python. So let's meet in the next chapter. Guys, now let us move on to chapter 1 of this course. Chapter 1 is comments, escape sequence and modules. I will now just open the notes in the Google Chrome. You will now get all these notes in the link provided in the description. So you have to download the notes in order to get the notes. The most basic thing is displaying some text in the output. See, whenever we do programming, the most basic thing is to display some text in the output. So let us do. Into my VS Code, I will create a new file, name it as main.py. You can name it as anything. So let me do it just as I have done into the notes. I will write print and hello world is considered lucky, and I will now say hello world. I will now run this code. You will see that hello world will be displayed into the output. So what does this mean? Whatever will be given into this print function, that will get printed out. This print is a function. If I grab my control key and left click on this, I will get the code of this. I will now just again do the same thing, control and left click. So it will now open me a separate file of the official Python file. When it got downloaded into my machine, I will see the print function. See, this is a very large code. Okay, if you go to the last line, it is the code of 1758 lines. What? That means a lot. Okay, the print function is just used to print something into the terminal. So if I write anything, if I write hello world 2, it will get printed out into the terminal. If I again insert some space, it will get printed just as I have done here. The spaces will also get printed here. It is not like HTML that ignores its extra spaces. If I put tab spaces, then also it will get printed out. Even if I now remove all these spaces here, it will get printed out. This means that whatever text we put inside this function will get printed out. Okay, if I remove these double quotes, what will happen? I will now run this code. It is saying me that hello world 2 is not defined. So double quotes are very much important to print out some string. What is string? String is a set of characters. Let me write here. String is a set of characters. I will now just comment out this line by pressing my control and /. Since I need to print out a set of characters, I will use single quote or double quotes. I will now run this. It will show me the output that was showing before. If I write this without the double quotes, the Python interpreter will think that this is the variable. I will tell you what is the variable. Since it is not able to find the variable, it won't print this text out and say that this thing is not defined. This is the function and this is the parameter into the print function that displays the parameter that is provided. So now what are modules? Module is a code written by someone which can be used into our code. Let me show you some examples. You can import modules using this syntax. If I say import cv2 means importing OpenCV module. OpenCV is a module that is used to do image processing. There are many functions in this module. If I now hold my control and left click on this, I will get the code of OpenCV module. You won't get this if you are using this the first time. You need to install this using pip install, and somehow you have to install OpenCV. To install OpenCV, it is a different method. You can see this how to install OpenCV. You can see OpenCV pip, you can see this documentation or what. So you can just use this to install OpenCV. I will now paste this and it will install OpenCV. So what did this happen? This thing installed OpenCV into my machine. What is pip? Pip is a package manager of Python that is used to install different modules. If you are having any problem in installing modules or using pip, you can just see my this video. Let me show it to you. Guys, you can see my this video into the shorts playlist. I have explained you how can you solve the pip error.
Pip is not recognized as the.
So basically here I had used some command in order to install pip. I will get the command somewhere, okay. Into the description I will get this command. I will now just copy this command and then I will now just run this command by right clicking. It will paste this command into the terminal. So this will install pip into my machine. If you are getting any error, you can use this thing. You can see that pip is already installed into my machine, but if you are having any problem, you can use this command python -m install pip -- default -pip. So if you are having any problem, I will add this into the code also. Pip error, I will say pip error, and I will now just paste this command here so that you don't have any problem in using pip. So this installed OpenCV module. Import pandas. What will it do? It will import the pandas module. Pandas is also a module. There are two types of modules, that are built-in module and external modules. External modules you need to install from the internet, just as I did here in the OpenCV. Pandas is also an external module. Built-in modules are downloaded while installing Python. Examples of built-in modules are random module, kinter module, OS. So let me show you. If you write this import any module, if I say here import percentile module percentile, let me write the syntax also here. So what will it do? It will import the module. I will now write here that this doing this will import the module. Okay, so what are comments? I will now just tell you. You just ignore these. Now I will explain you what are comments just after some time. If I say import random, it is a module that was installed while installing Python. You won't get any error in importing random module. If I now run this code, you see that this thing is getting printed out. But if I try to import pytthx3 module, that is not installed into my machine, it is saying me that module not found error. No module named pytthx3. You can create text to speech using this module. I will now remove this line because this line is producing error to me. Let me show you some more built-in modules. I can use import OS. OS is a module to deal with the files of operating system. So you can see all the functions of OS module here. So if you want to see all the functions, there is the best place, that is Python documentation. I will now just search for OS documentation, and the first link I will get, it is of the official Python documentation. It is docs.python.org. You will get all the functions of OS module here. See, there is module fs decode and get PID is process ID. Okay, so you can see this documentation of OS module here. Then you can use all the functions of this module after checking the documentation. But before that, you need to understand the basics of Python. For that, this video is made. So pip is a package manager of Python. Import this module is a very interesting module. Let me show you. If I say import this, I will now just hold my control and left click on this. It is a string data type. What is a data type? I will tell you. it is the set of characters, and these words don't make any sense. Okay, they did something using loops and functions. You need not to have understand what is this. They did something, and if I now run my code, I will now run my code. It is taking some time because CV2 module is getting imported. You see that this is a poem that is getting printed out here. I did not print anything. This module has a line of code that prints out something. If I now just remove this line, if I now remove this line, and now if I run this code, let me show you what will happen. The poem will not get printed out. So what does this mean? Whenever a module gets imported into our code, it executes all the lines of that module. Whenever I am running this code, you see it is taking some time because CV2 module is getting imported. If I say import numpy, it will take more time to import. You see that it took some time to import because these are two heavy modules, especially if you are using matplotlib, then it will take more time to get imported into your code. How to install numpy? You can simply write pip install numpy. This command will install numpy into your machine. Whatever module you need to install, you can install it with the help of pip. So let me now show you what are escape sequence characters. Now I will now remove all these lines, not actually remove, I will now comment out all these lines. If I say this is a new video, okay, so nothing is new here. I will now just run this code, so it is now printing out this is the new video. If I put a forward slash here, what will you expect? It will print out this forward slash also, and yes, it will print out this forward slash. But if I insert a backslash here, it is a very important thing. If I insert a backslash here, let me show you what will happen. This is a, and then a new line is coming, and then EW video. Where did the N go and where did the backslash go? See, backslash n is a special character that helps you to print out new lines. If I now change my color theme, you will understand this better. Okay, so now I have switched to Monokai. Escape sequence characters get highlighted in the Monokai theme. If I say backslash a, it is the escape sequence character. If I say backslash, this is a new video, backslash. Okay, so backslash t is also a escape sequence character. This is a new video is not getting printed out. A tab space is coming here, and then his, and then is a EW video. Backslash t represents tab space. I have also told this in the notes. This is EU, and then in the backslash t it is printing out a tab space. Okay, if I need to print out single quotes or double quotes within a string that is enclosed within single quotes or double quotes. Okay, I confused you. I will now just make this double quotes completely, and then if I now insert double quotes here, I want double quotes to get printed out. So it is saying me that unexpected character after line continuation character. What happened is my interpreter thought that this string started here and it ended up here into this double quote. So my interpreter is not able to identify that what does this thing mean. That's why it is producing me some error. If I now remove this, it will not produce any error. So how can I print out the double quote within a string that is enclosed within double quotes? I will now use backslash double quotes. This is also an escape sequence character, and you can see that double quotes are getting printed out. I can also do it like this. I can also do backslash double quotes next to next, nothing will happen. I will write OK within this, and then you see that OK is getting printed out. If I say backslash n here, then the OK within double quotes will get printed out into the next line. See, if I now take one more line here, and here I will say print, and within double quotes I will say this is a new line again. So see, if I now run this, you see that this is this is coming into a new line, but we did not insert a backslash in here or here. So what does this mean? Python basically adds a new line at the end of a string automatically while printing out. If I now duplicate this line again, it prints it out in a new line. So how can I ignore this line? I will say end equal to blank. This is also a parameter into the function that tells that what is to be printed at the end instead of backslash n. So you see this is a new line again, and then it is again coming, this is a new line again. If I put a space here, a space will get inserted here. If I say here football, it will insert football here. This is a new line again, football, this is a new line again. If I put space here and here, this string will get printed out. And if I put a backslash double quote here, it will print out double quote also, because this is a escape sequence character. Now what are comments? I am telling you about comments since the starting of the video. What are comments? See, comments are the lines that are used to give remarks into our code. For example, if some other developer is working with me, I want to convey some message to him that that the boss wants the project to be ready within the next 2 weeks. I can either call him and tell it, okay, and if I want to convey it into the code, I can write it like this, just normally like the boss. If I just write it like this and run this code, it is showing me invalid syntax. But if I add a hash here and run this code, nothing happened. Why? Nothing happened because this line got ignored by our code. That's why this line got faded out. If I take this line upwards and run this code, this thing is getting printed out after the football. And so what happened is this line simply got ignored by the interpreter, and the interpreter did not parse this line. Let's come to the next page of this PDF. Types of comments. There are two types of comments, that is single line comments and multi-line comments. Anything written after hash will get ignored and will be a single line comment. I have also shown you an example here, here also, and even in the notes. So let me show you an example of multi-line comment. If I say here, this is a multi-line comment, and if I now run this code, it is not producing me any kind of error. Why it is not producing me error? Because this is also a comment that got ignored by our interpreter. If I insert 3 triple quotes here, it will think that the comment started here and the comment ended up here, and it won't be able to identify these characters. That's why it will producing me an error that says unterminated triple quoted string literal detected at line number 17. I can also change it to 3 triple quotes, and I will now just remove this extra 3 triple quotes from here and add these two here. See, if I now run this code, so it is now not producing me any error. So it means that if you are using single quotes, you can use double quotes within your comment, and if you are using double quotes, then you can use single quotes into your comment. So I have a tip for you. You try using backslash a into our Python REPL. I will now just open the Python REPL, and then I will now into the PowerShell I will write Python. Then it will open me up the Python REPL. So I will say print backslash a. If I now just run this, it will produce me a Windows sound. If I run this again, it produced me a sound. Again it is producing me a sound, so it produces me a Windows sound. So you can also use this as a calculator. If I say 33 plus 66, it will return me 99, and if I say 33 minus 66, it will return me minus 33. I can use this command to exit my REPL, and I can use this command to exit my PowerShell. So this much in this chapter. I hope you understood all the concepts of this chapter. What I can do is I can now uncomment all these lines in not this one. So what I can do is I can here write here that importing modules. I started importing modules here, and I will write here print function, and here I will write multi-line comment, and print function and escape sequence characters also I told you, and escape sequence. Okay, so you can refer everything from the comments also, even from the notes and even from the code. So you don't have to take tension about anything about learning Python. I will take you from the lowest level to the highest level. So let's meet into the next chapter. Guys, now let us step on to chapter 2. Chapter 2 is variables and data types. I have opened the notes in the Google Chrome. You will get these notes in the link provided in the description, so you can just download the notes from the link in the description. What is variable? Variable is a container to store some value in a program. So let us do it by a program only. I have opened my VS Code into my this folder. If you are not knowing what is VS Code, VS Code is basically a source code editor. So I will now create a new file, name it as main.py. You can name it as anything you want, but I will now make it as main.py. It is here it is discovering my Python interpreter. So now it is saying me to select an interpreter. So I will now just select my this recommended interpreter. If you are having some other version, you can use that, but I suggest you to use the latest version of Python. Now let me show you something. If I want to print hello world, again if I want to print the same thing again, so will I again and again copy paste this thing? If I want to do this again, I will now just duplicate. Is it a right method? Of course not. Let's say if I want to do something, let's say I want to just make all the characters in this string to uppercase, or I want to remove all the spaces from this string, and also I need to do some more work on the string, and this is a very large string. Let's suppose let me add some meaningless things here also. So will I again and again copy paste this thing? Of course not. I will store it into a variable. See, whenever we go to somewhere, let's say you go to the bank, you take all your files into a document. You know that your work will be easier if you take the files into the document. You can also take the files and roam here and there, but we generally prefer a document because our files will be saved there. So it is the same in Python. If we want some string or some text, we store it into a variable so that we can use it again and again. I will now simply comment out all these print statements. What is a comment? Comment is a line that is basically ignored by the code. It is not passed by the interpreter. If I say where, and if I put some information here, this is a variable. This is the syntax of creating a variable. This is a container. This is the value into this container. Hello is the value into this container. I can do many operations on this where, like if I say print hello and if I say print where, both will be the same thing. If I show you, let me show you, both will produce me the same output, hello and hello. If I put hello comma where, this is the syntax to write multiple texts in one print statement. If you don't know, you can separate some text with the help of a comma into the print function, then that text will get printed with the space in between. If I now run this, it is saying me hello and then a space and then a hello. If I take this up and now run this code, my program is saying that where is not defined. What does this mean? I have created this where here. So in Python what happens? The interpreter sees that this is a comment, so it ignores this. Again it ignored, again it ignored, and then it came to this line. This has some information, this has some code. Then my interpreter said, okay, I will print hello, but what is the meaning of this where? Till now my interpreter does not know what is where. After this line, I will assign where. But here my interpreter does not know that what is where. That's why it produced me an error that what is where I don't know. That's why it is not defined. If I take this line down, what will happen is it will first see this where. My interpreter will say, okay, this is a container in which hello is stored. Then it will see my next line in which it is a print statement written hello and where. So it will say, okay, I will print hello and from my memory I will bring the where, and where contains hello. So it will write hello and then space and then hello. Then again it came here. It again recalled where from its memory and printed out the hello here, just as you can see here. You can not only put some string data type, you can also put some data type of another type. For example, if I say var2 equal to 98 and if I say var3 equal to true, then this is an integer variable and this is an boolean variable. These are major six types of variables. Okay, so this is a string variable. String variables are enclosed within double quotes or single quotes. Integers, we all know, we are studying since the childhood. Integer is a set of numbers that contain negative, zero, as well as all the positive numbers. A float value means that this is a decimal number. A boolean variable is either true or false. So I have written both of these here, true or false. And none type means if you don't want to assign any information into our variable. If I say here no info, and if I say here none, this means that no information is stored into this variable. If I say print no info, and now I will now run this code, you see none is getting printed. Why? If I just leave this alone, I want no information to get stored into this variable. It is showing me that invalid syntax. You need to put something here. So if I want to create an empty variable, I will put none here and this will help me to create an empty variable. Python is smart enough to identify the data type. You need not have to tell the data type to Python. Rules for creating a variable. In everything there are rules, so there is rules for creating variable also. A variable name can contain alphabets, digits, and underscore. Alphabets are just characters and digits you can also create just as I have done here. You can also put underscore, so if I put no and then an underscore and then info, and here also I need to change because my interpreter won't be able to recognize what is no info since no underscore info variable is now created. Now it is printing out me none. It means that you can also assign a variable with underscore. It cannot start with a digit. Yes, if I create a variable here new var and here I put one new var equal to 76.45, and if I now run this piece of code, it is saying me that invalid decimal literal. Basically this is an invalid syntax. White space is not allowed in the name. If I now remove if I now uncomment this line and then I duplicate this line, uncomment this, and I will now remove the one, and then if I now put some space here and then I now run this code, it is saying that invalid syntax. It should not be a reserved keyword. Yes, it should not be a reserved keyword. If I say def equal to 54, def is a reserved keyword in Python that is used to create functions. Functions are these, like print function is a function, that is the function. It is saying me that invalid syntax. There are many reserved keywords in Python. You just need to Google it. Reserved keywords in Python. Google is smart enough to show you the suggestions. So as I written reserved, it provided me of all the suggestions which I can search. So I will now just go to the first link of Python, and this is realpython.com. So reserved Python keywords are false, def, if, raise, none, del, import, return, and there are many such keywords. If you are somehow not able to find this link, I will now just copy this and then I will put this into my code here. Here I will put it in the first line only, reserved keywords. Okay, I have now written it in the first line only. So you need not have to create a variable with this name, these names which are already reserved, like non-local, lambda, global, class, continue, etc. So let me show you some functions on variables. I will now just comment out this line because this is an invalid syntax. If I say v1, this is also a variable 45, and if I create a v2 and here I will put 35, and if I here write print v1 plus v2. Plus is an operator that is used to do addition, we all know. If I now just run this code, what it is returning to me, it is 4535. But what did I expect? I expected 18 to my output. Why is it so? Because these are strings. Strings are enclosed within double quotes. If I remove these strings, these double quotes, I will get my desired output, that is 80. Typecasting is helpful in such time. So what is typecasting? Typecasting is basically a way to change the type of a variable. If I here write v1 equal to int of v1, v1 equal to int of v1. So what happened here is, I will now first make it a string. So what happened is, my interpreter will try to make this 45 that is enclosed within double quotes into a 45 that is an integer. So what will it try is, it will make this 45 to this 145. Also, if I say v2 equal to int of v2, what will happen is, it will make this 35 to this one 35. If I now add this one integer 45 and this one integer 35, then I will get 80 into my output. And if I now run this piece of code, I am getting 80 into my output. So typecasting is basically a method to typecast any kind of data type into some other type of data type. The Python interpreter just tries to change the data type. I am not saying that it completely changes the data type. It tries to change the data type. If I say v equal to int of, and if I put some string character here and here I will put the string character 453J, and if I now run this piece of code, it is saying me that invalid literal for int with base 10. It means that 453J cannot be converted into an integer. If I put 453, it will convert it into an integer because no character, no letter is here. But as soon as I add some character here, it won't be able to typecast it, because how can you typecast I into an integer? Tell me. You can also change an integer to a string. For example, I say int1 equal to 98. If I say print str of int1, so what will happen is 98 will come in double quotes. Okay, so I am getting this error because this cannot be converted into an integer. Now I will now run this code. This is not a regular 98. This 98 is between double quotes. If I say str of int plus 12, if I run this, it is saying me that can only concatenate string, not into string. What does it mean? It cannot add integer and string. I need to convert this 12 into string, then it will produce me 9812. If I produce this, if I typecast this one str of int1 to again to int1, it will produce me 110. Let me make it some fair number. I will make it 2 so that I get the output 100. If I say int of this one, and now if I run this, it is saying me 100. So what happened is, I first took int1 and then I converted it into a string. What happened is, I took 98 and then I made it to this one 98, and then I took this and made it to integer. It means I made it to this one 98. So this does not make any sense, changing 98 to string and then again making it to the integer, but this is just for demonstration. It is showing me 100 as output. See, I can also store this information into a variable. If I say output equal to, and if I do it like this, and I will cut and paste this thing here so that it gets easy for you to take the reference of this. If I now run this code, it is again producing me 100 as output because this is a variable and this has this information stored into this. I can also multiply some string and integer. So how can I do it is I will say print hello into 2 and then I will also write here 98 into 2. What will happen is, let me show it to you. It is saying me hello hello and then 196. First I need to put some backslash in here. I will now write print backslash in so that a new line gets inserted before this hello hello. So what is happening is hello is getting printed twice because I have written that multiply this thing by 2. So what will happen is it will print this thing 2 times because it is inside the print function. Now 98 multiplied by 2. Since this is an integer, it will multiply 98 by 2 and make it to 196. That is the product of 98 and 2. All data types can be converted into string. Yes, you cannot convert all data types to integer, but you can convert all data types to string because whatever information you put, it just needs to be enclosed within double quotes. That is a very easy job, okay? Let me show you something by interchanging the variables now. Now we saw a lot about variables. Now I will show you by interchanging the two variables. I will say here a equal to 6, b equal to 9. If I say here ab equal to b comma a, what will happen is a's value will get into b and then b's value will come into a. If I now write print a comma b, it won't produce me 6 and 9, it will give me 9 and 6. I can also write it separately a and b. I will now just run this piece of code and then it is showing me 9 and 6 only, and this 196 is that of 98 multiplied by 2 that we just did now only. Guys, let me show you something else to you also. If I say here a equal to 6 plus 3, then what will happen is 6 plus 3 is 9, so a's value will become 9. Now let me just comment out this line because this line is producing some confusion. So I will now just run this piece of code. It will write me 9 and 9 because a gets incremented by 3. If I say here b equal to b minus 4, what will happen is b's value is 9 initially, so 9 minus 4, that is 5, so it will produce me 9 and 5. I can also override this variable. I can even make this 1000, so this 6 will get overridden by 1000. Let me show you one more trick of Python. If I write here x equal to y equal to z equal to 98, and if I say print x, print y and print z, so what will happen is, let me show you what will happen. You only see yourself. So 98, 98 and 98. So what happened here is, it took a variable x and made it equal to y and made it equal to z and made it to 98. So that is now 98. So since y is equal to z, it is now 98. Since x is equal to y, it became 98. Now if I write here x equal to 100, and if I write print x, and again if I write print y, let me show you what will happen. It does not change the value of y, it only changes the value of x. Don't think that changing any variable will change all three variables. I can also create like this equal to I, but this is an invalid syntax. You cannot write it like this. You first need to assign the variables and then you need to assign the value. You cannot do it like value and variable. Even if I change it to z equal to 900, and if I write here print z, okay, let me take it into a line. X, y and z. Y will become 98, z will become 900, as you can see here. Sometimes we need to take input from the user. We can use the input function. So this is the function used to take input from the user. If I say name equal to input, so what will happen is you can give input to the program. If I run this piece of code, now this program is not getting terminated. Before it was showing me this prompt, now it is not showing me this prompt. Now it is showing me a blank screen. If I write here anything, it will accept now. Now if I can put any name here, I will put my name here. So now I press my enter key and I get this prompt back. So what happens here is, if I say print name, and here if I write Elon, and then if I run this, it is showing me Elon. Now you are not understanding it well. I will say hello Elon, hello, and then I will put the name. If I now run this and then here I've seen Elon, then it is showing me hello Elon. So what happened here is, it took me input as a string. This is a very important point. Input is taken as a string. Okay, you cannot take input as an integer. If I think that input is taken as an integer, if I say print name into 2, then if I put 98 into my name, let's suppose my name is 98, I will never get 196, or I will never get name into 2 as 196. I am getting 98 because I have not typecasted this. Now if I change this to int, just like I have done here, it took input as a string, just then it converted this into an integer. Now I will now run this piece of code. Now I will enter 98. It is saying me hello 98, and then it is producing me 98 multiplied by 2, that is 196. If I make this 56, it is showing me hello 56. So there is no problem here. Let me show you one more function, that is type function. If I say print type of A, and do you remember what is A? I also not remember. A was 6, and 6 is an integer. Let me check that did I change it to any type of variable or not. So here I cannot see that I have changed it. So let me now run this piece of code, and here it is asking me for input. I will put anything as input. Okay, it converted this into an integer. So let me now remove these integer. Okay, and then I will do it like this, and this is showing me the type of A is class int. It means that it is an integer. If I say print type of B and I will run this, it is showing me that class int. If I say here that type of name, this is a string variable, type of name, and here if I say type of name, it is showing me that class str. This is a string variable. My name is stored into this variable. Now I can work with my name. I can do any type of slicing or whatever I want with my name. Input with prompt. So what you can do is, I will say input with prompt, input prompt. Okay, prompt equal to input, and here I will say enter your name. And if I now just print, I will now not print anything, I will just simply run this piece of code. So I will enter my name here. Okay, this is doing this thing. I will simply now make this a multi-line comment. Okay, I will now do it like this, and now I am done. And I also need to take it here. I am not removing this lines because I need to give the code to you. So I will now just run this piece of code. It is showing me that enter your name. Before it was not showing me any kind of prompt. Now it is showing me enter your name. I can simply enter my name here. I can also change it to like this one. Okay, I will simply just select this, and I will press my right click to copy this into the terminal. You can copy like this, and I will press my control B and paste it like this. So here I can see some formatting here. So what can I do is, I will put an R here. So if you don't know what is an R, if you put an R before this string, the backslashes will automatically get printed like backslashes. You need not have to insert double backslashes. Backslash n will not print any other line, it will get simply printed like backslash n without putting two backslashes. So what happens, it simply reads this prompt like this only, it does not see any kind of characters. You can see that this is here, this is not the exit of program. I will enter my name here, then my program will get exited. So this is a prompt by the program, so you need not have to make such weird prompts. I will now say prompt by program for user, and then I will now simply do it like this. I will also insert a space here so that it looks like professional. Prompt by program for user, I will enter my name, and then I will also print good morning. Good morning input prompt, it means that prompt for user, I will now enter my name. Good morning, Somejit is coming here, my name is printed here. This prompt will be displayed before giving the input as we saw here. Guys, somehow I had just overlooked this question, so I will now solve this question also. First, you guys have to try this, comment the solution, and then see the solution. Write a program to print the product of first three numbers entered by the users. So this is very much simple. You have to just comment down the solution. So comment down the solution right now after solving it. I will take one number as input, n equal to, I will write here int of input. What did I do? I first took input and then I converted into n. Enter num1. Again I will take another variable called n2. Enter num2. Again I will create another variable called n3. Enter num3. I will write print product is, and I will also write n1 into n2 into n3. I will run this one. It is like 198 and 900. I first need to give it some input. This one prompt which is my program asking is from the previous one. I will do like this. Now I will say enter number 1, 4, 5, 6. 4 multiplied by 5 multiplied by 6 is equal to 120, so I will get that output. Product is 120. So hope you understood the question also. So this much in this chapter. Hope you understood this chapter well. Make sure to download these notes from the link provided in the description. These notes took me a very long time to get created. So you need to download these to appreciate my efforts. So let us meet into the next chapter of this video. So the previous chapter was all about variables and data types. In this chapter we will see about strings. I will now open the notes in the Google Chrome. Strings. String is a data type in Python which is enclosed within double quotes. So I will now create a new file and name it as main.py. Again I named it as main.py only. You can name it anything you want. So I will now just keep this name only. Here it is showing me the discovering Python interpreters. So I will now select my interpreter as Python 3.10.4. If you are getting some another interpreter, you have to just select that. Make sure that you are in the latest version of Python. Let me create a string variable here. Here I will say s equal to, and inside this I will put this is a string. This is a string variable created. See, I told you about the type function. This is print type of s that will provide me class str. It means that this is a string data type. Here it is coming that class str. If I say print type of 1, that will be integer because 1 is an integer. Here you can see class int. See, string variable is a very much used variable in Python. It is used in many places, okay? Some methods to create a string. So you can create string like this within single quotes, within double quotes, within 3 single quotes, or within 3 double quotes. So when we use what, let me tell you. I will now comment out all these lines here, okay? And so I will say str with single quotes. QU. Okay, see, this is string string. So what happens here is, if I say print swsq. This will provide me the suggestion. It will print make this out, so nothing is happening here. If I want to insert one double quote between this, I can insert double quotes here because it is enclosed within single quotes. But if I want to add single quote here, I won't be able to add single quote here because this is an invalid syntax. I either need to put backslash single quote, that will insert single quote here by special characters, but I don't want that, so that's why we use single quotes to insert double quotes. So why do we use double quotes? I will create one more variable str with double quotes, okay, double q u I will write here, and here I will say string, and inside this I will put one single quote here, and then I will say print swdq. My VS Code will suggest this complete variable name. If you are using Notepad or Sublime Text, okay, Sublime Text suggests it, but if you are using Notepad or Notepad plus plus, it you won't see these suggestions. Okay, I will now run this piece of code. It has printed this out. If I want to insert double quote here, I won't be able to insert this because this is an invalid syntax. I can insert double quote like this here. I will now run this piece of code. You can see it has came here, but I don't want to insert this using backslash, so I can use single quotes in that time. There are two more methods using three single quotes and three double quotes. I will show each one of them. So I will say str with three single q. Okay, I am making very long names just to explain these to you. Generally, we don't take such long names of variables. Here I will say this is a string, and I will say print sw3q. My VS Code will suggest this, so I will choose this one, this str with 3 single q, and I will now run this piece of code. You see this, and then a line is coming here just as I have done into the variable is a string. If I add one line here, and if I now run this piece of code, this is saying me this, and then I, then string. So what can I do here is I can insert three double quotes here. There is no problem. But as soon as I try to insert three single quotes here, it will produce me problem that it is invalid syntax. So what can I do in this case is I will say I will now just copy this name, and I will create one more variable str with three double quotes. I will write it here, and then I will say three double quotes, and my VS Code automatically completed this. This is double quoted variable. Okay, I will say print sw3dq. This is a very long name. Generally we don't take such long names, I again say you, but I am doing this just for explaining this to you. This is, and then double quoted where is coming into the next line. See, if I want to insert three single quotes here, I can run this, and I will see that three single quotes are getting inserted. But as soon as I try to insert three double quotes here, I will get that error that this is invalid syntax. So in that case, you can use this one, three single quotes. So the conclusion we get here is, if you want to insert single quotes, you need to put the variable within double quotes, but if you want to add double quotes, you need to put the variable within single quotes. But I can put two double quotes here, there is no problem, but if I add three double quotes here, then I will get a problem. And the same in single quoted string too. So what happens whenever we put some string and multiply it by some integer? Let me show you. I will say print, first I will add backslash n here to insert a new line because my output is looking very much complicated. I will say text, and then I will multiply this by 5, and I will run this piece of code. It is showing me text, 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 text. So it printed text 5 times. I will add one space here so it will be more clear to you. and you see text and then text and then text and then text and again text is coming here. So whatever integer you put here, it will multiply, it will print that out the number of times it is multiplied. But if I add double quotes in this, my Python interpreter got confused, because we cannot multiply string by string, we can only multiply string by integer. I will now just comment out this line and duplicate this line, and I will now remove this thing. I am doing all this just to explain the things to you pretty well. Now I will tell you about indexing. Indexing of strings is a very important step in Python strings. So let me show you. Whenever we take some string variables, example, I take this var1 equal to, and then inside this I will put Python, and then what will happen is this will be zeroth index of this variable, y will be first index, t will be second. So let me show you in the diagram here. So I took a variable and made it program. So p is 0, index of p is 0. First you need to split all the words one by one. So p is 0 and then r becomes 1, o becomes 2, g becomes 3, r becomes 4, and a becomes 5, m becomes 6. Though there are 7 characters in this string program, but last index of this is 6, because the indexing in Python starts from 0. Here I have made a note here. So length is 7, but this is 0th index of this string, and this one is 6th index of this string. I told you about len length function that returns the length of the string. If I didn't tell you, now you learned len length function returns the length of the string. I will say print len of var1, and then I will now run this piece of code, and then I will see that 6 is here. It means that there are 6 characters, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6th. N is 6th character, P is first character, but if you index this string, P will be 0, N will be 5th character. So let me show you something. If I say print var1, and of this I need 0th index. See this carefully. I need 0th index of var1. I will run this piece of code. I am getting P, because P is 0th index of this. So if I want to match, just as I have done in the notes, I will do it just like this so that you understand it better. I will now run this piece of code. You see that length of this is 7, because there are 7 characters. You see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But P is 0th index and M is the 6th index. There is a huge difference between character and index. P is the 0th index, M is the 6th index, but there are 7 characters into the string. If I say 2, what will happen is 0, 1, 2. I will get O here. So it is providing me O here, which is the second index of this string. If I say 6, what is 6? 6 is M of this string. I will now run this piece of code. M is here, but if I want to print out the 7th index, see this thing very carefully. I will run this. It is saying me that string index out of range. It means that this character is not present into our index. That's why I am not able to give it to you. So I need to put the correct index. The maximum index in this string is 6th. So I can go till 6th only. If I say 4, what happens is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I will run this piece of code. It is showing me R. Not only you can do it with the variable, you can also make it with a string. I will say, I will write here video, and then of this I need the third index. What it means is 0, 1, 2, 3. 3 is E. E is the third index. I will now run this. It is showing me E as the third index, and fourth index is O. So it is showing me O, but if I write fifth index of this string, it will provide me error that string index is out of range. Here I explained this to you very well. Hope you understood this. Now what is string slicing? This is used to get some part of a string. So what is the syntax? First we need to put the string and then first index and the last index. So let me show this to you. I will now simply comment out this. Okay, just leave it alone. I will not comment out this. I will say print var 1, and again I need to add third brackets or square brackets. Here also I added square brackets. Here also I will add square brackets. I won't be able to do slicing or indexing without third brackets, because if you put this normal this one bracket, this means that this will be a function. If you do it like this, okay, this will be a function, but this is not a function. Okay, I need to do string slicing of this. So I will say first index. I need first index to be 0 till, and then I need to add colon, and then I need to add last index. And here there is a note that first index is included. So what is this? If I say 0 to 5, okay, I will write 0 to 5. So what will happen is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you will expect that I will get till A, because string slicing is used to get some part of a string. You will expect that I will get till A because A is the fifth index. I will run this. I am not getting A. Why? Because the last index is not included. Whatever you put in the last index, you will get that index minus one value. If I say sixth index, I will get till 5 only. Let me show you. I will this time now I will get A here. And if here I say 7, and if I run this piece of code, I am getting the complete string. So what happened here is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I told you that whatever number you put in the second index, that won't be used. That number minus 1 till that character will be used. So I will put a comment here also that it is like 0 to the number that you put minus 1, and I can put this within double brackets. So I can even do it like this, because we generally put integers when we are doing some calculation, we put it within brackets. No, that's why we can also do it like this, but generally we don't do brackets in slicing. I will run this and you will see that this string is completely printed out. So what happens if I take a number that is beyond the string? So if I say 77 and I run this, it will not produce me an error, because my interpreter said that okay, I am starting from 0. I don't have 77 characters, but I am providing you whatever number of characters I have within 77, you take that. So what happens if you change the first parameter of this? I will make it to 1, and then if I make it to 1, not 2, it is saying me ROGRAM. It did not print out P. It did not print out P. Why it happened is because it started from the first index. So R is the first index and 77 is somewhere in. So it provided me whatever it has. So it started from 1 and ended up till 77. So there are negative index too. So let me show you. This is minus 1, this is minus 2, this is minus 3, this is minus 4, this is minus 5, this is minus 6, this is minus 7. From the right, it starts from minus 1 and ends up till the negative length of the string. I will show you this. Okay, I will now write here print var and negative 3. So what happens is minus 1, minus 2, minus 3. I will get r here. So before this slicing, I will get r here. Okay, so now you are not understanding this, because these two are the same thing. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then minus 1, minus 2, minus 3. I will now make it to minus 4. So I will now get G here. See, 0 1 2 3 4, so I am getting R here, and -1 -2 -3 -4, so I am getting G here. Negative slicing can also be done according to index in the figure, so you can just change the numbers and play along with the numbers if you want to do negative slicing. So guys, now let us talk about slicing with skip values. We use this to skip few characters while slicing. Let me comment out all these lines here. I will comment out this also. Here I will say where to equal Twitter. Here I will say print where to, and here I will say 0 till and the length of where to. You can do this when you don't know the length. Here I can count the number of characters that I have into the string. But if you are having one complete story or one complete paragraph, you won't count all the characters. You will use the alien len function. I see here that Twitter is coming here. So I need to add one third parameter in order to do slicing with skip value. I will say 2 here. You need not have to understand this right now. So it is showing me TITR. So what is this? So what happened here is the third parameter we inserted here. Then the program took the third parameter and then it subtracted it by 1. So it is now 1 here. So what happened here is it took the starting index, that is 0. It took from 0, and then what happened here is it skipped one character, that is W, and then it printed I, and then it again skipped this one T, and then printed this one T, and then it skipped this one E, and then it printed it out R. So what happened here is it first took T, and then it ignored the W, and then it printed out I, then ignored this one T, then it printed out the other T, and then it ignored E, and then it printed out R. The set of words will be skipped at an interval of skip value -1. For example, skip value equal to 2, so it jumps every 2 minus 1 character. So in this programming, I will get this P, and then O, then R, then M, then I, then G. It is skipping the R, G, A, M, and N. So let me now show you some modern slicing tips. If I take this word aluminium only, I will now comment out this. I will now write word equal to aluminium, and then here I will say print word of colon to 0 to colon. So what happened here is it takes the second parameter as the length of the string by default. I will now run this piece of code. I am getting aluminium as it is. Second parameter word, and then we leave the first parameter blank, and then we put 9 here. So I will say print word, and then first parameter blank, and I will say 5 here, and I will now run this piece of code. I am getting this. So what happened here is 0 1 2 3 4 5. Since it will not take 5, it will take only 4, so it came till here. So the first parameter is by default 0. If I put the third parameter, I will say third parameter, and then I will put one other colon. So the first parameter is by default 0, second parameter is by default the length of the string, third parameter is by default 1. I will now run this. I am getting aluminium as it is because 1 minus 1 is 0, so it won't skip any of the characters. If I say -1, this is very much interesting. If I say -1 and run this string is getting reversed. You need not have to understand why this is getting reversed, okay? Just remember that this is the syntax to reverse a string, colon, colon, and -1. So you can reverse a string like this. So let me talk about a few string functions right now. First function is len, that returns the length of the string. So I will say print length of word. So I will now run this piece of code. So I am getting 9 as the length of this. String dot is lm, returns true if string does not have spaces. I will say print word dot is lm. And now if I run this piece of code, so it is showing me true. Why? Because it does not have any spaces here. If I add one space here, it is getting false. String dot ends with some text, so this is a very good function. So if I say print word dot ends with, and then if I say IUM, so now I run this piece of code, it is showing me true because this has IUM at the last. But if I make it as IUM 17, and if I run this now, it is showing me false. If I make this 18, then also it will show me false. It is showing me false because the string does not end with this characters. But if I add 13 here, and then if I now run this piece of code, it is showing me true. String dot count p, so it will count the number of p's in this string. So I will say print string word dot count, and then here I will say p, so it will say 0 because this string does not have any p here. But if I say I, so what happened here is it is showing me 2 because there are two i's into this string. So string dot capitalize, so it will capitalize the first letter. So if I now make this as lower character, lower case, and now if I say word dot capitalize, and now if I run this piece of code, so it is making this as capital A. String dot find, so it will return the index where the word that is specified into the function is there. So if I say print word dot find, and here I will say this thing only, I will copy this and then I will paste this here. So what will happen is it is showing me 6. What is this 6? 0 1 2 3 4 5 6. 6 is the index from which this string is starting, the string that is specified into the find function. You need to check from the sixth index of this string. String dot lower, so what happened here is convert string to lowercase completely. Here I will make a few characters to uppercase, and then I will make this U to capital U, and even make this M to capital M, and then I will say print word dot lower, and then if I now run this piece of code, it is showing me that lower, so everything is in lower. Why it is printing me -1? Okay, I found my mistake, so I need to make it as UM capital here to get the desired output. So I will now run this. So now it is showing me 6 here. Now if I say print word dot lower, and then I will now run this, it is making the complete string into lowercase. String dot upper, it will convert the complete string into uppercase. So there are two differences here: string dot capitalize and string dot upper. This function will convert only the first letter to capital, and then this function will convert the complete string to capital. I will say print word dot upper. I will now run this. It is showing me the complete word in uppercase. So there is one last function, replace. If I say word equal to word dot replace, and here I will say NIUM13, and then I will replace it by OK. So I will now print out my word. So this will replace this string by OK. I will now run this piece of code. I am getting, so guys, now I have just commented out all these lines because these lines are creating a lot of confusion. I will say word dot replace, and then here I will say this thing, and then I will say OK, and then here I will say print word 2. So what happens here is you need to create one extra variable to replace this. I will run this. It is showing me that ALUMI and then space and then OK. So this much in this chapter. Hope you understood this chapter. Make sure to download the notes. Let's meet in the next chapter. Moving on to the fourth chapter of this video. Fourth chapter is lists and tuples. You will get the notes in the link provided in the description, so you have to just download these notes. List is a type of data type that can store other data types. List is also a data type. It can store other types of data types. In programming, the biggest challenge was how to store data type inside a data type. So lists were introduced. Here is the syntax of lists. So here you can take any type of data type, you can put string, you can put none type, you can add boolean, you can add integer, you can also add floating point value, you can add all types of variables or data types into a list. So I will now first create a new file and name it as main.py because you won't understand define not create files here. So I will now select my interpreter, and here I will, so now I will create a list. In order to explain you what are lists, I will create a list, and then inside this list I will add a few name of companies. So here I can add some companies. For example, I will add Titan, I will add Tesla, I will add Google, I will add Microsoft, and I can also add, let's say I add Apple. Okay, not much more things. Here I will say print companies, and now I will run this piece of code. So you see that companies will be a data type, and that will contain these elements. So here it has came just as I had done here. It is within square brackets, and the elements are within single quotes. I can also add integers between them. I can add 9, I can add 7. I will run this code. I will get the integers inside this. Here I can also say print type of companies. So what will happen is type of companies, and now I will run this piece of code. It is showing me that class list. It means this is a list data type. I will say print type of companies, and here I will put 0th index. It is saying class str. So before that you need to understand why did I write this 0. I will now remove this line. Now I will show you what is this. Just as we do in strings, the indexing in lists also start from 0. Here Titan is 0th index, Tesla is first index, Google is second index, Microsoft is third index, Apple is fourth index, 9 is fifth index, and 7 is sixth index. But there are 7 elements into this list. The length of this list is 7, but last index is 6. I will say print len of companies. I don't know why today my IntelliSense is not working. It is not showing me any suggestion. So here it is showing me 7 as the length of the string. And I will say print companies, and of these I need 0th element. So what does this mean? 0 means this. Company's 0th index. 0th index of the company. I will now run this piece of code. It is saying me Titan because Titan is the 0th index. I will write a multi-line comment here also so that it gets better for you to understand. I will say Titan as 0, Tesla as 1, Google as 2, Microsoft as 3, Apple as 4, 9 as 5, and 7 as 6. Okay, so now company's 0th index. This means Titan is in the 0th index. So I will get Titan here. As you guys can see here, Titan. If I say company's second index, this means 0, 1, 2. That is Google. I will run this piece of code. I'm getting Google. Okay, what happens if I change the order of this? Then I will cut this and I will add this between this thing, and okay, now I will now run this. So Microsoft is coming, not Google. Why? Because 0, 1, 2, and now 3 will be Titan. I will say 3, now I will get Titan. So this is Titan. So what I can do here is I can also bring this here. Then I will have to change all of these. Okay, so now this will become 0, this will become 1, this will become 2. Now it is completely okay. Tesla is 0, Google is 1, Microsoft is 2, Titan is 3, Apple is 4, and these are integers. I can also create a table here that company name and index so that you don't get any confusion. So now I will say company 0. This won't sit right in. This will now say me Tesla because this is 0th index of this list. Length of this list is 7, and if I say 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, if I need the fifth index of this list, I will get 9. This is a list constructor. So let me show you what is the list constructor. I will say cons underscore list. This means list constructor. I will say list. Inside that I will add boat. Okay, boat is a variable brand. Okay, I will now say print cons underscore list, and this cons means constructor of a list. I am getting B as 0th index, O as first index, A as second index, and T as third index, whereas the length of the list is 4. I will say print CL. CL means a cons list. I will get, okay, I will just type this manually. This is a very short string, yeah. So I will say cons list 0. So 0 is B. B is the 0th index. I will say 3. I will get T here. You see that 0, 1, 2, 3. So this is T. So this is how the indexing works. Lists can also be sliced just like we do in strings. Yes, it is correct. I will now say here that I will now simply now first comment out this one. I just wanted to show you the constructor of list. I will here say print, and now I will say that print companies, and then I will again add third brackets just as we do in strings also. It is the same syntax of slicing. We add the first index and we add the last index, and now I will run this piece of code. I am getting till 7. So I will now comment out this one because I feel like you are getting confused. I will now say here 6. I will not get the 7, I will get till 9. You can see, and the length of this one list, the list that is displayed into my output, the length of this list is 6. Let me show you. I will say new list equal to companies and then 0 to 6. This means I created a new variable. I created a new list. This new list contains 0 to 6 of the company's list. First, let me show you. New L, and now I will run this piece of code. Now, see, this is here. I will now comment out, then you will understand it better. So, this is here. So, what is this? This list, new underscore L list, is derived from this company's list. 0 to 6. If I change the value to Tesla 001, then this list will also change accordingly. Here I will get Tesla 001, though I have printed out this new list. It changed because this list is derived from this one. I will now just make it Tesla only because we need to maintain some respect for the company. So now I will say print companies 1 to 6. What will happen is it will say Google to the 9, and I will make it 5 so that I can take the names of the companies. Okay, 1 to 5, I will get Google to Apple, Google, Microsoft, Titan, and Apple. If I add the third parameter, that means slicing with skip value, I will add 2, then I will get Google and Titan only. You see Google and Titan. If I reverse this list, I mean I add the colon and -1. So this, what does this mean is, first let me show you. I am getting this list completely reversed. 7, 9, Apple, Titan, Microsoft, Google, and then Tesla. The first parameter you guys know, that is by default 0. If I don't put any value, it will take 0. The second parameter is by default the length of this list. If I don't add any parameter, it will take it as length of the list, and -1 I added to reverse this list. So now I am going to show you some list functions. Here are many functions I have added into the notes. So I will now show you some functions of this. Just as I have done into the notes, I will add only integers into the notes, into the list, because there is some functions that work only with integers. That's why I will add a list L equal to, inside this I will add 43 and 34, 21, 92 and 11. Okay, 43, 34, 21, 92 and 11. Li dot sort, list is arranged in ascending order. So if I say print L dot sort, and I will now run this piece of code, I am getting none because this function returns none. I will say L dot sort, and then I will print L. So what will happen is this list will first get sorted, then it will print me out. It is now showing me 11, 21, 34, 43 and 92, because this is the ascending order of this list. If I add some more element between this, I will add 39 here. So what will happen is 39 will get inserted between these two elements of this list. Here you see 11, 21, 34, 39 and 43 and 92. The next function is L dot reverse. So a list gets reversed into this function. I will say L dot reverse, and then I will now run this. So this list completely got reversed. This does not arrange this in descending order. This simply reverses the list. It just does the same thing as we do with this one, as we do with this slicing. It is the same thing here. Okay, I will see that 39, 11, 92, 21, 34 and 43. Okay guys, I forgot to tell you one more function of this. If I say L dot sort, and then if I say reverse equal to true. So first let me show you what is reverse. Let me tell you. Reverse means, do I want to reverse this list after sorting this list? If I say true, it will first and make this list to ascending order, then it will reverse this, which will produce me the descending order. But if I add false, it will remain as it is. The list will remain as it is. I will now print out L. So what happened is, it just printed out the descending order of this list: 92, 43, 39, 34, 21 and 11. I will now say L dot reverse, and this will reverse the complete list. You can also do this thing using L dot sort and L dot reverse, but this is a one liner which is easier. Len of list, this means the length of the list. I have already shown you. I will show this to you again. Print len of list. I will see the length is here. The length is 6 of this list, because this has 6 elements: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 39 is the 6th element of this list. So max of L returns the maximum value of this list. This is a very good function. If I say print, I will first comment out this because my output is getting very big. I will say print max of list. I will now run this piece of code. I am getting 92 as the maximum value. I will now even comment out this one line. I will get this down. Now I will see that 91 is the maximum value of this list. I will say min of L. This returns the minimum value from the list. I will say print min of L, and I will get 11 according to my minimum value from the list. This function L dot append. So what does append mean? Append means adding to the end. So if I say here that print, okay, I need not have to print anything. It is a function completely. I will say L dot append, and inside this I will add 100 at the end. And now I will say print L. So what will happen here is, you see, 43, 34, 21, 92, 11, 39 and 100 is added to the end of this list. If I say print len of this list, I will get 706. You see, now the number has automatically changed into 7 from 6. L dot insert 3 and 111. So what is this? The first parameter is the index in which we need the value to be inserted. Here I have added 3 as index. It means that 111 will get added to the third index. I will say print, okay, not print, this is a complete function itself. I will say print L dot insert and I will say 4 and then 55. What is the fourth, what will be the fourth one? Fourth index will be 55. So between what two numbers will it come? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 55 will be between 92 and 11 according to this list. I will now run this piece of code. I am getting, okay, I did not print out my list. I will say print L and now I will first run this piece of code. I am getting 55 between 92 and 11. So what is the difference between append function and insert function? This function simply adds an element to the end, whereas insert function adds an element to the specified index. L dot remove, then what happens is an element will get removed from the list. I will say L dot remove, I will remove 100 here. So what will happen is the length of the list will automatically change. Now see, I am not getting 100 here, but before I was getting 100. Before this function I was getting 100. I can also print out the length of this list. I will say print L and length of L. Here also I will say L and length of L. Don't get confused by this. I am printing out L and separated by a comma I am printing out the length of L. Here the length is 8, whereas here the length is 7. I can also add some formatting here like this, so you can just do it the formatting yourself. It is not necessary, so much formatting is not necessary. So you see the length has automatically changed from 8 to 7. L dot pop, this will remove the last element from this list. I will say L dot pop. So what will happen is it will remove the last element. I will say print L and now I will run this piece of code. It is not here, 39 is not here, it is coming only in 11. It means that 39 is getting removed. For more functions you can just check on the internet. I will say list functions in list function. Okay guys, I am getting this list and array methods. Here I will get append means add to the end, clear means okay remove all elements of this list. So list dot clear, I will say L dot clear and now I will run this piece of code. I am getting a blank list. This is the indication of a blank list. Here extend add element of a list to any iterable to the end of the list. This is the same function as append. Index, this returns the index of the elements with a specified value. So what if I add print L dot index of 34, and then what will happen, I will get 1 as the index because 34 is the one the index of this list. L dot remove, I have told you. L dot reverse, I have told you. L dot sort also I have told you, and I have told you most of the functions. So you can see these functions from here. These are the most important functions which you will use. Now comes the chance of tuples. Tuple is also a data type in Python that is used to store other data types too. Tuple is a data type in Python which cannot be changed. This is important. In list, what we can do is, first let me comment out all these things. I will comment out this, even I will comment out this. Okay, I am not removing these lines because I need to give this code to you. I will say here companies and here I will say 0 equal to, here I will say Tata. Okay, I will now say print companies. What will happen is this Tesla will get replaced by Tata. See, Tesla is not here and Tata rocks. So what tuples means, you cannot do this thing in tuple, you cannot do this thing in tuple, you can do this only in lists. So what can I do is I will create a tuple. So hope you understood this one thing. Now I have told you that you first need to add the list name, and then you have to add the index, and then you can add the value of that. 0th index I will add Tata. So 0th index it was Tesla, but now it is now Tata. I will say TU, it means tuple I want to create. You can name it as anything. Here I will say 246. I will say print TU. I will also say print type of TU. So now I will run this piece of code. I am getting 2, 4 and 6. Now see, this is enclosed within parenthesis and the type is tuple. It is the syntax of creating a tuple that you need to add it within parenthesis, and lists must be added within square brackets. What if I try to do this thing with tuples? This thing, I will say, that tu end of this 0th index. I want to make this to 9. I will now run this piece of code. You see, tuple object does not support item assignment, which means you cannot change a tuple like that. One more thing I would like to tell you about tuples. I can also create a tuple like this. So if I say print type of tu, it will say me tuple only. You might think that this is a wrong syntax, but no, it is a correct syntax. So how do we create an empty tuple? I will say emp underscore t equal to emp underscore tp. I will write, and here I will say only parenthesis. I will say print emp underscore tp, and now I will now duplicate this thing. I will say type of this one tuple. I will now run this. You see that this is an empty tuple. And how do we create empty lists? We create empty list like this. Like this. This is a syntax to create empty lists. Tuple with single element. So what you can do is you may think that you may create a tuple with single elements like this. I will say my t equal to my tp equal to, I will say 1, and I will say print type of my tp, and I will also print out my tp. First I will print out type, then I will print out the tuple. Here you see that this is class int and it is not within parenthesis. Why it is so? See, my interpreter thought that this is an integer. I need to add one comma in order to make a tuple with single element. I will say 1 comma, so it is saying me last tuple, and now it is coming within parenthesis. My interpreter thought that this is an integer, just as we add brackets in mathematics while calculation. Interpreter thought that okay, maybe I am doing some calculation, that's why I have added some brackets. But no, I wanted to create a tuple with single element, so you can create a tuple with single element like that. So here I told you that this is a type of tuple only. Tuple constructor. Okay, I will now say cons underscore tp, constructor of tuple. I will say tuple, and then I will say, I can say Lenovo here. I will say Lenovo. Here I will say print cons underscore tp, that means constructor of tuple. I will now run this piece of code. I am getting Lenovo. Okay, what if I want to print out the 0th index of tuple? It will say me L. It is L. The only difference between tuple and lists is it cannot be changed like constructor of tuple 0 equal to that and that. You can get the index. If I say 5, it will return me, it will say same as O, because 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 is O. If I say 100, I will get an error that there is no indexed out of range error. If I say 0, I will get L. any number of elements can be added even multiple times. There is a data type called sets in which the same elements cannot be added again and again. We will see that into the next chapter. So here are two most commonly used tuple methods, dot count and dot index. Dot count method counts the number of times an element is present within a tuple, and index means the it returns the index of the element specified. I will say that print t my tp dot count. Here I will say 2, and I will do add 2 many times here. I will now run this piece of code. Okay, I want to print out TP, not my TP. These two things are different. Here I will take it above. Okay, now here I think this is the right place for it. I will say print TU and counts 2. So what it is, I am getting 6. This one. Okay, I am getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there are 2 6 times. Here I will say print tu dot index, and then I will say 4. Now I will run this piece of code. I am getting 1 here, 1. But what if I say 2? What will it return to me? You guess. It is returning me 0 because it only sees the first occurrence. If I add 400 times also, it will only see 1 because 4, this is the first occurrence of 4. So here comes a question for you people. Write a Python program that takes the age of 5 people as input and displays the oldest age and the youngest age. So this is a very simple question. Just try it out and comment out the solution. So hope you have commented the solution. I will say age 1 equal to int of input. What does it mean? Int of input, enter your age. Okay, now int of input means I took input and then I converted it into integer because input is taken by default as string. I will say age2 equal to enter your age, age3 and age4 and age5. I will say ages list. I will create an ages list, and inside that I will say age 1, age 2, age 3, age 4 and age 5. So took all these ages and added this into a list. And if I say print maximum of age underscore ages underscore list, so what will happen? It will print out the maximum one. And first let me print out this ages list. Print ages list. First let me show you. I will now run this piece of code. Enter your age. I will if first age I will add 100 years, second age I will add 200 years, third age I will add 300 years, fourth age I will add 400 years, fifth age I will add 500 years. So this is the list of ages. I don't think that these are the ages of humans. These people have came from another planet. Guys, I think I must add some fair values here. I will say 20, 30, 25, 35, and 16. I am getting this list as here. I will say that print max of ages underscore list. So what happens is I will get the maximum value of this maximum age from this list, and I will say print minimum of ages underscore list. I will get the minimum value. I will say that maximum age is this, and here I will say minimum age is, and here I will say it like this. I will say that enter your age. I will say 16, 15, 14, and here I will say 35. I will say 69. And what happened is okay guys, I have accidentally printed out ages list, but I want minimum out of this one. I will now say this was never closed. So what happened? This parenthesis started here, ended here. This one started here, ended here, and I don't know why did I add minimum here. And now I guess I am doing right one. These errors were just due to formatting. Okay, enter age I will say 14, I will say 13, I will say 35, I will say 25, I will add 69. So maximum age is 69, minimum age is 13 out of this list. So hope you understood this chapter. Make sure to download these notes and never add such weird ages like 200, 200, 300, 400 and 500 into any entry. No. So let's meet in the next chapter. Guys, in this video we will see about dictionary and sets. I have now opened the notes of this chapter into my Google Chrome. You will download the notes so that you can access them. Chapter 5, Dictionary and Sets. Dictionary is also a data type in Python. The syntax of a dictionary is like this. We need to add curly brackets and then key and its corresponding value. So let's see into our code. I have now created a file again with the name main.py. Again, you can take any name which you want. So here I will first show you the syntax of a dictionary. I will make it a D1 and inside this I will say key and here I will say key and then here comes its value. Now if I say that print D1 and now if I run this piece of code, now this will print this dictionary out into my terminal. As you guys can see, here you will notice that the dictionary is within curly brackets. This is because the syntax of a dictionary is like this only, to be enclosed within curly brackets. This is basically a collection of key value pairs. Yes, you can add even more values here. So as let me add here that here I will say that chapter 5 and into its corresponding value I will say dictionary and sets. And I don't know why this is again and again opening my this one terminal. I don't know. Now here I will again print this one dictionary out so that I will get these two keys and the two corresponding values. Here you can see that key value and then separated by a comma. It is like chapter 5 dictionary and sets. I can even bring it upwards, it won't matter. I will run this. It is coming in the same way as it was before. Here you can access a key like this. I will say that print D1 and then within third brackets I will say that key and then I will run this piece of code. Now it is saying me value. But now if I say that chapter 5, then it will say me dictionary and sets. But now if I add some value that is not currently present into this dictionary, it will produce me an error. Let me show you. I will say chapter 6 which is not yet added into this dictionary. It is saying me that key error chapter 6. This means that this key is not present into this dictionary. That's why it is producing me some error. Let's see the notes now. This is case sensitive. Yeah, it is true that if I say that chapter 5, if I add chapter C, if I make it to capital, it will say me that key error, because this key is not present into my dictionary, but it is still being asked by the program. That's why it is producing me key error. Lists and tuples are indexed but sets and dictionaries are not. Yeah, this is true. If I want to print out my dictionary's first index, I won't print because in dictionaries nothing like index exists. And first now I will comment out this, else I will get this error. Now see, I am again getting this error because my dictionary will think that I am trying to get the value of the key that is equal to 0. But what I expected is it will come like the 0th index is like this, but nothing like index exists in dictionary. The key can be a variable name or integer or floating point or boolean, but not a special character or reserved keyword or a function. Let me show you everything. If I here say that, if I say add a special character like at the rate and then here I will say okay. Now I will run this piece of code. It is saying me invalid syntax. Here I will say def and now I will run this. It is saying me invalid syntax. So in this case also I am getting this error that this is invalid syntax. D1 new key new value, this means that a new pair will get added into this dictionary. I will now remove this because this thing is producing me errors. Here I will say that D1, and inside this I will add Elon Musk, and then I will say that inside this I will add Tesla. Though he owns many companies, but I will add only Tesla right now. So if I say now that print D1, and also here I am printing out my D1, and now if I comment out this one, it is saying me that key value chapter 5 dictionary and sets, but in the second dictionary I am getting key value chapter 5 dictionary and sets, and Elon Musk Tesla is added here. If I say that print, and here if I say that D1, and inside this I will add Elon Musk, now it won't produce me any error, it will say me Tesla. Here I will show you one very important thing in dictionaries. Many people get confused in this. I want to remove the confusion of people. So let me show you. If I create one more dictionary like D2 equal to D1, and now if I say that D2, and inside that I will add one more pair, that Steve Jobs, and here I will say that Apple. Now if I print out my D1, remember I am printing out my D1, this will also modify my D1 dictionary. It is modifying D2 dictionary. It is also modifying my D1 dictionary, as you guys can see here. So how can I avoid this modification? I will say d1.copy. This is a function to create a complete copy of a dictionary. Now it is saying me D1 is like this, and now if I say that D2, and now it is saying me like this. This is a very big confusion among people, so I hope that this is now sorted out. A dictionary can be added inside a dictionary. Let me take some fair values inside the dictionary, and now I will continue this chapter. So this now all these things were just for explanation. I will now create a fair dictionary. I will say dict equal to take some products that we use in our day-to-day life and add their companies. Okay, if I say that when we wake up we brush our teeth, so I will say toothbrush, and of toothbrush companies Colgate. If you want some other company to be added, you can add. Then what we can also use is we use spectacles. The company is Lenskart. I will add. We wear shoes, so I will say shoes, and I can add Nike. Okay, we will use laptop or a PC, so I can directly add PC. Then I can add or Lenovo or HP. I can add anything. I can add Lenovo, or I can add HP. I can add anything here. So here I will say that print dict, and now I will run piece of code. You know what will happen? This dictionary will get printed here. A dictionary can be added inside a dictionary. Yeah, if I want to make this to various values. If I say that, if I add some mobile phone companies, if I say mobile phone, and here I will say that Apple. Okay, I will add some dictionary. Why am I adding it into a string? I will add Apple, and then it has iPhone. I will add Samsung. The most of the phones of Samsung I have seen support Android, so I will add Android here. If I say OnePlus, I think it has some different operating system. Let me confirm it. Okay, this contains Oxygen OS. So this has Oxygen OS. I will now copy this, and now I will paste this here. So you guys saw that just as I pressed on format document, this document is now looking good. It is now completely formatted with some indentation here. It is looking great. So I will add only 3 values into this mobile phone. If I say that print dict mobile phone, and now if I run this piece of code, it is saying me Apple, iPhone, Samsung, Android, OnePlus, Oxygen OS. Further, if I want to get the values of this, I will say OnePlus. Now I will run this piece of code. It is saying me Oxygen OS. Here you can see that I have shown in the notes. See, there are some more functions like update, keys, values, items. So let me show all of them to you. So if I say that dict dot update, and here if I say that here we just need to add a dictionary type of thing. I will here say that I can add some car brand here. I will add car, and then here I will say Rolls Royce. Okay, I will say now print dict, and now I will run this piece of code. It has added this value into this dictionary. Here you can see that mobile phones dictionary is here, then car Rolls Royce is here. D3.keys returns all keys into this dictionary. If I say print dict.keys, and here I will run this one. So here it is returning me a dict keys, and inside this I have got a list of all the keys that were added into my dictionary. Just as the first key was toothbrush, it is here. Second one was spectacles, it is here. Last one was car, just as I added here. So here it is like car. If I now say that dict keys, if I get another list, if I take one more list of dict keys like this, and now if I say, now if I want to print this, okay, it is saying me a dict keys. If I convert this into a list using this one like this, and now if I run this piece of code, it is saying me a list here. So now if I want to access the keys 0, then what will happen is I am getting toothbrush as the 0th index of the list. So what happened is it took the dictionary, then it took all the keys, and then it returned me the 0th index of all the keys. Okay, dot values is also one more function. I will say that values equal to dict dot values, and here I will say that print values. And now if I run this piece of code, it is saying me that Colgate, Lenskart, Nike, HP, and this Apple, iPhone, Samsung, Android, OnePlus, Oxygen OS, and this Rolls Royce. So it is like this because this is coming as a complete dictionary because we added dictionary into our value. If I now try to convert this into a list, and now if I run this piece of code, it is returning me a list, and inside this a dictionary is present. If I get the 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, if I want the fourth index of this list, see it carefully. If I want the fourth index of this list, I am getting this one. I will create one more variable like new d equal to, and now I will do it like this. And now if I say new d underscore keys equal to new d dot keys, it means that I want the keys of this dictionary. New d dot keys will return all the keys present in the new d list. Now if I say new d underscore keys, and now if I run this piece of code, it is saying me like this. And now if I even convert it into a list or typecast it into a list, it will return me like this: Apple, Samsung, and OnePlus. You may also play around with all these values. Okay, you can also do it like this. If you want the 0th index of the list, you will get that. D3.items returns a list of tuples containing keys and values. I will now comment out all these print statements here. Now if I say that print D3, okay, my caps lock was left on. If I say print d3 dot items, and now if I run this, okay, it is not d3, yeah, it is like dict. I am trying to copy the notes. I don't know why my dictionary name is dict. So you can see that I am getting a list that contains all the tuples. This is a list and this contains all the tuples as my keys and values. But in this one mobile phones, it is bit different. It contains my values into this dictionary. So you what you can do is I will assign you guys a task that you play around with this one. This is very important. You have to play around with this one. What you can do is you can get this dictionary from this, then you can take work with the values one by one. You can even try to replace this value with this, and you can play on with all these things. D3 dot get key equal to value. What does this mean? If I say print dict dot get, and inside this I will add shoes, and now if I run this piece of code, it is saying me Nike. What happens if I add some value which is not present in this dictionary? It is returning me none. But if I say that print dict, and here if I say some value that is not present into this dictionary, it is saying me key error. This is the difference between these two. It is your responsibility that this key has to be present into this dictionary. Python will take care of this if only if you use the dot get function. If my interpreter does not find the key, it will return none and my program will run smoothly. D3.clear, the dictionary gets completely cleared. Yeah, if I say that D3.clear, and here I will say that D3, and now okay, it is not like D3, yeah, it is like dict. I will run this simply. Okay, it is first producing me some error. Now I will show this to you. It is returning me a empty dictionary. This means that no values are present into this dictionary right now. D3.pop, this means that this will remove key and its corresponding value from dictionary. Let me show you. If I say dict dot pop, which key should I add? Tell me. Okay, you guys can't tell me right now. I will remove this mobile phones because this is creating a lot of confusion between. So here I don't find the mobile phones dictionary and this dictionary is even printed out. So this is now removed along with its value. The c.pop item, remove the last key and its value from the dictionary. Yeah, I will duplicate this and now I will show you. Now you will see that car Rolls Royce will not be present into this dictionary. Okay, it does not take any argument into this. I don't know why did I add. Okay, now it is like the car Rolls Royce is not present into this dictionary. I hope you understood the dictionary. If you want more such function, you can just simply go to the internet. You guys can use all these functions, okay? Like from keys returns a dictionary with specified keys and values, okay? You guys can play around with all these things. Now I would like to move on to sets. A set is a collection of well-defined distinct objects containing only unique values. Sets come in mathematics just like we do Venn diagram A union B, A intersection B, A complement. So I can also do this using Python. These are much similar to sets in mathematics. Yeah, it's true. If I take one set, these values are added into this set. Now tell me what is the difference between set and dictionary syntax. Both have curly brackets. The difference is that dictionary and sets are two different data types and dictionary contains key and its corresponding value. But a set will contain only some values here. You can also do it like this 2, 3, 5, 7, 11. You will add within curly brackets. You cannot add multiple values into sets. It is taught in mathematics also that multiple values can never be added into a set. Here I will say that my set equal to, and here I will add some values, like I will add some prime numbers only just as I have done into the notes. And here I will say print my set I want, and now I will say I will run this piece of code simply. I am getting my set. If I print out the 0th index, it will produce me an error that set is not subscriptable. So it says simply that these things are not indexed, okay? If I try to add 13 multiple times, Again and again I will just keep on adding 13 simply into this set. It is only saying me 13 once, but if I added this into a list, if I did this thing into a list, it would print me out. Let me show you. If I did this in lists, it will print out all 13s. But since we are now dealing with sets, it is only printing out 13 once. So it is like, how can you create an empty set? You cannot create an empty set like this. If I say empty set equal to like this, if I now print this out, it will produce me error. You know why? Because this is the syntax of dictionary. Okay, you will not understand this right now. If I say print a type of this, it will say me class dict, but I want class set. So what can I do is I will do it like this, set. Now it is saying me class set. This is how you can create an empty set. List or tuple can be changed into set. Their values cannot be changed, just as we saw here that these are not indexed. These are unindexed. Yeah, this is true, just as I told this to you. Now I would like to tell you a few functions of sets. Here I can say that print len of set. If I say print len of my set, and now if I run this piece of code, it is saying me that 6 because there are 6 elements. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are not counted because these are duplicate values, but if I add some value which is not duplicate, it will add 7. It will become 7, as you guys can see here. S1 dot add 13. So here I have created a note that when you use this more times, 13 is added only once. So what this function does is it simply adds some value at the end of the set. I will say that my set dot add 19. I will say print my set, and now I will run this piece of code. It is saying me that you can see that 19 is here. S1 dot remove. So this function simply removes some element which is specified here. I will say my set dot remove, and here I will now say that 13. My now my set will not contain 13, as you guys can see here. It is now printed out. S1 dot union S2. So for this thing I need to create one more set. So first let me show you by the empty set. Empty set, my set dot union, and here I will say empty set, and now I will run this piece of code. It is set is coming as it is. There is no difference. But now if I add my set 2, and here I will add some values that are common, which are uncommon. I will add 11, I will add 17, I will add 7, and here now I can add some values which are not present in my set, means this first set. Like 23 is not there, 29 is not there. This is enough. I will say that print mm, my set dot union my set 2. Then what will happen is my set union my set 2. This will happen. 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 17, 19, 23, and 29. What happened is 11 is common in both of the sets. So 11 came only once. 13 was removed from here. So it is now getting ignored. 17 was present in this set as well as this set. So it has came only once. 19 was added here, as well as 19 was not there here. But since the rule of union says that we have to take the values which are present in both the common areas, as well as we have to take the values which are not present in the common area. That's why 7 is here, also it is here. Now these two will not come into the circle of the Venn diagram, but these two are still printed. Now I will show you intersection. So what will happen is S1 dot intersection S2. This will print out the elements which are common in both the sets. I will say print my set dot intersection, and here I will say my set 2, and now I will run this piece of code. It is saying me 7, 11 and 17 because these three values are present in both the sets. S1 dot disjoint, S2 false as it contains common elements. What are disjoint sets? Disjoint sets are sets that if you create Venn diagram of both, those two will never touch each other. Those are called disjoint sets. Here our two sets, my set and my set 2. These two contain common elements. So these two circles, some part will get overlapped on each other. These two are not disjoint. So this function, what it does is it confirms if a set is disjoint or not. Since our my set and my set 2 are not disjoint, this will return me false. But if I add some value that is not present in both the sets, it will say me true. Let me show you. If I say print my set dot is disjoint my set 2, and here if I run this piece of code, it is saying me false. But now if I say that empty set, and now if I run this piece of code, it is saying me true because these two sets are completely disjoint on each other. S1.copy simply returns a copy of the set. S1.symmetric difference, S2 returns the symmetric difference of the sets. What is symmetric difference? Symmetric difference returns the elements which won't come in the common area. When we will create the Venn diagram of these two sets, the elements that won't come into our common area, those are called symmetric difference. Here I will say print my set dot symmetric difference my set 2, and now I will run this piece of code. It is saying me 2, 35, 19, 23 and 29. It is not saying me 7, 11 and 17 because these three are coming in common. The elements that won't come in common will be printed out in the symmetric difference function. S1.discard 22 remove the element specified. It will simply remove this one. 22, I will say that print my set dot discard, I will say 3, I will print out my set, and now I will run this piece of code. It is not printing out 3 here. Even 2 is coming, even 5 is coming, but 3 is not here. S1 dot clear, the sets get completely cleared. I will say my set dot clear, and I will now run this piece of code. It is saying me only set because this does not contain any elements right now. You may see on the internet about the set functions. If I say set functions in Python, it is again w3schools.com website is coming. Here are many methods you can use. All these I have told you many of them, most of them I have told to you. So here I have provided you guys a question that you have to take two dictionaries and you have to use this one. This is a new feature in Python 3.10. You guys have to try it yourself. What this feature does is, it is like the pipe that comes above the enter key. When you will press the shift and the backslash, this will come. Here it is like shift and backslash, it is coming like this one. So what this feature does is, just as this d1 contains this one key value pair and d2 contains this one key value pair, these two will be printed only once, but these two, 1 and 3, this will be printed out. So hope you understood this complete chapter. If you get any problems, make sure to refer the notes. Let's meet in the next chapter. Guys, now let us move on to chapter 6. Chapter 6 is if else conditions in Python. I will open the notes. Chapter 6, if else conditions in Python. Sometimes we need to take decisions only if some conditions are met. We can also take decisions if condition is true or false. Even in our Python program, we need to take some decisions. Also in our daily life, we take some decisions. For example, when we go to the market, we think that is this product present at my home, then we get an answer from the brain that yes, this is present or this is not present at my home. So if that article is not present and it is required, so you will buy it, or if it is already present at your home, you won't buy it. So I will now create a new file, name it as main.py. Again, you can name it as anything. I will create a variable I equal to 0. I will say if I is greater than -1. Okay, first let me take some fair values here only. I will say print I is greater than 3. I made the value of I variable to be 5, and if I is greater than 3, print this thing. I will now run this piece of code, and now if I see that it is saying me I is greater than 3. What happened is it took a variable I and assigned value 5 to it, and then it took a condition if I is greater than 3. The value of I is equivalent to 5. So what it can do is if 5 is greater than 3, 5 is greater than 3. What answer did it get? It got true. It got true because 5 is already greater than 3. The condition that will become true, only that condition will get executed. Here if I say that if I is greater than 100, and here if I say print I I will simply just copy down the prompt that I added here also, I is greater than 100. So here I will make this to an integer input. So now I will run this. I will enter a value greater than 3 but less than 100, then see the results. I will add 56. I is greater than 3. What happened is it took 56 and put 56 here. It got true here, that's why this condition got executed. If it became false somehow, then this condition would not get executed just as it was here. 56 is not actually greater than 100, so this condition became false, which resulted that this condition did not get executed. If I now add here that 3, it is not saying me anything. So if I add here 500, then see both will get executed. Why? Because 500 is greater than 3, also it is greater than 100. Now if I say that if I is less than 150, I will copy down this thing. I can simply duplicate, yeah, why waste time in copying? There is already less time in people's life. I is less than 150. I will show you the elif clauses. First, let me show you all the if. Okay, you might have seen the notes and what is elif. I will show you. Wait for some time. If I is greater than 100, if I is less than 150, print I is less than 150. Now, if I say that 135, all three conditions are true. But now, if I say that 100, it is saying me it is less than 150 because it is actually less than 150. If I add some value which is more than 150, like 250, the third condition won't get executed because this thing got false. 250 is actually more than 150, which resulted that this one got false and the conditions that will become false will never be executed. Here 250 is greater than 3, also it is greater than 100, so it printed out. If I add 0 here, this one is getting executed but these two are not. So what we conclude is the condition that will become true, only that will get executed, and the condition that will become false, that will never be executed. Here there is one more thing else. I will say else. What can be else? What can happen other? Okay, nothing can happen. I will show you equal to 1. If I is equal to 33, print I is equal to 33. Okay, so this is different condition. Don't think that these all are going in sequences. It is like this. Okay, if I is equal to 33, then it will print me 33. But if I add some different value like 44, it is not printing me this out. But if I add here 33, it is actually saying me that I is equal to 33, because this condition became true. When this condition will become true, only then the code inside this will get executed. Here I will now comment out all these things. I will say else, I will say print, I will print this. Okay, I will print this only. I will run this. I will add 44. It is saying me have a good day, sir. I will add 33. It is saying I is equal to 33. What happened? Let me tell you. When this condition became false, when a condition becomes false, it simply comes to the else. If there are many conditions, if all of them are getting false, then it will come to else, and else will help that condition to get executed. Okay, if I say 43, it means that this one became false, so it came here. But if I add 33, this will become true and else will never be executed. I have also added an example into my code program to check if a person is eligible to vote or not. So here I took input as age and integer. It is, of course, age is an integer only. If age is less than 18, then this means that that person is minor, so kids can't vote. Elif, age is greater than or equal to 18 and age is less than 120. First, let me tell you something. In the starting of this course, I had told you that syntax of Python is very much easy, like simple English. Hope you are understanding this. Listen to my words very carefully. Age is greater than or equal to 18 and age is what happened. If both of these will become true, then only this complete condition will become true. You have to understand this simple English. Yeah, age is greater than equal to 18 and age is less than 120. This means that age that will be accepted lies between 18 and 120 only. And 18 will also be counted, but 120 won't be counted in that. Else print bot, because if a person adds his age to be 130, tell me a person whom you know whose age is 130 years. That's why you can say that that person is trying to do some prank or it's a bot. If first condition gets false, second one gets executed. If first condition gets false, means if this one gets false, then this one will get simply executed, because this is an if else ladder formed. This one is if else ladder formed here. Here, I will tell you what is elif. Just wait for a few minutes. Now, if second condition is true, it will get executed and the ladder will stop. Ladder will stop only if any one condition gets true. Else, the further conditions will be checked. So let me show you what is elif. Here I will say elif I is greater than 33. It will say print I is greater than 33. I will say elif I is less than 33. Print I is less than 33. So what will happen? I will now execute this my file. I will add 78. I is greater than 33 because 78 is greater than 33. So what happens? This thing checks like this. It first checks is 78 equal to 33. Then this will get false. this will get false, then it will go to the next one. Next one is elif. 78 is greater than 33. Yeah, this is true. Then what will happen? This thing will get simply stopped. My ladder will simply stop here. It will not check the further conditions because it is meant to be like that only. It is only required to check one condition. It will not check the other. Since one got true, it will not check the other conditions. Even if you request him, it won't check. Now I would like to tell you a few operators of Python. Greater than, equal to, less than, equal to, not equal to. Let me show you all these equal tos. Here I will comment out this thing, but I remember that I is already an input, okay? I have to remember this thing. If 33 is greater than or equal to I, print 33 is greater than equal to I. Okay, so now I will run this piece of code. I will enter 69. It did not do anything because 69 is not 33 is not greater than equal to 69. Okay, I must interchange these values so that this gets more clear because I am also getting confused in this. I will now run this. I will add 69. It is saying I is greater than equal to 33. Why? Because this condition got true. 69 is greater than or equal to 33. Since 69 is greater than 33, the number 69 is greater than 33. It became true, so it printed out this one. I will say 33, then also it will print out because one condition is there equal to this one, so it became true. Less than, equal to, so let me show you this one. So before this, I will show you one more thing. If I say 22, the condition will become false and it won't execute this. So now if I say that less than or equal to, and now if I run this code, and now if I say 23, I is less than, I must make it less than equal to 33. So it is like I is less than equal to 33 because 23, the value that I entered, is actually less than 33. Again, if I add 33, it will get executed because this condition will become true. Equal to, I had shown you before. I just shown you here only. So I will say not equal to. What is not equal to? Not equal to is like if I is not equal to 33. This means not equal to. What will happen if I is not equal to 33? Then only this condition will become true. If I is not equal to 33, then only this condition will become true and it will simply execute this code. I will say 45. It is, why did not I change this prompt? I is not equal to 33. I is not equal to 33. 34 I will add. I is not equal to 33. If I say 33, it won't do anything because this one becomes false. You may add some else to evaluate these, but I leave on these things upon you only. So I would now like to tell you a few keywords after the operators. I will create a list here for showing the in keyword. I will need to create a list of, I will take some fruits. I will say apple, I will say banana, I will say guava, I will say mango. Okay, only 4 fruits are enough. I will say if apple in list, li means list, print apple is present. I will run this now. It is saying me apple is present here because apple is actually present. One more thing you need to keep in mind, this is very much case sensitive. If I make this L2 capital, then it won't execute, it will become false simply. Since apple is present in li, this condition became true and the code got executed. Now I would like to show you not in keyword. Not in keyword, what it does is used to check if a value is not present in a given sequence. If this value is not present in this sequence, means this list, then only this will become true. Now I will run this. 55. Okay, now apple not in alive. Since this condition became false, so it did not get executed, but apple 01 is actually not present, so it becomes true and this condition gets executed here. And keyword, if both the operands are true, I would like to show you something. If I is greater than if I is greater than 3 and I is less than 150, what can you do is you can say that I lies between 3 and 150. Okay, you can do it like this. It has got two conditions. For your understanding, I will add brackets here again. It will take I will make my I to 120. So it is saying me why what happened. Since I is greater than 3, this became true. Also it is less than 150, it also became true. So this one will, this complete condition, this is one complete condition will become true only if both of these are true. If one of them gets false, it won't become true. The complete condition will become false. I would now like to show you about or keyword. Or now what this does is if only one is getting true, then the complete condition will become true. I will add 0. I does not actually lie now. I will say good evening here. Now I will say 0. This one condition gets false, but this one gets true, so this complete condition got true. Again, if I say 151, this one condition got true, but this one got false. But since one is getting true, then the complete condition is getting true, yeah. But if both are getting false, the complete condition will get false. So here is a kind of shorthand. Shorthand means that you can do like this. It is not any kind of syntax error. What did I get error? Okay, this is some other error, yeah. I will run this 77. Now it is saying me good evening without any error, because this is not a syntax error. Actually, this is a kind of shorthand. Now I have tried to explain all these things within one single code snippet, like not in, keyword and, keyword equal to all these, k equal to 44. I took a variable and made it to 44. Then I took if k is not in this list, 44 is not present here, so this became true. If k in this list, 44 is present here, so it became true again. If k is equal to 44 and k is greater than 0, which is again true. Both are true, so this complete condition gets true. If k equal to 23, which is false, or k equal to 44, okay, any one needs to be executed to become true, so all these conditions are true in this one. So here at last of this chapter, I have got a question for you people. Write a program to take 6 numbers as input and display the largest one. So I will wait for some time and you guys have to answer this. Make sure to use the shortest method possible. Don't take any long method. So I am waiting for your comment in the comment section. So now guys, I will take 6 numbers as input at first. I will say num1 equal to int of input, because the numbers are actually integers. I will say enter num1. Now I would like to show you guys a feature of VS Code, the cursor feature. I can simply do like this. It is reducing my hard work and efforts a lot. Okay, so now I will say that I will create a list. I will create a list of numbers. Inside this list, I will say num1, num2, num3, num4, num5, num6. And here I will say print max of a list of numbers, a list of numbers and here I will make it to look better. I will add some comma, and here I will add text. I will run this. I will add 44, 55 values, 44, 55, 66, 48, 52, 68. So greatest one is of course 68. Many of you people may have done it like this. You guys may have first found the greater one out of these two, then greater one out of these two, these two, 3 and 4, then greater one out of these two. Then you might have tried to find the greater one out of these two sets. For example, num1 is greater in this one and num3 is greater in this one. Then you might have tried to find num1 and num3. Between num3 and num1 you might have done competition. Then you may have done between num5 and num6. Stop playing T20. This is a very long method. What you can do is you can take a list and find the maximum. Before only I said that use the shortest method possible. I did not say that use the method that is going on in this chapter. I said the use the shortest method possible. See the flashback. Make sure to use the shortest method possible. Don't take any long method. So I am waiting for your comment in the comment section. So now I hope that you have understood that how did this one get solved. So I hope that you have understood actually this complete chapter. All doubts are accepted. So kindly comment on this video if you are having any kind of doubt. Also, if you are liking the video, then you have to appreciate it in the comments. Just comment down something, yeah, to motivate me. Also, make sure to subscribe the channel. Let's meet in the next chapter. Guys, the 7th chapter of this course is all about loops. I will open notes into my Google Chrome. Chapter 7, Loops in Python. Sometimes we need to repeat a set of instructions in our program. For example, we need to print 1 to 100. Then we cannot do like this. This is a very weird and dumb way. We use loops to make this easier. So let me create a new file, and again I will name it as main.py. Here I will do it like this. First, if you want to print till 1 to 10, you can do like this, and then you can go till this. So this is a very weird way. I will select my interpreter, but this will also print my 1 to 10 only here. Let me show you in the output. Here I am getting 1 to 10. But is this method possible? If I want to print from 1 to 1000, will I create 1000 print statements? Of course not. At this time, we will use loops. There are two types of loops, for loop and while loop. The syntax of a while loop looks like this: while and then condition and then the code that is need to be executed. In the previous chapter also, I talked about conditions that return true or false. The same principle is applied here also. If I say that now I will comment out all these lines, here I will say that while 9 equal to 8, which is actually a false statement, actually false condition. I will say print okay. See what it is like. When the condition will be true, when the condition will be true, the code that will be specified under this while loop will again and again get executed again and again. I will run this. It is not saying me anything because this is actually a false statement. But as I make this to 9 equal to 9 and run this, you can see that this is going. I will give it a keyboard interrupt to stop this. So you can see that this will print OK infinite times if I had not given it any kind of keyboard interrupt. Here inside the notes I have also written the code inside while loop will only be executed if the condition is true. The loop terminates once the condition is false. For example, I have done in the notes also, this is a true condition and this is a false condition. Loop will be printed infinite times and loop will not be printed as the condition gets false. Here I have shown you a method to terminate the loop, as you can see here. I took a variable, named it as I, until I is less than 10. Until I is less than 10, but in this case this is true because 0 is actually less than 10. Then what will I do? I will increase I by 1. 0 will become to 1. Then it will print this is good 1. Again, what happens? After executing the code, this again returns to the top and executes and then slowly goes to the bottom of the code. As it will go to the top, the value of I is equal to 1 right now. Then it will increment it by 1 and then it will become 2 and this will get printed. Again this will come top, I will become 3 and so on until it becomes 10. When this will become 10, the condition will get false and the loop will terminate. Here I will say that I will actually now comment out this one. I will say while, before that I need to keep a variable, keep a counter variable. I will say while I is less than 5. Until I is less than 5, I will do something. I can even pass. You know what is pass? Pass is basically used to do nothing. It is used to do nothing in our code. I will run this, you won't see anything happening. Even my code is not stopping. Why? Because I have said that don't do anything and I have even repeated that. If I added pass only once, my code would get stopped. But this is happening infinite times. Here I have created one variable called as I. I will say print I. I will say print I. It is saying 000, it is again and again printing me infinite times. But if I somehow increment I by 1, I continuously increment I by 1, I will run this. You can see that 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So what it is like, this condition is now true. It printed out I. I is now currently 0. Then after this, my I became 1. Now it will print 1 the second time. As I will get this statement to upwards, it is like 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Why? Because this is 0. This became true. It came here. 0 became 1. If you don't know what does I plus equal to 1 mean, I plus equal to 1, this basically means I equal to I plus 1. This basically means this thing only, I equal to I plus 1. Then it became 1, it printed out 1. Then as it became 4, this is true. Then what happened? This incremented 4 by 1 and then it is showing me 5. But actually the thing is like this. 0 and then 1 and then 2 and then 3 and then 4. So now I will again return back to my notes. As soon as the condition becomes false, that is I becomes equal to 10, then this will become false. And 10 is not equal to 10, that's why it became false. The loop stops executing the code. So here I have told you a question to write a program to print first n natural numbers in reverse order. So this is a question, you have to solve it. So I am waiting for your comment.
A few moments later.
I hope you have commented. Now I will show you the solution of that. Here I will say n equal to, I will assign it some value. Anything, I can say 50. First n natural numbers. So I need to print that in reverse order. What I will do is, I will say while. I will use a while loop here. While n is greater than 0. I will say that print n, but now this condition will become continuously true. What I can do is, I can do n equal to n minus 1. I can also write this as n minus equal to 1. These two are same things. I will run this. You guys can see that it is from 50 to 1. According to the question, I wanted to print it in reverse order. If I did not want to do it, I would have done it in some other way. So what happened? I took a variable n and assigned value 50 to it. Now until n is greater than 0. 50 is greater than 0. 50 is greater than 0, which is a true condition. I will say that 50 greater than 0, this thing returns true. This condition is true, so it will come down. It will come into this one code because this is inside the indent level. It will print 50, then the value of 50 will become 49. Let me demonstrate in some multiline comment here. The value of 50 is initially 50, and then after it came here it became 49. Then again it came upwards. The while loop runs like this. It completely executes the code. Again, if this condition is again true, it comes up, it checks the condition, it is true, then again it runs it, and this loop continues. Then after 49 it became 48, then it became 47, and somehow it came to 1. Now if it becomes 0, this condition will get false and my loop will automatically terminate. I hope you understood this thing. Now I would like to tell you about the break keyword. This keyword is used to instruct a loop to stop. This is used to stop a loop. In a loop that is continuously running, I mean this one that will print or do some code or set of instructions in finite times, it is used to stop loop. This is also a way to stop a loop, and this one is also a way to stop a loop. But the difference is, using this way what this does is it makes the condition to false to stop the loop. But this keyword, when you will instruct this program to break my loop, this keyword will break the loop completely. This won't do anything like false or whatever. This will just stop my loop. Here I will demonstrate you in this one example only. This one. I will copy down this, and now I will do it like this, and of course I will comment it because this is producing me a very long output into my terminal. I will now remove this one. Also I will remove this one. Here what I can do is, while 0 is less than, okay, I will now create a new variable called k, and I will make k to 25. There is no problem in creating new variables. While 0 is less than k, 0 is less than 25. 0 less than 25, this condition is true. And I don't want to print my n, yeah, I want to print my k. So what will happen? 25 will again and again get printed because this is true, and there is nothing to break the loop or terminate this. So what I can do is, I can say that k minus equal to 1. This means k equal to k minus 1. In this one example, this previous one example, I had kept my variable first and I had demonstrated you by adding this. But in this example, I will keep my variable at second and print my integer first to demonstrate the purpose of the subtraction. Okay, I want to tell you both of them. That's why I am doing like this. If you are having problem, then you can use this one for now, okay, for now, because you will see problems where you have to use the minus case also. If you are a beginner, then you can use the previous one, the addition one. Without wasting more time, I will simply run this. It is like 25, 24, 23 until 1. What if I want to break the loop in 15 only? I want to break this after 15 only. What I can do is, I will use one if condition just as we saw in the previous chapter. I will say if k equal to 15. When k will be equal to 15, break. I will break this loop. I will run this right now. 24 to 16. When k became 15, it broke. So I also want to print my k. I can do like this. So now 25 to 15. So what happens? K is now 25. I am printing out k again and again. It is now 25. Now my program will see that is k equal to 15. Currently k is equal to 25, so this returns false. So the code inside if will also not be seen. Now it will come to the next line. K equal to k minus 1. K equal to k minus 1. If you are having problem, I can replace this like this only, because if you are a beginner, then you will have problem. K equal to k minus 1. Then my 25 will become 24. Again it will come here. 24, it will print my 24. Then it will again check this will again become false, then it will again become 23. This will run continuously like a loop. And now k's value is equal to 17. It became to 16. Now again it came to 16. It printed out my 16. And now it will say that is k equal to 15, is 16 equal to 15, which is now false. It broke my loop. So now 16 minus 1, 15. Now just as it will become 15, it won't break my loop. It will first print 15 and then it will see my if condition. If I brought it to upwards, then see what happens. It is like 16 only because it became 15. Now it came here and the loop will break, but I want to print 15. That's why I printed out this. Then my 15 equal to 15, that returns true. Now I would like to tell you continue keyword. This helps you to skip the current instruction. Better, I will say, I will now actually create a new loop here. I will say while 0 is less than k. While 0 is less than k, I will say k equal to k minus 1, and before that I will print k. Now you all know that what will happen. 25, 24, 23, and it will come till 1. If k equal to 15, then I want to continue. Means I want to skip my 15. I will run this. Something has happened here. Guys, the flow of code matters really because I have done some mistake in the previous one. So what it is like, until k is less than 25, what you can do is you can decrease k by 1. Okay, I will decrease k by 1. 25 became 24. Now if k equal to 15, continue. What will happen? It will check if 25 is equal to 15. It is false, then this won't skip 15, then it will come to and it will print 24. This loop will again and again get executed and it will come to 17. It will become 16 here. This will become false. It will print 16. Then it will become 15. At this point it will become 15. This condition will become true, then my 15 will be not printed. It won't be displayed because continue keyword is used to skip the current instruction. So it won't print k also. Guys, I think I have made this more complicated by doing this as subtraction. I must have done it with addition, so no problems. I can show it to you using addition also. There is not any kind of problem here. I can add a multi-line comment to close this. I will say while k is greater than 0, and before that I will say while k is less than 20, and now I will make my k to 0. You will say what is it? You have created a k here, I have created a k here. You can do it like this, okay? There is no problem here. K equal to 0 while k is less than 20. I will say that k equal to k plus 1. 0 will become equal to 1. Then I will say if k equal to 15, continue. I will say print k. K is 0, then it became 1. This became false, then this printed out, then this loop was getting executed again and again. K became 14, it came here, it became 15. This condition got true, so it skipped off my 15 value. You guys see that 15 is not here, 14 is also here, 16 is also here. Now I will tell you the pass keyword. This instructs a program to do nothing. Just as I told you here, I demonstrated my pass keyword somewhere. I had told you in the infinite loop when I was showing to you. Instructs a program to do nothing. I will say that if 9 is greater than 8, pass. I will run this. It won't do anything. I can also create a function like this. Def func name params, and this I will pass. I will say that I will do this in some other day. So this is like this. If I say that while true pass, see this while true pass, this is not even stopping my program. I will say while true pass, this will not even let me exit my REPL. I will run this. You see that my program is not even stopping. I need to give it a keyboard interrupt. So hope you understood the pass. Now this is a new type of loop, for loop. For loops can be used in lists, tuples, sets, etc. Li equal to this contains three elements, Python 10 and true. For I in li print I. So let me show this to you. I will now comment out my while loops because these things produce a very long output. I will actually comment out my print statements. Now I will say for loop, and now I will say that for p in, I will create a list here. I will provide it one sequence. Here I will say that Amazon, other element can be Flipkart, other one can be Walmart. Okay, I have taken three online shopping websites. Here I will say print p. I will run this code here, and why nothing is happening here? Because I have not commented out my this one while to pass. I will comment out and run this. It is like Amazon, Flipkart and Walmart. Why is it so? What this thing does is my P will first become to Amazon, then it will become to Flipkart, then it will become Walmart. If there were more values, it will become like that one by one. Here I will say print P, then it will first become Amazon. The for loop is like there is one variable here, then there is one sequence, and this variable in this sequence, then this thing will again and again continue. This p thing, what is this? This is actually Amazon, Flipkart and Walmart. Since it is having no more values in this list, it won't become any other value. I can even take this to some other lists. For example, I will say shopping equal to this list. For p in shopping, I will not make it to p. I will say company in shopping. I will run this right now. It is saying me Amazon, Flipkart and Walmart, just as we saw before also. Now I will tell you the range function. This is used to generate a sequence of numbers. This will do the same thing as we done with the help of while loops of printing numbers. Okay, range function, two parameters, starting integer and stop integer. Here I will say that it also works with for loops. It does not work with a while loop, or you can create a list with range function. I will say for, and then what you can do is the syntax is like this. Range function, what I can do is I can simply create a list. I will say numbers equal to, and here I will say range, and here I will say start index. The start index, starting integer actually, I will say 0. You won't understand what I am doing right now, but wait for some time. I will need to add stop index. I will say print numbers, and I also need to make it to list. I need to typecast this to list actually. I will run this. You guys see that 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 until 99. There are all numbers. It has not skipped any of them. What happened? It started from 0. And the second number that we will add, that won't be counted. That actually won't be counted. The number before that number, that will be counted. So it is coming till 99. But if I make it to 101, 0 to 100 is right now here. Start index is by default 0. Last number is actually not included. This is very much important. This is not included. Range of 0 to 101, this will specify me all value till 100. What if I make this to 100 and I make this to 500? I am creating a really long list. You guys see that the start index will be included. The start number will be included, that is 100. But the 500 is not here. 499 is only here. If I want to do till 500, I will need to add 501. If I do like this, for num in numbers, I will say print num, and then now I will run this. You guys see that this is a very long output. Starting from 0, ending at 499. Very long output actually. I will comment out my this one because this is creating a very long output. I will say past. I described you about past statement before also. Now I will tell you about for loop with else. The else is executed only if the loop completes its process. I can do one thing here, that I will first remove these two lines, even this one. I will say if num equal to 300, break this loop. The break keyword also works with my for loop. I have not printed out anything, okay. Print num, I will run this. You guys see that it is only coming till 299, because when this became 300 it stopped. Now it will come till 300. Now you guys see that it is still 300. It broke my loop. It did not print till 499. This keyword also works with my for loop. So why did I say this to you? I need to demonstrate my else with for loop to you, that's why. This I will add one else here. Else print completed. I will comment out these two. I will first also clear my this output here. I will run this. It is coming till 499, then it is coming completed. You guys may think that why did I add one else here? If I had done this like this, I must have done like this. Then also I will get the same output just as I was getting before. Now see one thing. If I now uncomment these two lines and run this, it is coming to 300, but there is no else. There is no completed printed out. Why? Because this else will, if the loop breaks, else won't be executed. Here there is one more thing called step size. So let me show my this step size to you. I will remove, actually comment out this line. 100, 500. I will say 2, and then here I will say numbers. I will run this. Okay, this is actually data. This is 100, 102, 104, 106, 108 until 498. If I make this to 501, it will come 500 also. What is this? It is 100, then it will jump 2 steps and it will come to 102. Again it jumps 2 steps, 104, until it comes to 498. Again it jumps 2 steps and it comes to 500, and then there is no more value, so it stops there. So this is called step size in for loop. So hope you understood this chapter. Let's meet in the next chapter. Guys, now let us move on to chapter 8 of this course. Chapter 8 is all about functions in Python. I will open the notes into my Google Chrome. You will get these notes in the link provided in the description, so you have to just download the notes. What are functions? A function is a code written by someone which can be used in the code. This helps in the reusability of the code. So let me show into my program. I will create a new file and name it as main.py. I have selected my interpreter, and now I will create a short code. What that code does is it takes one number as input n equal to int of input, and then what it does is it prints the numbers n plus 2. It returns n plus 2. It prints out actually n plus 2. If I add 2, it will return me 4. If I add 3, it will say me 5, like this. If this is a very large code, just suppose that this is a very important and large code, what will happen? I cannot use the same thing again and again. In my long code that will contain thousands of lines of code, I cannot do the same thing again and again. For example, I need to do a while loop to simply just print out 0 to 100. Then this takes 2 to 3 lines of code. Then what can I do to just use it in one single go? I need not have to use the same thing again and again. Let me show you what I am trying to explain you, because I know that you are not understanding what I am telling. So now I am just simply trying to describe you this thing, that if this is a very important function, if suppose this is a very important function and this has many other lines of code, this is just to resemble my important function. I am working on some project. Will I do the same thing again and again? Of course not. I will wrap this complete thing into my one function. We are actually already using functions like the print statement. You guys see that? This print statement. Do I have to define all these things again and again while just for simply printing something? Of course not. I simply write print hello world. Why I can do this? Because there is one function that has been said that do this when the user does this. It already has some code inside this. I need not have to define it again and again. So I can create new functions, you can create new functions, everyone can create a new function by themselves. Two types of functions are user defined functions that we create yourself and built-in function. Example, print statement, range function, or len function. This is the syntax to create a function. We use the keyword def and then we take the function name and we do the parameters inside that. One feature of VS Code, let me show you. If you have created one code that is important and you need to wrap it inside a function, you need to select it and you will get this bulb or kind of icon. I will click this extract method. You see that a complete function is now created. Now you won't understand this, so I can simply comment out these lines. I will say def. This keyword is used to create a function. I need to take my function name here. What my function does is it takes two numbers from me and then what it does, it returns the product. This function. First let me show you the simplest thing. Def product, and inside that I will say a equal to int of input, enter a, and I will create one more integer variable input called b. Now what it will do, it will say print product is, and here I will say that a multiplied by b. Now I will run this. Nothing happened. You know why? Because I have just created one function. I have not used it right now. You guys see that when I use this extract method of VS Code, this thing came. What is this? I don't know. Okay, suppose I don't know. I will do the same thing which was done here. I will write here product. I will run this. It is saying me enter A. I will say 3 and I will say 4 as B. The product is 12. What does this mean? This means that this thing, this is used to execute my function. This thing is basically used to execute my function. Without this line, my function inside my code was not getting executed, but now it is completely getting executed. You may even create more functions, like I can say division, and the quotient is a divided by b. I will run this again as division also. I will run this. First it is saying me enter number A, number B, now product is 12. Now again it is saying me enter number A, this one is for division. 6 and 2, it is saying me 3.0. I can comment out this one because only if I need my division function, I will say 5 and 6, it is returning me this value. I think I must take some fair value like this, so I can say quotient is 1.2. So what we conclude, this thing is used to execute our function. We can wrap up large code inside a function. On using the function, the code inside it will get executed. Use your function like this. You just need to use call this function. Okay, this is called function call. This thing is basically called a function call. For example, I have created a function with my func name. Print the code in function, though this one will print out this thing. Now I will describe you a function with a parameter. Just as we do in our print statement, a function is used inside a function. You see, print is a function used inside my division function or product function. So you guys see that inside this print function we are adding some values here. We are actually adding some values here. But if I say some value inside the division function, suppose I need to divide 6 and 2, and now it is saying me error. Take 0 positional arguments but 2 were given. When I added something inside this, it did not say me an error. But why it is saying me error right now? That is because this function does not take any parameters right now. It does not take any parameters. What I can do is I will remove this line. You will say, why are you removing these lines? If required, we can create those lines again. But I want to describe you about parameters. I will say a comma b. I mean the two numbers a and b. I will say print the quotient is, I will say a divided by b. You will say, why did you do this? But before that, I will add two parameters here, 6 and 2. I will now run this. It is now saying me 3.0. Why is it so? It took me two parameters a and b. Now the value of a became equal to 6, value of b became equal to 2. So the 6 divided by 2 is 3, it is returning me 3. Here you guys can see that I have shown function with parameter in notes also. If I try to add some other parameter like 5, it is saying me that what happened, why are you taking one more parameter inside this? If you want to take parameter, I can do like this. I can take one third positional argument. But I don't want, I only want my division function. Then this thing will produce me error that we don't know what is this. Why have you inserted this bit in between? So I have taken here two parameters a and b. The same way I need to take here two parameters a and b. I can even change these values. There is no problem here. 12 and 6. The quotient is 2.0. So how is it working actually? So the 12 comes inside a, 6 comes inside b, and then a divided by b, that returns me 2.0. And what is my a divided by b? A divided by b means 12 divided by 6. 12 divided by 6 means 2.0. It works like this. If I want to take some string like 12 as string within double quotes, it will produce me some error that unsupported operand types for str and int, because you cannot divide a string by integer. You need to divide integer by integer. Now I can do something like this. I can wrap my division function inside one variable, n equal to division. Inside this I will say 9 and 3. I know this will return me 3.0. It is very good. This will simply print out 3.0. The value 3.0 will be stored into my n variable. I will run this. It is saying me quotient is 3.0. What is this none? Why it is saying me none? Because if we put some value inside a variable, because if we take some function inside a variable, then again if we are trying to print that function, that code actually returns none. That code returns none. Return statement, here I have told that we get this because code returns none. So I want my code to return something. Hear me out. Print and return are two different things. Print is the function and return is a different thing, completely different thing. Return hello means, this means that my code will return something. If you have done C programming, we need to add return 0 at the end of the line, but in Python we don't have to do this. So it is like we have to return something. So in our division function, what I can do, I can take this. What I will do is I will say return and then this. Now I can run this. The quotient is 3.0. You see that brackets are also here, let it be. I can do like this, then I don't think brackets will come. Let me confirm. You see that brackets are not here. You guys see that before it was saying me that 2.0, the quotient is 2.0 in this case. But 2.0 is not printed now. I printed my n, then only it is coming like 3.0. Before also I told that return and print are two different things. That's why this is the main reason. This function returns a by b and this function prints. Now we are dealing with division function. In this one line, the code has returned a by b. But in this line, the return code is also printed out. That's why we can see this, else we won't see this. Now I will say about docstring. Docstring is basically a line in our function that describes my function. I will say that within 3 double quotes we need to insert a docstring. I will say this function returns the division of two numbers. What it will happen now is, if this is a very long code, my user wants to know that what this function actually does. If the my user does not know, what he will do is, either he will see my docstring, or that user can do like this. That user will do print division dot underscore underscore doc underscore underscore. Guys, I am actually crazy. I don't know what has happened with me. I am taking my this docstring to here. I have gone crazy. Here I can see that this is printed out right now. I wanted to print out my docstring, so this came here. Function with default parameter. If I want some value inside a function to be something by default, what I can do is, I can say here, I will say a equal to 12. Even if I now remove this code, remove this 3 characters actually. Okay guys, we need to take the thing that we need to keep it default at the corner extreme right. Okay, so I was doing that with 12. No, it is not like that. So here b is by default 6. If I don't provide any value in b, it will take 6. Here I can take the value of a. Here you see the value of a as 12. I won't insert the value of 6, still I will get 2.0 because the value is by default 6. But I can even take some other value. It is not in kind of problem. It is returning me 6.0. This is used in case you don't keep any value, then the program has to exit. So what can be done is, some default value can be provided here. Inside my code, I have created a cube function in which n is equal to 2 by default. Guys, now I would like to talk about recursion. Recursion is basically made for solving problems that can be broken into smaller and repetitive problems. For example, I create one iterative code of n into n plus 1. Even code are of two types, iterative and recursive. This is iterative codes using loops and conditions and all. So this is a function. Name of function is sum. I will create this function basically into my code. I will say def. Inside this, I will say sum. I will provide n, and then what is done into my notes. The sum is by default set equal to 0. For I in range of n, for example, I provide 5 in place of n, then for I in range of 5. If I provide range, the first parameter is by default 0, so if I don't specify anything, it will take 0. Sum equal to sum plus I plus 1. So I is now currently 0. So 0 plus 1 will be sum. Sum equal to 0 plus 1, that is 1. Then again this will return here. Again sum will be equal to 1 plus 2, and then again 3 plus 1, and then so on. So let me show you, else you won't understand this. I will say that sum the sum will be by default 0, then it will get modified. I will say for I in range of n, and the n is equal to this one. This thing is a variable n, basically a parameter inside this function, and I take this only here. This n is now here. I will say sum equal to sum plus I plus 1. I will print my sum, and now let me show you here first. I will just sum till 5. Then what will happen is, let me show you. I will run this code, and now it is saying me 15. What happens is, here what this function does is, it says that 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5, that is equal to 15. Now what happened here? I provided 5 here. So sum will be now by default 0. For I in range of 5, so sum equal to 0 plus 0 plus 1. So sum will be now 1. again it will come back here. I will be equal to 2. Again 2 will come in place of I. Even I can do it like this, the thing will be same. I equal to I plus 1. And now if I now say sum equal to sum plus I, and now if I run this, it will say me the same output 15. This thing and this thing are the same. Okay, I increment I by 1. Initially the I is right now 0, and then 0 becomes 0 plus 1 equal to 1. So sum equal to sum plus 1, first it happens. Then what happens, it will be then 1. The value of I will be first 0, then 1. The I 1 equal to 1 plus 1 2, then 3, then slowly it will come till 5 here. So it somehow works like that. Sum equal to sum plus I, and the value of sum will also get increased along with the value of I. So somehow it is like 15. If I add some other number here like 6, then what will happen, it will say me 21. Here you can see it is saying me 21. And what was this thing? I don't know. So now functions are of two types, iterative and recursive. Recursion is a function inside itself. Now I would like to show you the recursive function. I will say def sum underscore recursive. Now we will create a recursive function of doing the same this one thing. Here again I will provide it one parameter called n. I will now say that return. I have told you what return does. It returns some specific value. What I can say is return n plus some underscore recursive n minus 1. Can I say this thing? Can I say this thing like that? Like this. See, I would like to show you something using example. Here there is 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. Okay. Can I say it like 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5? Of course, I can definitely say it. So this is the same thing which I am doing here. If I need some recursive till 5, then what can I do? I can say 5 plus some recursive of 4. There is no problem there. Now I will say that some underscore recursive of 5. Now I will run this. You guys see that here it is saying me maximum recursion depth exceeded. Previous line repeated 996 more times. So what it happens, the function, this thing, when we do like this, the sum recursive function keeps going inside this. There is a function called sum recursive. The same function calls itself inside it. Again, when it will call this thing will again get called. When it will get called, this thing will keep going inside itself. This will keep going inside itself. So this is maximum recursion depth exceeded error. So how can we get some value? Here I will explain you what is this. First let me show you. If n equal to 0, return 0. I will run this now. It will say me 6.0. Now I will run this right now. It is saying 6.0 because this is some previous output. I remember this is this. Now I will run this. Okay, it is not saying me anything because it has return value of n plus sum of recursive n minus 1. I want to print my value. Okay, I will do this. It is saying me 15 here. How recursion works actually, you must understand this. Sum recursive of 3. As I have shown 3 into my notes, I will say here 3 only. I will run this. It is saying me 6. Sum underscore recursive of 3. This means 3 plus sum underscore recursive of 2. Okay, this is okay. Then what will happen? This thing, this much statement, sum underscore recursive of 2. What is this? This is 2 plus sum underscore recursive of 1. Now sum underscore recursive of 1, what it is? Then it is 1 plus sum underscore recursive of 0. And here we have provided that sum underscore recursive of 0 is actually equal to 0. So now what it is like, sum underscore recursive of 3, I will show you with 5 here how it works. Sum underscore recursive of 5, what it is like, it is like 5 plus sum underscore recursive of 4. Okay, now what it is like, sum 5 plus 4 plus sum underscore recursive of 3. Now what it is like 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus sum underscore recursive of 2. Now what it is like, 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus sum underscore of recursive of 1. Now what it is like, 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1 plus sum underscore recursive of 0. And now what it is like, we provide some underscore recursive value of 0 to be 0 here. We do it like this. So this is value equal to 15. Hope you understand this. 5 and 4 and 3, 2, 1, 0, this is basically equal to n. When n will become 0, it means when it will come in this point, return 0. So as it knows that sum underscore recursive of 0 equal to 0, it returns 0. Then again inside this it returns this value. Inside here it says 0, it becomes 1. This complete statement becomes 1. This complete statement again 1 comes here, then again 3 comes here, that is 1 plus 2, and again it happens like that. Just the values come here. When program gets to know that sum underscore recursive 0 is 0, the loop is initiated in reverse. Now I would like to tell you about some naming conventions. Pascal case, camel case, snake case are some mostly used naming convention. Pascal case means all the words will be joined together but the first letter of them will be capital. This is basically used in object oriented programming, that is classes we will see further. Camel key is used in variables or functions. Like this, the first letter is in lowercase and further the new words first letter are in uppercase. Snake case used in naming files. The words are separated by underscore. So hope you understood this complete chapter. Make sure to download the notes. So let's meet in the next chapter. Guys, the ninth chapter is all about file IO in Python. I will open the notes into my Google Chrome. We use files to store data. Files get stored in our SSD or HDD so that we can use them. Suppose you are developing some game or some project. The files, the code that you create, you store it in some folder and that folder is basically stored into your hard disk. That hard disk can be SSD or HDD. HDDs are not used nowadays much, but SSD are very much popular. There are two types of files, binary files and text files. Text files are basically the files that contain characters and those can be opened in Notepad, whereas binary files are the files that cannot be opened in Notepad. Tell me, can you open one JPG file into your Notepad? That is basically not possible. Can you open this PDF file into Notepad? That is not possible. If I try to open this, my computer will get hanged. You guys see that it is not coming. It will soon say that not responding. You guys see, no, it is not responding. So what can I do? I can simply end the task of my Notepad. So I have ended my task of Notepad, so it has got closed and my computer is not frozen right now. If you open any movie in a video player, it will read the movie and display it. Video players are made specifically to read such files. Video players or PDF viewers or image viewers, these applications or softwares are basically used to read binary files. But applications like Notepad, these are not used to read binary files. These are not programmed to read binary files. These will read only text files like txt file or HTML file. Those can be opened in Notepad or any other type of text editor. On opening the same movie in Notepad, computer gets hanged or frozen because the software can't read binary files, just as I show you a few minutes ago. To open a text file, we have open function. This is basically a built-in function of Python. Generally, we pass two parameters, file name and mode. Here I will create a new file and name it as main.py. Also, I will work on a file called file.txt, and so I can also create that file. Inside the file.txt, I will put some information. I will now return back to my main.py file. I will use my open function. I will say f equal to open, and here we need to specify our file name. File name I will say file.txt, and the mode I will say R. So this mode is basically read mode that is used to read a file like this. The file.txt is the file name. What you can do, you can either do simply file.txt only if the file is present into your current directory. If I have this file into some other directory, for example, I have created a directory here, new folder, and inside that I copy paste this file, I bring it here, I move this file here, and now if I run this, it will produce me error, file not found. So what can I do? I can do like this. I will hold my shift and then I will right click on this. Then I will say copy as path. I will say this, and even I will put one R here. This is basically to read the data like this only. Either what I can do, I can either put R or I can change my single backslashes to double backslashes, because my Python will think that these are special characters. Using R, my Python won't take any kind of special characters inside. Now as I run this, it is not seeing me any error. Now here I have created a file pointer. This open function, what basically does is it basically stores the information present in my this new folder. This one. Here I will say f.read. This function is used to read the information present in my file, and also I need to close this file. Once a file is opened, you need to close this. This is the rule. This is used to close and this is used to read the complete file. I will run this, and it is not coming like that because I have not basically printed out it. Either I can put a cover of print around it, or I can create a new variable and do like this. There is no problem. Here you see the content inside that file is here. This is information in this file. This information is not useful. After opening the file, we do operations with the file, like we can read that file, we can write on that file. Python can do both reading and writing on a file. It can also append and it can do anything with the file. File encoding in Windows or Linux is by default set equal to UTF-8. Modes of opening a file. So here are some modes to open a file. R opens a file only to read. It is made only specifically to read a file. Here I have provided R. I would like to tell you one thing. If I not put R, what will happen? By default, the parameter is set equal to R. Here, let me show you. Here I may get that, I don't know. Okay, I did not get that, but let's just leave it. If I run this, the mode is by default set equal to read mode. This is W opens a file for changing by overwriting original file. New file gets created if there is no file. Here I can use my write mode. If I say here write mode W, then what will happen? This function will not work right there. For writing in file, there is a function called f.write, and here I will say that I will basically write the information that I want to write. This is replaced information here. This function basically replaces my complete file. I will now remove this. I will even open this parallelly. Now just as I run this thing, you guys see this is replaced information here. This function, this write function is basically used to write in a file the information that you will write that will be there. Here what I can do is I can create a variable called name. I can say input, enter your name, and here what I can do is I can basically use f strings, f dot write hello, and here I can say name. Now as I run this piece of code, it is saying me enter your name. Now I will now say like this, it is saying me like that. If I change my name to something else, I say it Peter, it will say like this. I will say John, but you guys see that just as I run this file, this thing completely gets cleared at first. This is the main thing. Just as it will complete this line, this thing will get automatically cleared off. I will say Johnny. Hello Johnny. Here I will basically comment out this, and just as I run this, you guys see just as it runs this much, the complete file gets cleared. I will again do it like this. Enter your name. I will say that my name is like this, so I will do like this. Opens a file to append in it. New file gets generated if it is not present. Here if I remove this file, if I basically remove this file.txt, what will happen then? It is saying enter your name, but before that this file is automatically generated. I can say anything, my name is this. It is saying me hello with this name here. If I do something that in read mode, if file is not present, I will say data equal to f.read. If I run this, file not found error, this thing produces error, but the other functions automatically create a file if file is not present there. Now I shall show you append. Opens a file to append it. New file gets created if new file is not present. I will come here, and here I will make this R to, I will make this to A. Here I have shown you the methods appending a file. There is no particular function for append. F.write can be used to append. Just the mode is changed there. F.write, and here if I say thank you, here I will say thank you. I will now come here, and I can even comment out this. I will run this, and you guys see that if directory is not present, it produces error. I only wanted to show this to you. I will say here new folder, and directory was not present, that's why I got error previously. Now it is saying me thank you. Again if I run this, thank you. I can add one backslash n after thank you. Thank you is coming 4 times. I can do this modification. This is very much simple. I can even create a for loop for I in range of 10. 10 not, I will take 11. F.write thank you, and then here I will say I will say here f string, and I will add one backslash n, and I will first clear off my complete file. Then I will do is, it is saying thank you 0, thank you 1, thank you 2, thank you 3, thank you 4, thank you 5, until it is coming till 10. What if I want to write this? I want to replace of all these things. I don't want to append. I will make this mode to W. It is saying me like thank you 0, thank you 1, thank you 2, and what problem has it got here? I must bring it here, and now my complete file will get replaced. It will first clear off you, then this is like thank you 0, thank you 1 until thank you 10. So again I will change my mode to something else, because I want to describe you one other mode. R plus opens a file for both reading as well as writing. R plus, you can do both reading as well as writing in this. I can do like this, data equal to f.read and print data. Even I can write my own data. Here the data is coming up here, so it is like this. Now if in between I change this data, I will make this to something else. I will make this to good morning, and again these things I am not modifying right now. You guys see that it is still 10 and again it has came because it was appended here. I only want these things once. Here I will write good morning. I will run this now. It is saying me thank you 0, thank you 1 until thank you 10. Currently the data is like this: thank you 0, thank you 1, thank you 2. But now I will change this data. This data is actually changed right now. You guys see that this is like good morning, good morning, good morning. I don't know how many times it wants to wish me good morning, but again it is saying me good morning. So this is like this. It has written this information here, but at this time it appends. This time it appended the data, I guess. There is something, I don't know, there is some problem or what. I don't know. Okay, it is now correct. It is like good morning, and it is coming up beautifully. Also remember that for reading you have to use R mode, for writing you have to use this, and for appending into a file you need to do this append mode, and this is for both. Sample program f.read, reading the file, so this prints the content and this closes the file. This is important to close the file because you open the file then you have to close it too. Writing a file, you can simply write like this function appending in a file. This does not replace the content, instead adds content to the end. Some more functions like f.mode, f.name, f.close, f.tell, f.seek. But before that I would like to tell you to these reading functions. Here if I first comment out all these lines, I will make this to R f.read, and here I will say 10, 10, and if I run this it will only say me the first 10 characters. I will make it to 20. It will only say me the first 20 characters, but now I would like to make it to some paragraph. I will grab some paragraph from the internet. I can copy any of the paragraphs inside any blog. I can copy anyone. I can click anyone. I can use this. Here I can copy any paragraph from between. I can copy this one. I can copy a little bit part of this, and now I will simply paste it here. I will now say f.read. This will read my complete paragraph. Though I have not copied my complete paragraph, but something is missing. So guys, I have basically corrected the double quotes and single quotes using this one. There were some different kinds of double quotes and single quotes. Now as I run this, it is coming my little bit part of paragraph. I will say f.read 10. It will read my first 10 characters here. According, I can read 20 first characters. According to Michael, it is coming like that. F.readline, read first line of the file. Here I can say print f.readline, and this readline does not take any parameter. This is coming in the complete line, but if I make it to this, and now again if I run this, it is only coming like according to Michael F. Gorman, Professor of Operations, because this thing is a new line here. The management is coming from a new line in there. That's why f.readlines returns a list of lines present into that file. I can do like this, and here I will say read lines. It is like according to Michael F. Gorman, Professor of Operations and Management to Decision Science at the University of Dayton. So all the things are coming one by one into my this one list. Some more functions: f.open testing.txt. I have created a file in this with testing.txt. Print f.mode tells mode in which file is opened. In this case, this will be by default R because any parameter is not specified. Here I will say print f.mode, It will also return me R, but if I make it to R plus, it will say R plus. There is no problem in there. If I make it to some other mode, it is saying me invalid mode. There is no mode like that. My Python is not so much dumb that it will only just simply print out the parameter. It checks that is this mode possible. F.name tells the file name, so I can say print f.name. Just as I run this, it is saying me this is my file name. Basically this thing is basically coming out there. F.closed returns true if a file is closed. If this thing has happened, it will return true, else false. I will say print f.closed. It will now return me false, but as I bring it completely down, it will return me true because it will be closed. Then yeah, I will comment out this thing. Print f.tell tells the location of the file pointer. So again I have to do my read function active. 15 I will make it print f dot. I will also print what is my 15th character according to mi. So my pointer is currently here where my cursor is blinking. F.seek to 3 change the location of file pointer to third character. So if I make it to F.seek and I make it to 30, and here if I say print f.read, and here again I want to read my 16 characters, and again if I comment out this, and it is coming like that. Why? This happens because currently my file pointer is at 30th character. This is my 30th character. So now basically 30th index. So now what will happen? It will read more 16 characters. So now it came to Professor of O, and this is 16 characters from here. I would now like to tell about with block. This basically is used if you don't want to do any kind of closing into your file. This is not used. The thing that we did since a very long time, this is not at all used. With block is used in modern era. I will say with open, and here again I will specify my file. Name my file pointer as f. Also I need to specify my mode. This is the most important thing. I will say f.read, and I also need to print my f.read. Just as I run this piece of code, it will there is some problem here. Now I won't get any error. It is completely the thing that we copied from that blog into our file. No need to close, file gets closed automatically with a with block. That's why this is used very much, because developers are very much concerned with their time. The people never want to waste their time, yeah, that's why. So I have told here one thing to try out. Create a custom module.py file inside another main.py file. You can import this module just as we do normally. Let me show you that also. Just as we import modules like CV2, we import modules like NumPy as NP. CV2 is a module that is used for image processing. NumPy is little bit used in image processing, and it is mostly used in basically operations on arrays. Okay, if you want to use NumPy in image processing, this is basically used for generating a blank image if you want to do something on blank image. So now I will say that I will basically run this. It is taking some time because these two are little bit heavy modules. Here what I can do is I can create custom module. I can only create custom.py. This is a module. I will say import custom. You guys see that I have got a suggestion on here. As I run this, you guys see here. Keep an eye here, one PyCache folder got auto generated. So this package folder got generated because this thing happened in our current working directory. So now I can even create one variable like num equal to 34, num2 equal to 43, sum equal to num plus num2. I can even access the data of the other file into this program. Like I will say print sum. You guys see there is no code here. All these are just comments. It is first saying me built-in function sum. Actually, I need to do it like custom.sum because I am importing the variable from the other file. Custom.sum, this is basically 77 because 34 plus 43 is 77. Again, if I want to do something like print this is custom.py, I will run this. It is printing out this is custom.py, though we print it out in this file. When we import some file, the file gets executed and after that it gets imported. That's why it printed out my this is custom.py print statement also. Here we see an observance that PyCatch folder is auto generated. We can now use all the functions, variables, classes in our code. We will see about object oriented programming in our next chapter. We will meet classes there. If I create a function called def, what this function does is this function basically multiplies a specific number by 2. I will say func, I will say I will say return I multiplied by 2. Here, what will I write? I will say custom.func or I will say func. Tell me. If your answer is I will only write like func of this, you are totally wrong. If your answer is custom.func, this is true. Because since this function is getting imported from the other file, then you also need to add the module name. So this will not print anything right now because first we need to print it because it is currently present in the return value of my function. It is saying me 4 because in this file it returns I multiplied by 2. Now I have provided you guys a quiz. Write a program to display the multiplication table of 8 using both while loop and for loop. So this is your task. You have to do this. Make sure to comment the solution of that. I will wait for your comment. I hope that you guys have commented out the solution. Now I will solve it first, but before watching the solution, try yourself. This is very much important. You first have to try yourself. First try to solve it, then comment down in this video. I will also feel good that yes, you guys are trying something. Write a program to display the multiplication table of 8 using both while loop and for loop. I will create a counter variable called I equal to 0. You guys know what I will do now. While I is less than 10, I equal to I plus 1, print 8 multiplied by I. You guys see that the table of I 8 is completely here. To make this look more fair, I can use f strings f and here I will say 8 8 multiplied by I equal to this 8 multiplied by 1 equal to 2 and it is coming to 8 multiplied by 10 equal to 80. You guys know what happened. I is basically now less than 10, which is actually a true condition. So it is incrementing I by 1 and then it has returned me the table. Also I can do this using for loop. I can say print for loop. I will say for I in range. Okay, this time I will make it to k, not I. 10. I will say print f of 8 into k equal to 8 into k. I will run this. I am not getting because I have to increment I by 1. I equal to I plus 1.
A few moments later.
The main problem that I have created is I have made it to I, not K. Now I will definitely get my desired output like that using for loop, and this one was using while loop. So questions are totally solved. Hope you have understood the concepts used in this. Hope you have also understood this thing, the importing the module. Let's meet into the next chapter, that is object oriented programming. Guys, now I would like to talk about chapter 10, that is object oriented programming in Python. This is a very much important chapter. I don't want you guys to get distracted from this chapter because this is the one of the most important concepts in programming. Chapter 10, object oriented programming. Object oriented programming focuses on the reusability of the code. Just like our code is reusable in functions, in object oriented programming also our code is reusable. Class. What is class? A class is a blueprint or a layout for creating objects. Now what is object? I will create a new file called main.py, and here I will increase my font size. It is discovering my Python interpreters. I will select my interpreter to Python 3.10.4. Now I would like to show you some objects, like one object is n equal to int of this, and if I open this, it is saying me class int. Class int means this is the object. Class int means this is a class. Object oriented programming is used in it. Even I can say n equal to list of something, and now if I open this, again this thing is also class. Here it has got some parameters, but ignore these. See that this is a class. A class is basically a blueprint for creating objects. I can simply comment out all these things for now. I can simply create a class like this, class, and then you need to specify the class name. What class do I put? I have my wristwatch in front of me, so I will say, I will write here watch. I will now press my colon and then I will come to next line. Inside the class there are mainly two things, that are attributes, and the second thing is functions. Functions of the class and attributes of the class. I will come back to my notes. Object. An object is an occurrence of class. Here I can say pass because pass is basically used to keep the code inside it blank. I will work on it later. Class watch, so I can even make one object out of this class. I understand that these things are a bit confusing. Just like we created one n that is object of this class int. I can say n is object of class int. Even here S is object of class list. These two are basically objects of some class. So this is how an class is created. I can create one object out of this. I will create an object with the name my watch. And here I will say watch. And I need to put brackets. I will say print type of my watch. I will run this now. It is providing me class main.watch. This is the thing. My watch, this one thing is object, and this is a class. Objects are created out of a class, just like any kind of car is created. Then what happens? The one model of the car is circulated all over. It is the same thing. When you buy a car, you buy object of the class. The thing that you purchase will be object, and the car that is originally made into the company, the design, the marketing, everything will be the class. Now what are attributes? Attributes are basically the variables of the class. I will return to my notes here. Object of any class uses the methods of that class. All attributes and methods will be used of the class in the object. Here this my watch will use all attributes as well as function of watch class. This object will use all the functions and attribute of this class. The syntax of creating a class is like this. Attributes are basically variables of the class. Now what can be attributes of a watch? It can be waterproof equal to true or false. Waterproof equal to, I will say true, because my watch is waterproof. Now I will comment out this and I will write print my watch dot waterproof. Even I will write print watch dot waterproof. I mean the class. I can run this now. It is saying me true and true because my watch contains attribute waterproof that is already set to true, and my watch object, this takes the attributes of this class, so it also became true. For example, if you are having someone else notebook, and if you have taken a notebook for copying the work, that person has done some mistakes into that work, you will also copy that. If you just copy blindly, you will also do that mistakes. It is the same thing here. Here I have created one class boat tail. Boat tail is a car of Rolls Royce. The price is $28 million. That is an attribute of this class, and that car is from Rolls Royce. So I have made one object called Elon, and it has the class boat tail. Basically, I have tried to sum up the notes like a story, like Elon Musk buys boat tail car. I don't know does he own Rolls Royce, but just for the sake of making the classes or making the story, I have done like that. So Elon dot owner, so Elon Musk. So what can I do here? Class watch, I can even add more attributes. I will write company. Let the company be Titan. I can say print watch dot company. I can run this now. True is for this one output, Titan is for this one output. I will uncomment this. It is again saying me true. If I make this to company, it is saying me Titan again because this object is derived from this class. Whatever changes I will do into this class will be reflected on this object until I make some value hard code in this. I can comment this for now. You just understand that if you don't hardcore any other value with some object, that value will have the attributes of the class into that object. I will return back to my notes. Here there are parameters like price and company. Here Elon.owner, Elon Musk, so new attribute of this instance. This is one instance object. I have created one new attribute of this instance object. The attribute that I will create for this object won't be present here. But if I create any attribute here, it will be definitely present here. I can say my watch dot price. I can say 1000. This price won't be present into this class, but this price will be present into this instance. I will print this thing, my watch dot price. This thing is basically used to print the attribute of a class or one object, and even I will print out watch dot price. I will run this. Here the price is coming like 1000, and in the other line type object watch has no attribute called price because this attribute does not exist into my watch class. Even I can change my company here. I want to change my company to Sonata. Let it be. I will say Sonata. It is also good company. Don't say anything. I will make it a Sonata. I will print out my company and I will bring this upwards so that the change actually reflects. I will print out both the watch company as well as my watch objects company. I can basically insert this inside one f string. There is no problem in there like this, and here I can do like this. Basically I am doing just some formatting for using the f strings. Company of my watches, and I can type here company of watches. Even I need to add f strings, else these things won't work. It is saying me company of watches Titan and company of my watches Sonata because this attribute has got changed. I will write here company attribute changed here. Now new objects that will be created with watch class, those will contain Titan as company unless and until modified. This I have modified here. This is the attribute of my object. Returning back to the notes, I can print out my attributes like this. Boat tail dot car color equal to black. So into my notes I have used a boat tail car, and into my code I am using some watch. This thing is basically used to add some new attribute into my class. I can add one more attribute into my watch class. Watch dot, what attribute do I add? Okay, I can add type, be it digital or the watch with dial. I can say dial. I will print my watch dot type. It will say me dial. But before that, I need to fix this bug here. I will basically comment out this line to fix my bug. It is saying me dial. I can even change the attribute of my watch dot type to analog. I will print out my watch dot type. Now this thing won't tell me dial, this will say me analog. But before that I need to comment out this thing. It is not saying me dial, it is saying me analog, because I have changed my attribute. This attribute will be assigned to all new objects created. You can even add more instances like that. So I can say here first I can print one backslash n, and now I will create one more object out of this class. I can say new watch. This I will create watch as object of this class. This is the syntax I already told you before also. Now all the attributes or functions of watch will contain a new watch, but the attributes of this instance my watch won't have them in new watch instance. I can print new watch dot company. It is providing Titan, but I can even change the company of my new watch. It can be, I will say Rolex. I can run this. It is not saying me Titan now, it is saying me Rolex. Now I would like to talk you about self parameter. Self is a parameter passed into the function of a class. This is used when you use function inside a class. I can comment out this thing right now. I will comment out all these print statements, even this one also. Even these three print statements I am supposed to comment out. Now let me check if my output is clear. Yeah, it is clear. Now I can create one function into my watch class. I will say def. The function name is get time, and I will return my time. But before that I need to import my date time module to get my exact time. Import date time, and I can even create one variable called time. Date time dot I actually seriously don't remember the function. Stack Overflow is there. I can definitely use Stack Overflow. It is saying me, am I human? Now it has confirmed that I am one human. Basically I can even Google it. Here I am getting this URL. This can be used to get my current time. This thing, I will copy this, and here I will paste out this thing. So this imports my module, and inside this module there is one class called datetime. You guys see classes are everywhere. Now this is the thing to get my time. I can do this datetime.now, and current time I can get like this, time equal to this, and I can even return my time after that. And even I am supposed to cut this time equal to this, so it is now all clear, all set. Now I can say watch dot get time, print watch dot get time, and this function won't work because I have not made this watch w2 capital. Get time, I will run this now, and current time is not defined. I will basically remove this line because I got this from this website only, this one. My current time is this. I can even print this beautifully, like I can do like this. VAL value equal to current time is this. Return VAL. I will run this. It is saying me current time is this. I can even print this instead of putting it into my return value. Then I need not have to create this, and even I need not have to print out this. It will automatically print this. Current time is this. Returning back to my notes. Self parameter. Now what will I do with myself? Even I can work with my watch, then see what happens. My watch dot get time. I will run this now. It is saying me by watch.getTime takes 0 positional arguments but 1 was given. Why is it so? When I did watch.getTime, it provided me the accurate time, but when I am doing my watch.getTime, it is saying me error. That is because I have not added self. I can run this now. Current time is this. This is my current time when my program was executed. What happened? When I added self, it worked, and when I did not add self, it produced me error. That parameter is given. What happened? The self is actually referred to the object on which I am working. I will comment out the other objects. My watch.getTime. Basically, I have used getTime function of my object of this class. The self basically means my watch. If we did not use self, it would produce an error saying unknown parameter is given. Self is the object on which the function will be used. Again, in the notes, I have created one more function, def receipt, and it has self and it returns, thank you Mr. Self.owner for buying the car. It costs self.price. What does it basically mean? Even I can generate a receipt of my watch. When I will buy watch, I will get a receipt. Here I will say self, and here I will say return company of your watch is self.company, and the receipt function does not suit. I can say get info, get information of this. Company of watch is self.company. It costs, and I can say self dot price. I can here say rupees, and any other parameter. It has got type. Your watch is of self dot type. Again I will add one, thank you sir. Now if I run this, nothing will happen because I have not used this function right now. Get info function, as I use this, my watch dot get info, and I can now say I will basically run this. It is not saying me because that was in my program's return value, and the things in my return value I need to print them out. I can basically print this out. I will run this. It is saying me company of your watch is self.company because I have not done one thing, that is f strings. Now it won't say these weird things. Company of your watch is Sonata. It costs rupees 1000. Your watch is of analog type. Thank you, sir. What has happened here? The self.company, here this self.company means mywatch.company. I can write here self.company. This basically means mywatch.company. And mywatch.company we saw just a few minutes back. Mywatch.company, it produced as output Sonata because I had changed the attribute of my object. Again, self.price, this actually means the price of this. So I have added one parameter called mywatch.price. So mywatch.price and self.price, these two things are the same. I can do like this: self.price, mywatch.price. Again, self.type is the type of my watch. I can do like this: mywatch.type, we just saw here, it returns analog. So self means the object on which we are working with currently. I have even mentioned these things on notes. Now there is one more function, dot underscore underscore dict underscore underscore returns all attributes with values. I will say print my watch dot underscore underscore dict underscore underscore. I can run this. It is saying me all my attributes along with the value. Company, Sonata, price, 1000 type, analog. But if I make this to only watch, I mean the class, it is saying me module underscore underscore main underscore underscore, because there is one thing main I will tell you. Waterproof true company title get time, this is a function, so get info is also a function, underscore underscore dict, and kindly don't get panicked, just ignore these things. I am only concerned with my object. I can create billions of objects out of this class, there is no problem there. Underscore underscore init underscore underscore constructor. This is one special function used only in classes. This function can be used like this: def underscore underscore init underscore underscore. This is also different kind of name, so it means that this is actually special function. Yeah, we put the parameters here. Remember that self is very much important. Self.amount, self.name. So I will explain you these things. Guys, now I would like to explain you the init function. You can use the init function like this. I have created one code snippet like this: configure user snippets and python.json, and this can be used. You may see my shorts on this. You will get this in my channel. You will get the shorts, so you can simply check how to use the code snippets. I have created one shorts. Self is important. I will basically comment out these things. Waterproof and company. You will say, why are you commenting? Let it be. I will comment out these things. I have even comment out this one. I can say price as attribute here, and other attribute that I would like to add, that can be company. So I can add company before, and then I can add my price. It is looking good. I will create one more self dot brand equal to company. Now I know that you guys are having confusion in using this. I will explain you all these things one by one. Let me first show you the magic of this, then you will definitely have the wish to see this, how this init function works. I will print f strings. I will definitely use price is self dot cost, and before that I need to add my company is, here I can say self dot brand. And now what I can do, I can basically provide all the parameters inside this only. You will say, how I can provide this? I will provide all my parameters that I have asked. I can comment out all these things, all my parameters that I had added here, like the type of my watch, company, the extra parameters that I added. Just as I run this code, it is producing me one error because get info is not defined. Now I think it will work. It is saying me company Sonata price is not Sonata price. In price I must add self dot cost, and in cost I must add price, not company. Now it is looking great. Now what happened here? I took one self parameter. Self basically means the object on which we are working. Self will be object. Now the company, this will be, I will set it to self.brand. I will specify my company into this. We provided three parameters here, but when we saw it asked us only for two parameters. You see, like it is only asking us for two parameters. This parameter I added company, and it took company, and then this made my company to self.brand. This means the brand of this my watch object. And then next what happened? It even took my price. Self.cost. And this cost is one attribute of my watch object. So company is self.brand. I mean this, and cost is this. What if I try to print this company or price parameter that I add just for the sake of fun? See what will happen. No error is there. It is blindly printing out Sonata. It is just used because I need my self.brand and self.cost. Remember that this is the function of a class. That's why we did like this. This is a simple way to do this instead of doing this one. Now I would like to add static function. When we don't want any parameter in a function of classes, we use static method. I can even now comment out this, and I can now make this alive. You guys see, I have provided one self here. Basically I wanted to work on this one. Let this function be like this only. So guys, here you guys see that I have provided one self into this get time function, though I am not using self anywhere inside this. I can remove this, but then it will produce me error. It is not producing me because this is not yet used. Now it will produce me one error, which is actually very weird error. What can I do then? If I don't need one self, I can add one decorator of static method, actually static method. Just as I added this decorator, it is saying me watch has no attribute called get info. Okay, now it will definitely work. Current time is this is the current time. So I have not provided any self, but since it is static method, it is working great. We need not have to use self here. We can add other parameters just as we do normally and work on them. Just as we work on functions normally, we can work on them. Just as I can do one new.py def func name parameter I return I into 2. This can be used here simply without any self, without anything. You can work on them like that. I can even add more parameters I plus j plus k. I can do these things like this because static method is used to make functions of classes just as we use them normally. Now I would like to tell you about this. If underscore underscore name underscore equal to underscore main underscore. This is a special variable that is set to main by default. It represents the module name. If we use this condition and write some code, it will be run only if same code is ran from same command line. If this module is imported into other code, the code under this snippet won't be executed. Basically, in the previous chapter, we saw that when we import some module from current directory, that module gets executed, and if it has any kind of print statement, that also get printed into this one code. If this one is module, then what can I do if I want that only run the print statement in this? I will write here main, and this main I have generated one snippet Here is that snippet. This thing can be used. You can create your own snippet. I highly recommend you guys to create your own snippet by seeing the shots that I have created of the snippets. What can I do? I will say print hello world. Now I will import this module into my code. PyCatch folder is generated. I don't care. It is not printing out this print hello world. But if I remove this statement and run this, hello world is printed out, but before it was not printing out me any kind of hello world. This means that underscore underscore name underscore underscore is set equal to underscore underscore main underscore underscore in a file. What can I do? I can print underscore underscore name underscore underscore. So it is saying me main. I can even do the same thing here outside this level, outside the indentation level actually. This is saying me main, but what happened here? In a file, the underscore underscore name underscore underscore variable is a variable that is automatically created by Python. So if I want the new dot underscore underscore name, it is saying me new, it is not returning me underscore underscore main underscore underscore. This is because when we import some other file, the name of that file will come there. So what will happen when my this one code will be executed in this one file, then it will check is name equal to main. It will see that new dot underscore underscore name, this thing. It will check this condition. This thing is not returning me main, so it will get false and this condition won't get executed. In the other hand, if I just keep it as like this only, it will print this out because this code actually gets executed behind the scenes. Global keyword is used to modify variable outside current level. Let me show you the global keyword and how does it actually work. Def, here I will create a function and I will make it a func name only. It does not take any kind of parameters for now. It has some variable I equal to 98. Even there is one variable called k outside this function called 56. Now I will print k. It will print my 56, but if I print I, that is basically outside my function, it is saying I is not defined. What is it? I have defined the variable called I here. What actually happens, this k variable is present into my file globally and this is present locally. Just like there is one open area, inside that there are tents. So these functions are basically the tents, and the open area, I mean the lines in this function like this, these are present in the just open area. It is like that only. Now if I want to print my k here, will I be able to use this? You guys see, first I need to call this function even. I will run this now. It works. But just as I try to print I, it produces one error like I is not defined. What is it? When I try to use the global variable, this one is called global variable, it accepted. But when I try to use the local variable, it rejected. When you are living in a tent, for example, you have gone to some hill station for some days, you will use the resources available into your tent. But if you want wood to burn fire, you will go into the forest to search for wood when you don't have at your tent. It is the same thing. When it will not find a variable k here into my function or my local level, it will go into my global level. I will make one variable called k, and inside this, which is a local variable, I will make it 34. You guys notice one thing. K will be now 34, but there is one variable called k56. Even if I print k in globally, it will then print me 56, not 34. What actually happened? My local function can use the global variables, but I cannot access my local variables globally. One more thing that I would like to show you is I can even not change the k of my global variable. This is local, this one is local, but if I want to change this one variable, this one, like this, k equal to k plus 1, and if I run this, local variable k reference before assignment, this means that you cannot access my global variable. What can I do is, this thing is used to use my global variable also into my function. I will say new, and then I can do like this. It is saying me new 57, and previously it was like 56. This is the main difference here. When you will write global k, it will just jump on to this complete uh, at this level where my cursor is present. At this level it will jump on, then it will get permissions to modify k, and it will modify k successfully. So hope you understood this important chapter. There is one thing left, that why does this thing without self say me that one parameter was given even if not given. I forgot to tell you. When I write print watch dot get time, and inside this, actually not get time, I will write without this static method. If I write here self, and this thing basically means if I put oneself here, this thing basically means watch dot get time my watch. That's why it says me that there was one parameter that was specified. I had put self here, I had put static method here, so I did not have to worry for myself there. So hope you understood this complete chapter. Let's meet up in the next chapter. Guys, now I would like to talk about inheritance in Python. I will open the notes into my Google Chrome. Chapter 11 is inheritance in Python. Inheritance is a method to create a new class from an existing class. The derived class will have all the attributes or functions of the parent class. New methods can be added here. So I can open my this folder into my Visual Studio Code source code editor. What inheritance basically it is creating one class from another class. Creating one class from some previous class is basically called inheritance. The new class like this that will be created will contain all the functions and attributes of the previous class. I can simply create a new file called main.py. I will select my Python interpreter to Python 3.10.4. All elements of watch class will be present in the Rolex class, just as it is present into my notes. I can create one more function into my notes. I can create one class into my notes and again create an inherited class from that. I will create one class called watch. We took the example of watch in the previous one chapter also. Here also I can take the example of watch. Now I can create some attributes and functions like attributes, and my attributes I will create, and one attribute can be like purpose to show time. This is the main purpose of a watch. I can again create one function into my class using the datetime module. From datetime import datetime. Again I can say def, and func name will be show time. Inside parameters I will add self, and I can say time equal to datetime dot now. I will even print out my time. Now what will I do? I will create one more class that will be derived from this one class. Class Apple, the Apple Watch, and type smartwatch. But before that I need to do like this. Now what it is? Why did I add this a watch in brackets? This basically means that the class Apple will contain all the attributes or methods of my watch class. I can create one object S7 out of Apple class. Apple S7 basically means the series 7 watch of Apple, so I have named it as S7. Now if I say S7 dot type, I also need to print this out. I will run this. Now it is saying me smartwatch. But if I use the this one function show time, what will it do? If you think it will produce error, comment down. If you think that it won't produce an error, also comment that down. I will write here s7 dot show time. It does not take any parameters, so just as I run this, it is providing me the current time here. And if I try to print this out, see what happens. It is returning me none along with it. So I need the previous one only. So now I have just cleared off my output. This S7 that is Apple class watch, this S7 that is Apple class, this does not contain any kind of showtime function, but still it printed out the time. But my watch class has got a time function. This thing means that all methods or attributes of my watch class have been transferred into Apple class, and the new functions, methods, variables of Apple class that will be created will also be present in there. I can write S7. I will basically create two objects. Here I will say new equal to watch. Again I can say print new dot this purpose is an attribute of this. I can run this. It is saying me to show time. Again if I write here print s7 dot purpose, it will also show me to show time because all the attributes of this are transferred into this, that is watch to Apple. But if I create one other purpose in my Apple class, what will happen? Purpose equal to show time and in watch. Both will show the time in watch only, but I will make it different. Now if I run this, it is saying me to show time, and the S7 object of my Apple class says that to show time in watch. This is because when we want to print out an attribute, then it will first check into the current class in which it is. The S7 is an object created from my Apple class. So it will check in Apple class. Once it is not present, it will check in my watch class, and if it is not present in my watch class also, it will definitely throw out an error. I can even do like new dot show time. There is no problem. This will also print out my current time here. This thing has a bit variation because this shows the lifetime. This is the very few milliseconds in there. This S7 dot show time and this new dot show time has got a very much little bit small time difference that is even not can be felt. Returning back to my notes, all elements of watch class will be present in Rolex class I shown you just now. Now I will tell you types of inheritance. Single inheritance, multiple inheritance, multi-level inheritance, hierarchical inheritance and hybrid inheritance. These are the 5 types of inheritance present in Python. Inheritance plays a major role in usability of code or for implementing dry principle. Dry principle means the do not repeat yourself principle. Just as I created a class watch, all functions were able to transfer into my Apple class. I would have to struggle to again copy down and paste this. This does not help in usability of the code if I have to copy and paste this again. But this thing, the thing I have selected on my cursor, it is a very good way to implement the dry principle. Overwriting can also be done just as I represented here. Now I will tell you what is single inheritance. Single inheritance means that this is a base class and all the methods or attributes of this base class into transfer into some other class, and that class is now named as derived class. Just as here, this thing that I shown you, this is basically a single inheritance example. I can write here single inheritance, returning back to my notes. Multiple inheritance, this means when the properties of two classes are transferred into one single class. I can explain you all these things in separately, then it would be better, because the chapters were not too much complicated like this one chapter. I can simply show you by different types of files. Single inheritance.py, this, and here I can remove this. Again, I can create this file to multiple inheritance.py, and again what I can do is I can create two classes and I will create another class that will contain all the properties of the two classes. I will even copy down this, because if someone runs this code, that person will get an error that datetime is not defined. Just like this is the father, this is the mother, this is the child, all the properties are inside him. So I can create one class and I will name that class as A. You can even make it to founder one, just as I have shown into my notes. I will do it with that only, founder one, and I have just provided them a few attributes, not a few, just one attribute in each one. Founder one name equal to Steve Jobs. Again, I will create one other class called founder 2, and I will name the founder 2 as Steve Wozniak. I will create a class called Apple, and inside that I can add founder 1 and founder 2. These two are the classes that properties will be present into my Apple class. I can create another attribute inside this called as number of products. Okay, I can only say products. Number of products will be a bit large. Products number equal to, I can simply Google it. Now it is like 27 products, but this is of May 2017 result. I can make it 2022. And now I can get some result on the internet that how many products does Apple manufacture.
A few moments later.
Guys, I am not getting much results. I will see the result of 2017, only 27 products. Still, who is coming to verify that how many products did Apple make? So what I can do here is I will say new equal to Apple, and I can simply basically create one watch, Apple Watch. And the founder, what will be the, who will be the founder? I will write here watch dot founder one. I will write here name, and now as I run this, it is saying me Steve Jobs. Why it is not saying me founder 2, that is Steve Wozniak? Because the class that will be specified into this at the first, that will get priority, not the other one. I can here write name 1 and name 2, then I will write name 1, and as I run this, it is saying me Steve Jobs, and if I write name 2, it is saying me Steve Wozniak, because these two are totally different attributes, but these are present into my Apple class. These two classes are present into my Apple. It is very good. I can even create new functions, and inside founder one, what function do I create? I can write here date of birth. It will definitely take self because it is a parameter of a class. I will write here print date of birth is, and I can even Google the date of birth of Steve Jobs, DOB of Steve Jobs, it is 24th February 1995. I will write here this, and again I will write def dob, def I will get the suggestion dob2, and it will definitely take self print o b is, and I will even write this. It is 11th August 1950. I can do like this. Now, if I write here that print apple dot dob, and it is a function, it is saying me founder dot dob missing one position argument, but I will make it watch one dot dob. I am making this because this is one instance of this class. It is saying me that dob is 24th February. I can even apply f strings dob of self.name1 and dob of self.name2. Now I think it will look better. dob and dob2. I can run this. It is saying me DOB of Steve Jobs is 24 February 1995, and the other line is DOB of Steve Wozniak is 11th August 1950. If I remove these print statements, those none will basically not come. That is great, because that is looking my code weird. That makes my code look weird. Now it is coming like this. This is called multiple inheritance, in which one class adopts the properties of other classes also, and that number must be greater than 1, else it will be called single inheritance. Here this is a variable called equity in my notes, which is present in both classes. In the company class, value of equity variable will be set to 30% because the class assigned before will get the more priority, just as I shown you by the watch.name thing. Multi-level inheritance, again I will create a new file because this is a very much complicated chapter. Actually not so much complicated, but if you are creating all the files in one single file, if you are doing everything in this chapter, everything will become messed up. I can say multi-level inheritance.py. I will create one class and I will first open the notes. Multi-level inheritance is in which the properties of class A comes in class B, and the properties of class B along with class A, those will come into my class A, and I will write here that job, and this person is a businessman, and class B, and this will contain the properties of A. Class B, I can say city equal to Mumbai. Class C, it will contain the properties of B, and I can say here, okay, let's take date of birth. Date of birth can be this. Now what happened here, of class A, all the properties were transferred into my class B by using the single inheritance. Again, my B got new properties and then got transferred into my class C along with my properties of A. So class C will contain this also and this also. So let's make it appropriate city, because I am writing business and even putting the date of birth of Steve Jobs I must put if I want. I can do like this. Again, I can Google it. It is coming San Francisco, California. I will copy this and now I will return back here. Now what I can do is I can say I will basically create a new class Steve, and I will make it to A, and then I can create one another called, I can simply create one A, I can simply create one B, I can again create one C like this. Now if I write here print b dot job, it will say me business because the properties of A class have been imported into my B class. If I say that C dot job, it is saying me business. I will say C dot city, it is saying me that San Francisco, and if I say that C dot dob, it is saying me 24th February 1995 because all the properties are here only. Now if I add one more attribute into my class A dot name, and I will make it to Steve Jobs. And again if I write here C dot name, here B dot name, here A dot name, all three are coming as Steve Jobs because when A got this one attribute, that also got transferred into B, and again it got transferred into my C class. This is called multi-level inheritance. Hierarchical inheritance, multiple single inheritance, this is hierarchical inheritance. Like I can create one more file and I will create hierarchical inheritance .py. I can do like this only. I will just copy this, paste this. I will also need to import my date time. From date time import date time class, and then what I will do, I will create one more derived class from the base class Rolex, and it will contain all the properties of watch. I will name it to type equal to luxury, and if I write here print Rolex dot type, it will provide me luxury, but it is luxury. But if I write here Apple and not here, I want to write here Apple dot type, it will say me smartwatch. And again if I say watch dot type, it will say me that there is no such attribute presented to my this class. This is the thing, hierarchical inheritance. Now hybrid inheritance. Multiple inheritance equal to hybrid inheritance. When there are many multiple inheritance, like the properties of two variables are coming into one variable, and then again any two of them are transferring their properties into some other variable, this is called hybrid instance. Here the arrows must be in the opposite direction, so just I will come after correcting this. I am back after correcting this. In whatever browser you are seeing this, if you are on browser, make sure to turn on annotations option. If you don't turn on this, it will come like this, that is the pick with mistakes. Now I will tell you about the super method. This method is used to access the methods of parent class into the derived class, just like I have described in the notes. And if you are guessing what is this, this is actually whitener. This part is becoming white because I had applied whitener over it. I had written something wrong, that's why few parts are like. Now I will create a new file super.py, and again what I will do is I just have to explain you. Okay, what this function does is, when there is one function to the parent class and that function is being used into my derived class, if you add super dot that function name, then what will happen is it will first execute that function with my parent class, and then it will work on my present class on which it is working right now. I will create one class. I can create one class. Inside that I can create one attribute called company, equal to that company can be voltas. This has one function called turn on. It will take self, and then it will write print AC turned on. And I will create one other function called turn off, and what it will say, yeah, you guessed it right, AC turned off. Again I will create one class called remote. and it will have all parameters of AC. What it will do, the company of remote will also be voltage since it has got this attribute already inherited. What can be the other attribute? Number of buttons. Number of buttons. Let me count the number of buttons on my AC remote. There are 14 buttons, but only a few of them I use. Only buttons to turn on and off, and the swing and the mode. Only 4 I generally use. Another parameter can be battery type. Battery equal to it can be double A. Now I will create one object with AC class, and that object can be like P equal to AC class's object and Q be its remote. Inside this I can create one function again with turn on name, turn on. It will have self. It will simply print that remote turned on because the remote also turns on and then we turn on the AC. Now I will write here p dot turn on, and I can even create one turn off function just as I have done into my AC class. Turn off. Now I will write p dot turn on. I will also turn on my q dot turn on. I will run this. It will say me AC turned on, remote turned on. I can even turn off my remote. Q dot turn off, and now I've done this. It is seeing me remote turned off. Guys, let me tell you one thing. If I was creating a heavy project, that if the remote is turned off, then don't do a few things, then I can apply my if else conditionals. But for now I am not doing those things, so I will just skip all these things for now. I can comment out this. What is my motive of showing you all this? It is for showing you the super method. I can say super dot turn on, and it isn't coming. Why can't I get the suggestion? Because the syntax is like this, turn on. And now what I will do is I can simply comment out my p dot turn on, that is AC dot turn on, to one object, that is one object of this AC class. I can run this. It is saying me AC turned on, remote turned on, but I have only instructed it to turn on my remote. This is because the super method first runs this function of its parent class and then runs the function for the class in which it is working with. If I turn off these two, now if I run this, it is saying me both have turned off. And again, if I uncomment this, not this, actually this one, because this is turn on, this is turn off. It is saying AC turned off, remote turned off, again remote is turned off. This is super method into object oriented programming, which is basically used to run the function in the parent class. Now I will say one class method dot py. Class method used to change or create a class attribute. You can create one class and the attribute you can provide it, and you can change the attribute like this, or you can even create one new attribute. What it is like, when we saw static method, we saw that you can change the attribute of one object or an instance. That can be done using my static method, but class method is used to work with my class method. I can say class, and then I can create one class called as person, and that person's age I will put 32. I will write here new def new age. You will say I don't want function, I can simply create an attribute, let it be. I will not add self-where, I will add CLS because I will work with class method and then new. Let me explain you, but first let me work on the class method. Then I can say CLS dot age equal to new. Now I will create one new object out of this class and name it as H. Then I will run this new age function, that is now a static method, H dot new age. I will make it to 55, and I can say print H dot age. Now and again I will also print my H dot age before. Before the age was 32 and the new age is 55. What it is now, I am going to explain you. It first created a class. It given one attribute 32 to it, and then it created one function and made it to class method. This function is used to change my class attribute, not an object attribute. When we say at the rate class method, the first parameter that we will provide, that will not work for objects. It will then work for class. It is a different type of parameter. cls.age and new, it means the new parameter inside this function will become the new age of this class. I can even provide it new attributes like other. I will make here, and cls.other equal to, I will write here other, and now I will make it like this 62, and this is just one normal integer. It does not have anything to do with the age, and I also need to print out my this other. I will say print h dot other. I can run this. It is saying me 62. Means this variable called other has been created, which has got the value 62, but this variable is not seen here. This is a kind of virtual variable, you can say, that we are working on with. So hope you understood this complete chapter, that is inheritance. The next chapter is like more on inheritance, and I will tell you a few functions. Let's meet up into my next chapter. Guys, this is the 12th chapter of this course. The 12th chapter is more on inheritance and more functions. I will open my notes into my Google Chrome. In my more inheritance and functions notes, the first thing I have is property decorator. This can be used to convert a function look like an attribute. This thing is also called getter method. You have to understand it practically, so to make it practical, I will create my new file called it as main.py, and then I will return back to my notes. Here into my notes, there is a class school. It has got 2000 students and 200 new admissions. Using the property decorator, I created one function called as new session. I mean the new students in the new session, it returns that. It has self because it is a function of a class. It will return self.students plus self.newAdmission. And then I can print out my object.newSession, and without any kind of brackets, I can print out the new session function like a class. I will explain it to you. Class school, here the students are 2000, new equal to 200, and then if I don't use the property decorator, I will say def new session. It has got self and the code inside it can, and then I want to return self dot students plus self dot new, I mean the current students and the new admissions. I will create one school called H. I will make it an object of this class, and then I will write here end dot new session. As I run this, I also need to print this because the output inside this is present into the return value of my function, but I need to print the content that is present inside the return value. It is saying me 2000 students. This is because self.students is 2000 and self.new is 200, and the sum of these two is 2200. What if I try to do this? It will say me that this is a kind of method actually. But if I want to print it like an attribute, at the rate property decorator is always there. It is saying me 2200. This is because the new session is behind the scenes, it is a function. But when we write this, by this I want to access the new session of my H object. And then the new session will run as a function behind the scenes. And we will get this 2200 value into our output. This is also called getter method. This property, this is also called getter method. Now I will tell you the setter decorator, so I can make it to getter decorator only. Setter decorator. This can be used to set some method. At the rate new session dot setter. This is the decorator. I will use it. Def new session means the new students. It will have self as the default, and then the next parameter it will take is new session. Now you may say that what are you doing? New session is the function name, new session is this, let it be. I want to do something else. I want to get my number of new admission students. I want to get my this one number, this one part which is around my cursor, this new admission. This is equal to new session. This we will provide it. It will not derive from the class or object. Self.newAdmission equals to new session minus self.students. It means that the new admission students will be like the total number of students in the new session minus the current students. These will be the number of new admission. This will set the admission attribute. It will automatically set it as a setter decorator. So now I will explain this to you. I can comment this out. Also, I will say that def. If I did not use the setter method, then see what will happen if I need to find the new students. I will also comment out this self, of course, and then I will get my new session students number. I mean, okay. Then what it does is it says that new equal to new session minus self dot students, and then h dot, and then this won't be func name, it must be like new students. I will make it new students and new session. This I will provide the number of new students which are present now, which are after adding all the new admissions. I will make it to 3000, and I will also need to print out my new. I will run this code, and it is saying me some error. School has no attribute called new session. This is because we commented out the getter method just a few minutes back. Now it is saying me 1000. This is because the new session has got 3000 students and the self.students was by default 2000. So new admissions, what it will be, it will of course 1000. So it printed out 1000. Now what is the significance of setter? I will write here that at the rate new students dot setter, I like this, I will write it def new session. It will definitely take oneself as the default parameter into one class's function, and new session, and then it will do the same thing, new session minus self dot students. It prints out new. Okay, I have to uncomment this because I have done some mistakes here. I have to make it as self.new session. I will make this function to a setter method, and then I will make my self.new to new session, and then I will print out my h.new. As I run this for now, it will say me 1000. Now it is saying me 200. If I make this to something else value, like I can make it as, if I try to just make this active function like this, and then if I do something like print h.new session, I don't need to print this out for now, h.new session, and then if I run this, it is saying me error because I have got a setter called before. So let me summarize all these things for you. First, I created one class called school, and I assigned 200 students to it, and the new admissions are 200. I got a getter decorator and I made this to property method. What this does is this makes a function look like one attribute. Then I created one new students function that says me the new students. In the setter there is no need of this one functions while explaining the setter method to you, so I can just comment out this one for now. Now at the rate new session dot setter, I made this one function to a setter method. Now what I did is, now if you are worrying what is setter, it setter is something, it just exists. I made it to a setter method. Okay, now def new session, this means that I am creating one more function that name is new session, just like before only. I need to make these two the same things. Okay, then self, it takes by default, and then it takes the new session, I mean the new students in total. After that it says that self dot new means there is the class, and one attribute with the name new is assigned to it. New session minus self dot students, it will return me the new students. Then I am printing this out. I created one object of this class and I printed out my h dot new. It is very much easy. I run this, it is saying me 200 because this is h dot new and this is new. It just sets the value. Now I have got a question for you. Create a class lock and create functions that are required in a lock. In the function to open a lock, make sure to validate key, create all required methods to work with the lock. So this is a question for you guys. This is a kind of big question, but you all have to do this. Make sure to comment out your solution. Either you can just simply comment this, or you can even put some code into your GitHub, or then you can comment out your GitHub link. You can do anything, just make it accessible to me so that I can see the solution of you guys. So I will just wait for some time and I will make this to multi-line comment by then. Guys, I hope that you have solved the question and you also have commented out the solution. If you were not able to do this, it is very much easy question though. If you are not able to do this, let me solve this for you. I will create one class lock as said into my question. Class lock. And then what will I do? I need to create functions that are required in a lock, like open, close. In the function to open a lock, make sure to validate a key. This is important. So I will create one def open, it will take self, and then I will say that print lock opened successfully. But I also need to validate my key, so I will create one key attribute. But before that, I need to have some kind of key or password into my lock. For that thing, I will create one attribute into my class called key, and the password or the key of that lock can be like hash L0C capital K. Okay, now I will use one if conditional because I am said to validate my key. If, and condition, inside the condition I will put that self dot key equal to key. This means the attribute of this function and the attribute of this class. Then what do? Then print that the lock is opened successfully. And also the lock opened will be false by default. I will create one lock opened. By default it will be false. By default I will keep my lock closed. So it is like false. And if the key are correct, then what do? You say that lock opened equal to true, and this must be definitely like self dot lock opened because I am changing the attribute of my class. If the user does not enter the correct password, then what do? Else print incorrect password. What else can it do? It won't say me the password, yeah. So it says me that incorrect password. Please try again later. It is like this. I will create one L equal to lock just to test my functions, and then I will say L dot open. I will put my key, and my key is hashtag L0C with capital K. Hashtag L0C with capital K. I will run this. It is saying lock opened successfully, but if I add some incorrect password here, it is saying me incorrect password, please try again later. So this much was open function. I will now tell you the close function that I will define into my lock. Def close. Self, of course it will take, and for closing a lock I don't need any kind of password. I just simply close it. I will say print lock closed successfully, and also I will make my lock opened variable to true, false again, and of course it must be like self.log open because this is of my class. Now what I can do is now I will close my log l.close, and then I will do is log close successfully, and I also need to comment out this one. So what modifications more can I do? I can work with the log opened variable, this one variable. I will say here that if I want to do some more things, I will say that if self dot log opened equal to true, print already logged. So I can make it this to function to logged, log only log. Then it is saying me already logged. Else what do you do? Else print that log closed successfully. This means that I will make this log opened variable. This I will make this to false. Like this, I will make it to false. Means what I do is it is by default false. Then it will open my log. Then it will check if my self.key is equal to key. Then it will validate my log and it will do some operations and make this false to true. Then what it will do? It will say that print log opened successfully. Otherwise, what it will do? Incorrect password. Other thing can be like the password is incorrect, so it will say please try again later. And then the log function, what it does, it checks if my log is opened. If it is true, it says me that already logged. And I guess I have made some mistake in there. Okay, I guess I have done the right thing. If my lock opened is equal to false, this means that my lock is closed. Then say that already closed. Other thing can be that my lock is already open. Say that lock closed successfully. I mean that close my lock. It is very simple. I can close my lock like this, but now lock has no attribute called as close. It must be like lock. It is saying me already logged because I have not inserted my actual password to open the lock. Now I will insert my actual password. It is saying me lock closed successfully after this. This is the main thing. You guys see that how object oriented programming is helping me to hide all the details from the user like this. If this object is present in some other file, I can simply you do this. I can simply hide my details from the user and the user can use these things smoothly. Now I will show you nested class. I think that this is a bigger chapter. I must make specific files of each and everything. Here I will make this to getter and setter, and then I will do is I will just copy all this. I will cut this, and now it is looking good. Then I will do is question.py. I will paste this. I solved my question that I had provided. Now I will show you nested class. I will say nested class.py. Now into my notes, I have said that class house. This is a class with the name house. It has got one class hall inside this class. Means that we can insert the class inside one class. Other thing, inside my hall there is a function called def TV, and this TV function basically says that watching TV. It is the purpose of this function. Suppose in the hall you put your TV, then TV function will say you that watching TV. So I will just explain you with the same example into my notes. Class house, and then what it says class hall, and inside this I can say def, I can say that sit down, and then it will take self, and then I will print out that I have sat down. Now I create one house called new house, new new equal to house. This is one object of this class. Now there is one more object of this hall class. Hall underscore hall I can make, else you guys will have confusion. And new dot hall. I created one object of house class, and out of that new object I created one more object called as underscore hall. and this is new dot hall. This means the house dot hall. In the underscore hall, I will say that hall dot sit. As I will run this, it is saying me I have sat down because my underscore hall object is created from here. It does not bother from my house class. It is working inside this. Then it will say that underscore hall dot sit. Then what it does, it prints out that I have sat down. This is all about nested class. The other function that I am going to tell you is the enumerate function. This function adds a counter to a sequence. And what does sequence mean? Sequence basically means it is like a list or a tuple that has got some items and that are iterable. As I will now close all these files and create a new one, called it as enumerate.py. And now I will say that for I comma item in, and here I will insert one list: Python, C, Java, other thing can be Kotlin. Now I will say that print I comma item, and I have done some mistake. Yes, you guessed it right, I have not used my enumerate. Now it is saying me 0 Python, 1 C, 2 Java, 3 Kotlin. What it is? I is the index of the item of my sequence. Python is the 0th index, C is the 1 index, Java is 2 index, Kotlin is 3 index. No more magic in this. List comprehensions, it is like it helps you to use the dry principle very much. I will create another file and name it as list comprehensions.py. And I don't know why do I always do mistakes while writing p. I make it to sometimes a semicolon. This is not good. I must practice of my p. L3 is a list. It has got I plus I into 9. There is a variable called I, let it be like 3. 3 plus 1 4, 4 into 9 36. But wait, there is a different thing. It has got one for loop. So my value of I will continuously change. It will get continuously changed. For I in list of range of 10. It means that it will start from 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It will stop at 9 because this is range function. The last one is not included. It will stop at 9, and then my I, what it will do, the 0 will become 1. 1 into 9 is 9. Again it will become 2 into 9. It will become 18. So it will print out my complete table of 9. If I print my table of 9 like this into one list, make sure into a list, I will have to create one list, and then I will have to run my for loop, and then I have to counter my I variable, and then I have to do operations on I variable, and then I need to append my I variable into my list. This is such a long thing. What I can do, I will use my list comprehensions. I will say lis equal to, I will insert third brackets. I will write here for k in, and here I can provide some letters A, B, C. I need to insert all in capital, uppercase, and then D. Here I have got some error that okay, this is for this. Okay, doing this thing produces one error. I must make it to complete sequence, and then I must add. I will say sequence equal to this for k in sequence, and what then I do is k plus 3. What it is for k in sequence means a b c d will be k one by one, and it cannot add 3 with it. It can multiply 3. It will multiply it by 3. As I print my list, see the magic, it is like a b b b c c c d d d. I can even work on more like this. I can say seq2 equal to, I can make this like, I can again use one for loop for I in range. Okay, I have mentioned about the range in this notes only. Then what other thing can I do is I can add one list here 3 4 5 6. What do you do? That print that I into 2. means that for I in this list, make this I to I multiplied by 2. This is the meaning of this. I can say print seq2. As I run this piece of code, it is saying me that 6, 8, 10 and 12, because 3 into 2 is 6, 4 into 2 is 8, 5 into 2 is 10, 6 into 2 is equal to 12. Now I will tell you about args and quarks. These are used in functions. I will make a new file and name it as args and quarks.py. These are useful in giving many number of parameters. If we will see this in the future in this one function, this format method, we will see in the future, but for now let's learn args and quarks. You can use it like this. This is the convention. You can add any name, not only args, you can even add some other name like new, but before that you need to add star. I will say def, and then I will say func name. I will make it to func name only. And now I won't add self because this I am not working currently into one class. And the self is also one convention that the people have made, like star args is used, but this is not a compulsory to make the name to args only. You can make it to something else like new. This is also correct. I will print out my new, then it is also correct, but this is just one convention, just like we do like import cv2, we do like import numpy as np. It is just a convention that people have used. Now what now what will it do? It will just take this as a parameter, and then it will print it what it is. First let me show you how normal function works, just to revise you. Func name, and then it will take abc. It will print a multiplied by b multiplied by c, and func name, what it does, it says that 3 4 5, the product of 3 4 and 5 is equal to 60. It is saying me 60. If I want other parameter and I also need to multiply this, and I want my output to be 540, it is saying me error. It is saying that 3 positional arguments were required, 4 one given. So what can I do? I will add one more d parameter, and then I will also multiply it with d. It is very good, 540. But the problem is, if I want thousands of data into this, will I create thousands of parameters one by one? Of course no. In this point we will use args. Def func name will remain as it is, and then what will I do? I'll make it to args, and it will print args. Now let me show you. First I will make it a func name, and it is like star args any number of parameters I can add, 3 4 5 6, and I can add anything that is valid. Okay, now it is simply printing all these things me out as a tuple. But if I make this, remove this star, it is producing me one error. Then what does this mean actually? When we insert a star, this means that all elements of the given sequence, whatever we add into this function, that will go into my args parameter as a tuple. It is written here, args is one tuple. It is defined to insert all the elements as a tuple, but then after I can typecast it into one list, so this is not any kind of big deal. I can add any number of parameters. This is the main joy of functions and args. I will make it to 3 4 5, and then I will add 9. I will create one variable called product, and it is, I don't want product from numpy. Product equal to, how do I get all the elements of my list? I will then use for loop. I will say that for I in args. What do? You do that. First I will create one product variable and assign value 1 to it, just like that. I know that product cannot be 1 if you don't add any parameter, but this is parallel universe, you have to make it one. Then what do? I will make it to product equal to product into I. Okay, and then I must get my desired output. Okay, I must now print out my product. I will run this. It is saying me 540. If I add one more parameter 10, it will say me 5400. This is the main joy of args. The 3 I added become the first index, then it became I and it multiplied with product. You guys know these things. You will say, why are you telling this again? You guys know this. This is the main joy of args, that you can provide any number of parameters without, taking parameters here, after my function name. I can even provide just normal attributes for if I want to work with. I can say other, comma, make sure that you insert the other parameter before the star args. Make sure that you use star before this args. Now what will I do? I will say that print other. Now it is saying me 1800. Why? First I will demonstrate you. It first requires one parameter called other. I will make it to 7. And then it will, after this 7, it will take my args. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, any number you can provide. From here it will be like args, and from here it will be like my normal, the other parameter. This is the product. Verify this product if it is, I don't know. 3 fours are 12, 12 fives are 60, 66 are 360, 360 multiplied by 7 is equal to 7 6 are 42, 7 3 are 21, so it can be 2520, and then 2520 multiplied by 8. 2520 multiplied by 8 multiplied by 9 multiplied by 10. It is the same output here also. If I make this args to args underscore, then also it will work. Args is just one convention used by people. Guys, now I will talk about quarks in Python. After args, I will tell you about quarks. Args was basically used to just take inputs, take parameters, but quarks is different. Quarks is used to take keyword parameters. Like I will write here, quarks is used to take keyword arguments. This is the main thing about quarks. I will make it def. Func name it will remain as it is. Quark syntax is a bit different, just a difference of one star. Okay, I will write here print quarks. This means that I first need to add star here also and then here also. After that, what do? You do like insert a tuple. Okay, I will write here func name. Here I will add my quarks. Quarks, I told, are used for taking keyword inputs. I will add keywords only. K equal to, you guys see that this quarks now got active. Make it 5. Again this got inactive. I will make it to L. And now it is getting active, and then I will make it to 6. I will make it to M. Again it got active and it is like 7. Just as I run this piece of code, it will say me that K is 5, L is 6, M is equal to 7. It is returning me one dictionary. It is returning me one dictionary. This is the main thing. This also returns one dictionary, and also you can use dictionaries inside it. And this thing, if you're wondering what I have done, I had written cricketers here instead of quarks, so I just corrected it now. Lambda function, this is the shorter way to define a function. Just as we saw list comprehension, lambda function is also another thing to implement my dry principle. Lambda.py, lambda parameters and then the operation. I will make one, lambda function print any character 2 times. I will write here that 2 equal to, and then here I will add the parameters. Now I will write lambda, and here I will write like x as my parameter, and operation what I can do, x into 2. Now I will say 2. Here I will enter integer 3, and then inside text I will say 3. I will run this. and it did not do anything because I have not printed out anything. And now I will run this. It is like 3 3, and I also need to print out this thing, this fellow thing. I will do like this. It is like 3 into 2 is 6, and 3 as a string it will be written twice. Now I will tell you the getAttr function returns the attribute of an object. What it does, you need to enter the object and then the target attribute name. I can create one new file, getAttr.py. I will create one class. What do I make? I will make a class as PC, and then the processor, it can be Ryzen 5. I will write here get at ttr. Here I need to enter my object, so for that I need to create one object, m equal to PC object. Okay, I will add my object and then the attribute I am targeting. This is a bit different thing. This is one little bit different. You need not have to write it as processor as one attribute. You need to insert it within single quotes or double quotes. This is the main thing of this function. I will print this out. It is not saying me anything. If I do like this, I hope it works. Guys, I found one solution on the internet. We must take it inside one variable. I will make it inside one variable x equal to this, and I will print x. I will run this one now. It is like Ryzen 5. It is the processor attribute that was present into my object PC. Now I will tell you about join function. I will create one more file, join.py. I will create one list and I will add elements, like elements that I will put can be subscribe, other thing can be like. I will use the join method. I will make a equal to, and here I need to put the separator. I will add and symbol dot join L. I will print out my A. I will explain you what it is one by one. First, see the magic. It is coming like subscribe and like. Separated by this, these two elements are present on the either sides. This is the main purpose of join. The list that you will provide, it will pick up sequence from that list. What if I add one list inside this list like this, and if I run this, it is saying me sequence item 2 expected string instance list found. This is the main thing. If I make this to string, it will now work on, and subscribe and like and 3458, it is coming inside one list. So you need to only put string inside this list. Returning back to the notes, odd function returns the integer representing this character. I will write odd.py. I will say print odd of a as the string, and I will run this one file, not the previous one. It is like 97. I will write b, it is like 98. I will write c, it will say me 99. But if I write e, what it will say? It will say 101. Yeah, 101. If I want that of z, you see it is like 122, because there are 26 letters in the English alphabet, so it has just managed it like this. If I add 1 inside one string as a string, I will add the integer 1. It is like 49. If I add 20, it is like it is saying me expected a character length of 2 found. Okay, you need to add one string character of length 1. The length must be 1, only one character. You cannot put two characters in there. So you can do like this. I will add 9. The odd of 9 is 57. We will use this in the OpenCV. This is used in OpenCV video functions, I think. So you will see this there. Now I will tell you the format method. You guys have used fstrings. It is very much similar to my fstrings. Format.py, I will create one file and I will write that I will write st. St means a string. Here I will write good morning, and then I will write brackets here, the curly brackets, and then I will say it's your time to go to office. And here I can write here name equal to name. I can add anything. If I add any name, it will take it. For example, I will add the name Steve. Here I will write dot format. Inside this I will write name, and now I will print my st. I will run this. It is saying good morning Steve, it's your time to go to office. What it means, I will add more things, then it will be more clear to you. You work at this company. I will make this company equal to Apple. Other thing what I can add, job post. You can be the CEO of the company. Okay, now I will write name comma company comma post. Then you will understand this better. Good morning Steve, it's your time to go to office. You work at Apple. I will add one more thing, I just forgot. You are, and then it will definitely work. You are CEO. What it is, I will explain you. The name it came here, the name variable. The company it came here. The post it came here. It is the thing. I will write here 0, 1, 2. It is the same. It means that it follows one order. Good morning, Steve. It's your time to go to office. You work at Apple. You are the CEO. It means that it is also indexed. If I make this to 112, good morning, Apple. It's your time to go to office. You work at Apple. You are the CEO. If I make this to 0 and I make this to 2, it is saying me, good morning, Apple. It's your time to go to office. You work at CEO. You are Steve. Okay, this is a bit weird. So you understood the point. It is like 0, 1, 2, 3. It is the indexing also happens here. I can even make it using f strings. st2, I will use f, and then I will write good morning, and here I will write name. It's your time to go to office. You work at company as a post. Okay, now I will write here st2. It is saying me, good morning Steve, it's your time to go to office. You work at Apple as a CEO. It is the thing. You can use f strings, or you can use this formatting. Formatting was used earlier, but now in the modern era we are using f strings, and this formatting is not much used. But since you are learning Python, you must know this. So hope you understood the second last chapter of this course. I will put down all the notes and source code into the link in the description. You have to download the notes to access them. So let's meet up in the next chapter of this course. Moving on to the last chapter, that is 13 chapters, exceptions and environments of this course. I will just open the notes into my Google Chrome. Chapter 13, exception handling and environments. When we code, there is a probability of getting errors. If we don't handle these errors, our program gets crashed. They can be handled by a try statement. It can be a type error or value error. All types of errors can be handled in Python. I will explain you with the example. I will create one file and name it as main.py. I will do something to produce some kind of error. Here into my notes, I have shown you one thing using my the def functions. Like one parameter is accepted, we are providing two parameters, that is type error. This is the thing. I can do one more thing like taking input. I will write n equal to input, n equal to int of n. Now just as I will also now print this, of course, and now I will run this. I will enter 3. It is returning me 3 back. I can even add this into f strings to make it look better, but these things are all upon you. I can make like this. If I add like 4, it is coming like this. If I want to execute this in finite times, we all know we can do while 1 or while true. While 1 means while true only. These two are the same things. Just as I will run this, I will add 3, 4, 5, 6. My life is going very good. And then I add some characters here. Invalid literal for int with base 10. This is value error. These two characters together cannot be converted into an integer. Only integers enclosed within double quotes can be, converted into integers. The other data types can't be. So what can we do? We can use one try statement. This is used to just handle our code. What can I do? I will cut this. I will put one try. See this carefully. I will put one try and then we will write the code that needs to be tried. I will paste this here. Now for some reason if this try does not work, what will my program do? Will it produce error? No, it will go to my exception block. I will write here as except exception and I can write here enter a valid number. Now I will run this. I will write 3, 5, 7. I will add F here. It is saying me enter a valid number. But what happened before? My program got terminated with one value error. But this is saying me that enter a valid number. My program will try to attempt the code that is present under the try block. Once it fails to do so, it will come back here. Now if I entered some string here, it will first take this input as string and then it will try to convert or typecast that string into integer. As it fails, it will come here. It failed at this point, at this line it failed. It will come here and it will then execute the code that is present inside the except block. Now if due to one error my complete program will not get crashed. This is the thing. And now if I write something other print statement, this is good and good not god. I will run this. I will write here D. It is saying me enter a valid number. This is the proof that just as it gets error, it comes here. It comes to the except. Exception can also be specified. You can do like this and also you can get your produced errors. I will write here as except exception as E. I will write here that print E. I will run this. I will write here D. It is like enter a valid number, invalid literal for int with base 10. If I add some print statement or any other thing outside this try and except, like this is okay. And if I run this, I will add some string here. It is like producing me my E variable, then controlling the flow of my program. As it executed my except block, it came outside this and it printed out my this is okay. But if I did not, use my try and except, my code flow will get stopped. Just as it will come at this point, the complete program will crash, which I don't want. But guys, now if I try to remove this as E and if I still want to print my exception, if I do like this, except exception, and then I try to print my exception, it is like class exception. Exception is also a class. This I want to tell you, classes are used everywhere, okay? So to print one exception, I must use some variable to store it, the exception. Exception type can also be specified like this. This try condition will have the code that must be attempted to try and then except there are many types of errors. I can get one list into Google like types of errors in Python and I will open the first URL, Python programming errors, and this looks like Wikipedia. I must get some the official documentation on Geeks for Geeks. This is also a good website. Here you can see there is one OS error, there is one value error, but I need one complete list that will contain all those. Guys, I have found the list which I wanted. It is like exception and the description. Index error when wrong indexed of a list is retrieved. There is also an import error. There is also one key error, name error, memory error, value error, type error. Many types of errors are there. We can handle each one of them. Like this, we can do it like accept key error, then do this. If my code produces key error, do this. If my code produces syntax error, do this. If my code produces value error, do this. If my code gets a keyboard interrupt, do this. Yes, there is also exception keyboard interrupt. This is basically error when we try to stop one flow of code using keyboard. Okay, if I write here control C, this is one keyboard interrupt error. This is also an error. A program simply just ends on getting an error only. Yeah, that's why. An example explaining multiple exceptions. While true, while one and while true are the same things, try to do this. I created one function, one lambda function actually, that takes k and then it says like good and then 1 by integer of k. Means at this point I can get two errors. Type error while converting k to an integer, and the other error which I can get is zero division error, because 1 divided by 0 is not defined. If I enter 0, I can get two types of errors here. Accept value error as e. What it will do, it will, when my program won't be able to typecast it, it will produce one value error. Zero division error, enter a value not equal to 0, and type error as c, some other error, and then I will also print out my error. And here finally, when I don't write any kind of error, just simply write except. This means that there is some other type of error. I don't know that there is some other type of error, and I don't know, and I am just doing something to make it neutralize. I will now explain you into the code also. I will write like this. I will comment out these if statements, print statements, and I will pass here something so that I don't get error and my code flow works. I will also comment out these things. I guess I must comment out everything. So I will make the same changes into my code just as I have done into my notes. While true, it will take some input here. Then I will make this to value error. You see what is value error. If you are not knowing what is value error, if I can open my Python REPL, it would be great. I will write Python. If I try to convert integer of this, and it is producing me value error. This means when we try to change the type of something, we get value error. Except value error as e. If I get any kind of value error, if I get, then only it will store my value error into e, then it will print my e. Other thing, which error can I get? Except zero division error, and I will write that print 1 divided by n, and as f I will write it. Then I will write print please try again. I will run this. If I write k, it is like it is not saying me please try again because I must enter 0. I will write here that 0. This is like please try again. I can make it to something fair like please don't enter 0. And one more thing which I can do, I will just create one infinite loop here. While true, you do this, and now I don't need this one while loop, and I will also format my document. This was just a game of tab spaces. Now I will print my zero division error if it is not able to divide by 0. I will run this. 3, it is like 0.333. 9, like this. 0, please don't enter 0, and the this thing is getting continued. I will write 5, it will say me 0.2. I will write k, it is like invalid return, and this won't stop. I will give it one keyboard interrupt. Can I stop this keyboard interrupt? Of course I can. This means that I will only have to close my program using this one, kill terminal button. I can write except keyboard interrupt as k. I will write here k. Now I will not be able to stop my this program using any kind of keyboard interrupt. I am writing control C, see, it is not doing me anything. I will write 9, it is like this, 5, and I will write string 9 this. I will write one keyboard interrupt. You guys see, it somehow stopped because there were many keyboard interrupts in there. That's why my program, I guess, couldn't process all those at one time. I don't know. This is logical, yeah. I can print something like please don't try to give keyboard interrupt, and I will run this one now. I am pressing my control C, it is saying me please don't try to give keyboard interrupt. I am doing this repeatedly, it is saying me the same thing. I write 9, it is saying 0.1111. I will have to close my program using this kill terminal button. Other thing which I can do to close my program, that thing I can do is if n equal to question mark quit, and then what do? Break my loop. I don't want to quit my program. I just want to break my this running loop. I will write here 9, 8, 7, 6. Now question mark quit. And it is saying me invalid return because I have handled many exceptions. That's why these things are getting the priority. That's why, okay, you have to understand this. I also overlooked this, but it's okay, chill. If I get some other type of error, that error will get come here. There is some other error. Now since I have handled all the possible errors from this code, it won't say anything. But if I comment this, see this carefully, if I comment this, it will say me that if I try to give it some keyboard interrupt, it is like there is some other error. This is the thing. You can even do like this. Try with else. This else is executed only when code under try gets completely executed. I can write here else print code executed successfully, and now I will run this, of course. Other thing, what can I do? I will run this. I will write here 9. It is code executed successfully. I will write k. It is not saying me that code executed successfully. I will give it keyboard interrupt. It is like there is some other error. Why? Because if this complete code inside my complete try block, this complete code, if it gets executed, this much portion which I have selected using my mouse, if this completely gets executed without any error, then else will get executed only. Exception handling, when finally this gets executed ignoring error or any kind of exception into your code. Suppose if I try to break my loop somewhere, like if I even try to quit my program, here I can do like quit, and even now here I can do like break, and I am doing all possible things to stop my program. Finally print let's go. I will run this. I will write k. It is saying me let's go. If I write 0, if I try to produce my 0 division error like this, what will you expect? It will say me print please don't enter 0, and then it will break my loop. Everyone expects that until finally arrives there. it is like let's go, then it is like this is okay means this one statement means that if I do like this, if I try to even work on my quit, where did that quit go? It must be somewhere in my this except. If I try to give it some keyword interrupt error and in unexpected indent, this is also an error, indentation error in line number 2. I will run this and I don't know, I will run this one file, I think some other. Here I am seeing that the path of the file that is getting executed is chapter 13 and then it is like temp code runner file.py. Why is this executing this file? I don't know, it has got mad. And again it is saying me expect unexpected indent. Either I can do like I can handle my using indentation error. I must do that only, accept, and then I will, but it must accept this because I think there is some problem into this program where why is it creating this file again. I will write like this using PowerShell. If I try to execute this Python main, and now if I write here 9 code executed successfully, let's go. I will write here some like this. It is working. Why is not it working with my VS Code? um, I think it is due to some extension that is installed into my machine. I will disable this. You guys also disable this if you are getting this kind of weird error. Now I will try to execute this again after all things get loaded into my VS Code. I will run this. It is still activating extensions. I will write that. I will now write here K. It is saying me let's go. I will write 0. It is like let's go. This is okay. What happened? If I don't use my finally, if I don't use my finally and put 0 here, it will print me please don't enter 0, and then it is not printing out my let's go. This is okay. This is the thing. If due to my this one, if due to my any kind of exception that will close my program, my finally will of course get executed there also. This is the warrior. Even if my program gets crashed, it will definitely get executed. I will give it some keyboard interrupt. It is saying me let's go, but it is not saying me this is okay. Because my program got quitted. So this thing is outside this level, so it will also will not get executed, but this finally is a different thing that even if my code gets stopped using some exception, this will get executed. This warrior is still here. This is the use. Raising exceptions in Python. Now I will tell you how to raise exceptions. Just like I am getting different kind of errors, like if I try to do, I will close this one. If I try to, I will write an integer of this again. It is value error. If I try to do something else, if I try to do something that if integers input is equal to 5, then produce an error. Just for the sake of fun, I want to produce my own custom error message. What can I do? Then I will use my raising exceptions. I will comment out a little bit part of this because I don't need all of these. I will first comment out my finally one, even this one, and then I will comment out these two exceptions. Like this, these will be ignored by my program. I will write except exception as E, and I will now write that raise. What kind of error do I need to raise? I will raise value error, and then I need to put my message. Here it is also using args. Args is an object. You can put any number of parameters. That's why it is saying me args. I can write here that boom, your code crashed. I will write like this. I will write here 0, not 0, I will write like this. It is saying me, since it is not able to convert this into an integer, it is saying me value error. Boom, your code crashed. I can even make this to module import error. Is this the name of that error? I don't know. Okay, module not found error. It is called module not found error. I will write here like this. It is like module not found error. Boom, your code crashed. But this is not actually module not found error. But still, I am doing this using my raising exceptions. Now I hope that the try except is completely clear to you guys. See the notes if you are having any problem. Now I am going to tell you one very important concept, that is virtual environments. Virtual environment is used to manage packages for different projects. Using a virtual env or a virtual environment can let us to install required packages for a project locally. This means that you can install various versions of Python into your machine, and those versions will contain other versions of your project. This I want to tell. Pip install virtual env. This is a module which you need to install. This will install this module into your machine. And then the command is virtual env and then the env name. Create a new detached interpreter. I can write here that pip install virtual env. Now this module is already installed into my machine. You guys will not have it installed, so I will also uninstall it. Then I will show you the installation. I will first uninstall this thing. Now I will write pip install virtual env. Now as I run this, execute this actually, it will install. I need to make this install, not single L. Now as it will install my virtual env module into my machine. It is downloading virtual env like this. It is saying me 10.1 MB, let it be. Requirement already satisfied because I had installed this before also. It installed all the required packages for virtual env and then it successfully installed virtual environment into my machine. Now this command is used to create a new detached interpreter. Virtual env, and then I will add my environment name, virtual environment name. I will make it to my proj. Proj means project, okay? I will press my enter key. You keep your eyes here. When my proj folder is created, I will come here into my file explorer. I will come into my proj folder. Here there are many files and folders automatically created by Python. It is like if we notice the new virtual environment has been created. Do you want to select it for workspace folder? I will say yes. I want to select it. Now you see there is a lib and it has got side packages and it has got all packages installed. It has got scripts folder. There is also on pip.exe, python.exe. I will not bother for it. What can I do? I will select my interpreter. I am getting two interpreters, but before it was like only one interpreter, and my global interpreter was recommended before, but now my local interpreter is recommended. I will click on this, and now I will just start using my virtual environment. But since we are now in the global interpreter, I then need to switch to my local interpreter. How can I do this? For Mac and Linux users, there is a command called source mypython bin activate. MyPython means the virtual environment name. This is the name for your virtual environment. Even for Windows users, new env and scripts and then activate this much command. I am on Windows, I will execute this command, and the people on Mac or Linux will have to execute this command. Make sure to make this to MyPython to new env. I did some small mistake here. I will just correct this. If I don't correct, make sure to comment down and make me remember that yes, I have to change this. For Mac and Linux users, there is not any kind of different name. You can create an environment with any kind of name. I will write that my proj slash script slash activate. I will write scripts slash activate. I will press my enter. Now you guys see that this is coming before. Why is it so? This is because my projects, the local interpreter is now selected, but before the complete, my global interpreter was selected here. I have installed one module called OpenCV into my global interpreter. I know that because if I open my PowerShell, it is already opened. It does not use my local interpreter, uses my global interpreter. I will write in import CV2, it will import OpenCV. But if I write here that import CV2 and if I run this, my code is getting crashed here, no module named CV2 and this is called module not found error. How can I install this again? I will write pip install OpenCV Python. There are many ways to install OpenCV. I can see my OpenCV PyP. This is a very good source to get the actual command to install various modules. Okay, this is the same command like this. I will just press my enter key and then it will install OpenCV into my machine. This is a little bit heavy module, but I am installing it because I use OpenCV a lot. That's why now it is downloading my OpenCV into my this local interpreter. Let's return back to the notes. Sometimes you may get error while activating environment. Solutions are always available on the internet. Yes, I got some error while activating my environment. I also got. I had to change some settings and after that also my settings did not got changed. I will tell you my story. I had to do something. I found some result on Quora, on Stack Overflow. I had to do that, and then I had to do something on my computer management. This one option, I had to do something, but fine, my virtual environment works now. I had to do something here. I followed all the steps that were given onto that link. I just did all those things. It is still installing my OpenCV module into my local interpreter. Now my OpenCV and NumPy are successfully installed. These two modules are installed. Now if I run this, it will not say me any kind of error. This code is waiting before my input for that try exception one. Now if I remove this while true, while I will make it to something else, while I will just remove this while true, and I will have to make this indentation correct. I will create a new file. I will make it testing venv.py. I will write import cv2 and then I will write that image equal to cv2.im read. This is a function to read one image. I can make it img.jpg and then I can do it like cv2.im show your img and the window name also I need to specify image and I will say cv2.wait key. And you guys don't need to understand these things. I'm just showing you. And I also need one image to work on these things. I can get any image. I can get the GitHub logo and I will go to the images section and then I can do like I will just bring this down and I will make it to img.png and I also need this to img.png. I will run this now. It will show me one box. It is showing me image. This is not showing me complete one because the dimensions of this image are very big. Okay, now I have just made the dimensions a bit smaller So you can see that it is coming like this. This is the GitHub logo and this is the image that I wanted to see there. I will close this. Like this I can close this one. Now my program got ended. The thing that I want to explain you is this thing is getting executed by my local interpreter. Like my project, this is for executing using my local interpreter. If I just close this terminal and if I now select my this global one and I create one new terminal, my new terminal will contain the Python of my global interpreter, not my local interpreter. The thing that will be selected here will come here. You guys see that my project is not written before this, but in this one it was written. Now if I want to deactivate my local interpreter, I can use this command. Now it has came outside my virtual environment. All modules in an environment along with the versions can be stored into a file. Yes, I will again come back to my this one virtual environment. I can do like this. I will write here that pip freeze and then I need to put this symbol. This means just save this to this file, okay? Requirements.txt got created and now it is saved all the modules into my this one file with along with the versions. If I install one more module called pip install pyttsx3, this module is used for creating text to speech applications. You guys see that this is now installed, but if I again run my pip freeze command, it will first clear off using it is using my file IO behind the scenes using the write mode, okay? Now you guys see pyttsx3 is also there. Before it was not there. Pip freeze command, why is it used? I will also tell you. It is used to list all the modules that are installed into your machine. And in this case, my machine is like a virtual machine since it is a virtual environment. This returning back into my nodes. Even the modules can be installed like this. If I write here pip uninstall and -r requirements.txt, this is the command to uninstall. But now I will not uninstall all these because I will take only one few modules. I can do like this, and I will remove all other modules. And then I will write that pip uninstall pyttsx3 and I will now press my enter key and it will gradually install my pyttsx3 and you guys see that this is successfully installed. If I again write pip install -r requirements.txt, my this pyttsx3 will only get installed. Other modules won't be get installed because there is no other module listed into this file. But if I write pip freeze and here I will write requirements.txt, all the modules installed that will be listed here. Map, filter and reduce functions. These three functions are much well-known functions. I will return back into this main.py file and without using my while true I can do something. I can create one new file. I will add three functions. Whenever, let me tell you one fun fact, whenever we talk about the major functions in every article you will find on Google, these three functions will definitely come and those will be together written. These are very much important functions. Map function allows you to transform items into an iterable. It is useful when you use any transformation function. What does transformation function mean? It means that the parameter that we will provide, that parameter gets changed into something else. This is called transformation function. I will write here def. Here I will write multiply and n I will take as parameter and I will write that return n into 3. Make sure that you don't use the print. Using map function, using a print, that will produce me error. I will return 3. If I want to do this function using, if I want to apply this function in some list, in some array, what can I do then? If I want to create one list and execute these functions on the items of that list, what can I do? One thing that I will do is, I will create one list called capital L or small l or anything, just as I have written into my notes. L equal to 369, and then I will write that func underscore list equal to, I will write here map. I will use this function, and then what we need to provide, see here, we first need to put the function name, multiply, make sure to not use parentheses, and then the iterable, like here it is written. I will write my L is my iterable. Iterable is like a sequence, okay, if you don't know. Now I will write my print func underscore list. I will run this now. Func underscore list. Okay, I have did some error here. It is like map object, so I need to convert this into one list, because this map function returns one object. I will click here. You guys see map is a class. So if I try to print one class, it will definitely return me the object of this. That's why. Now it is like 3 into 3 is 9. So it came here. 6 into 3 is 18. It came here. 9 into 3 is 27. It came here. Filter function can be used to process an iterable and extract items that satisfy the condition. You can correlate these things using the list comprehensions. Very much similar things they have in common. I will now explain you my filter function. I will write here that def filter underscore, because filter is a function already. I will let underscore filter underscore. I am not trying to create any render method, just single underscore. Okay, here I will write, it will take one item. I will say I will say if len of I is greater than 2, means this time I want to take strings. I will write return true. You need not have to return any character or print some value. You just need to return true. And if it is not, you need to provide that if it is not, return false. If you want to use the filter method, you must do the true and false thing. I will write here filter underscore iter equal to filter, and here I will also create one iterable or a sequence. L2 equal to, here I will write okay, I will write here good, and then I will write here I, and I will just keep one thing empty. Filter, and inside this you guys see what we need to provide. Function, I will make it to underscore filter underscore. Iterable, I need to make it L2. Right here filter underscore iter, and as I have mentioned into notes, I also need to convert this into one list. So list, I will typecast it. As I run this, it is saying me only good, because the length of these two are not greater than 2. Good is the only element into this sequence that has got length greater than 2. If I write here that happy, it is saying me that good as well as happy here. Reduce function helps you to take a function and then one by one apply them to an iterable, and at the end you get a final value. What does it mean? Means that if you create one function that works on two elements, and again if you provide one iterable or some sequence, that function will be executed in all items of that list one by one. Okay, if it is getting executed on these two, the output that it gets after executing these two, that will be executed with this one. Again, if that output is derived, it will get executed with this one. I will explain you these things. I will write here that def, and then I need to create one square function. Square, it will take one k, it returns k into k multiplied by k. Another sequence I can provide is L3 equal to, I can take any numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because I am creating one square functions, I need to take smaller numbers. I will write that reduce, and reduce it is one function imported from one module. Def reduce is a function. Here I will write my function, I will write square, I will make it to square, and then I will provide my list L3, and the thing that I do mistakes again and again, I need to make it to list. I will make it to reduce underscore list equal to, I will also print out this reduce list. I will execute this, and it is producing me some error that takes one positional argument. Okay, I need not have to convert this into one list. This is not a map function or something like that. Guys, this thing takes two parameters actually. I will make it to k, and another thing I will make it to m, k multiplied by m, and it takes basically two different parameters. So it is not square function, it will make it to multiply only. Multiply, and it square is not defined because my function name is also changed now, so I must change this parameter also. So 1 into 2 is 2, 2 multiplied by 3 is 6, 6 into 4, 24, 24 into 5, 120, that is coming here. The flow of my reduce looks like this. 1 into 3 is 3, then 3 into 5 is 15, 15 into 7 is 105, and this is my final output. If there were more items here, those will get executed along with. So hope you have understood this complete chapter. The one last project is left, so let's meet in the next project. Guys, this is the question that we are going to solve after completing this complete course. I will open the notes into my Google Chrome. Actually not notes, this is just a question. Create a contact book project that lets the users to save contact details along with their name, phone number and email address. Create a CLI based project, no GUI needed. Yes, CLI means the terminal based and GUI means the graphical user interface, that is not needed. Users can view the list of all contacts, feed the data in the simplest way. This is very much important. You have to feed it in the most simplest way the user can access. Users can add or delete data from it. This is much important. I will create one file called as project.py. Now it is saying me create one contact book. I must create one class contact book, and here I will write def, and before that I will have some functions like def, and add inside that it will take name, phone number and email. The same thing will happen with the edit also. Edit also with delete. Now what will happen, I will first have some dictionary that will contain the corresponding key and value pair. Key will be the name of the person, and value pair will contain a list or a tuple that will contain the number and the email. That is my plan, and I also need to add self because this is a function of a class self. The first parameter that will be provided into a function of a class that will be taken as the class itself, means the thing we use as self. Self is also just a basic convention, just as we use like args and quarks, I told you. Guys, let me tell you that this is a very much simple project if you think actually. You just need to take a few functions like add, edit, delete and view. I will also create one view function, def view, and then pass. If you are thinking that this is a very much complicated project, of course it is not a complicated project. I will have one dictionary containing all these. I will make one data equal to a null dictionary. I will make an object called book equal to contact book. Contact book. This is one instance of this class. Now I will have to do something into my add function to add data. I can add data, and here I will you know the syntax to add some key and value into one dictionary, so I will do that only. I will add self.data because it is present into my class's body. Self.data, and here I will provide my name, the user's name. Here I will provide one tuple, okay. phone and email. Phone and email, even if I do like this, the thing will be same. It will remain a tuple only. I have told you the syntax of tuple. If you write like this also means that this is a tuple. I am also mentioning that this is a tuple only. Also, if I try to add some data, I will write here that book dot add. Here I will write my name. The name of it can be Bill. Phone can be, I will add any phone number. I can write like this. It's just a number pattern. Again, I will add email address to be, I can write it anything. Bill is here at gmail.com. I don't know. Uh, I will run this, but before that I will also print my data. Before this adding data also I will print my data to ensure that is my function working. Book.data. I will run this now. It is like first it is an empty dictionary, then it is like a dictionary, and it also contains the number and the email address into the value. I suggest you that kindly don't try to examine these emails, or if you try to email something on these emails, just don't try to do that. I am strongly saying you. Okay, now if I write here def edit, and here I will write that data, I will provide my name. Okay, just leave it. I will see it in at last. I will first delete something. I want to delete my some contact, so I will just write it as self.data dot delete, or what it was the function name, remove. Okay, remembered it. It is called pop function, and I will also write that name. Here we need to provide the key, and I will not take these two. If I again duplicate this build to, I will make it, because two keys cannot be same into one dictionary. If you take some practical example, if you take one English to English dictionary, can you find two words the same? Of course not, but you can find the meaning of two words same. It is the same thing. The values of the keys are same here, but my value is not same. I will print this data out. Again I will write that book dot delete, and I will put my name. I will make it Bill. Again I will do like this. I will run this one now. First it was blank dictionary, then it contained two values, then again the Bill 2 entry got removed. I can also create one function edit. Edit will contain my name. It will definitely contain name because the name of person does not change. New phone number. A person can take a new phone. New email. I can make it to self.data, and here I will write name equal to new phone comma new email. This is very much simple project, I am telling you na. This is very much simple project. I can create one edit value. I can make book dot edit, and I will make the name, I will change of Bill only, I will change. And new phone number, suppose Bill has got a new phone, this is the new phone number of Bill. And new email of Bill, I will write Bill is alive @ outlook.com. I will again print out my data here. First it was like @gmail.com, and the number was like this 9876543210. Now it is coming like 1234567890, and the email is Bill is alive @outlook.com. So we created a function to edit my contacts also. How fast it was. Now I will create one function to view, and also it is written that users can view the list of contacts, feed the data in the simplest way. So the simplest way can be like simply opening a file that will contain data. That can be done. I can create one text file, or I can also create one JSON file. I will create one JSON file. data.json, because if I create JSON file, there is a module called JSON that will help you to use JSON with Python. I'll write import JSON. Here I will write that, okay, I need to first write my data, my book.data attribute into this file with open, and here I will write that data.json as write. I will write json.dump. This is a function to add data into JSON, don't think something else. And I will write here book.data. This function will dump my data into this file. Missing one positional argument fp. I can find this error on Stack Overflow. Type error dump missing one requirement positional argument. It is the first thing on Stack Overflow. So what can I do? What is this basically? Okay, it is here that you want dumps which dumps into a string. Dump takes a buffer, that is a file handler. If I try to make it to dumps, I guess it must work, I guess only. Okay, it is working now. And it did not dump my data in there. That is because I guess there is no file pointer, and here I will also write uh, f, and I will not make it to dumps, I will make it dump. And I have got my output. Yay! Finally, it is getting coming here. If I format this, is there any option to format? Control Alt F. So I formatted this. The data is like this. This is the key, and these two are the values present here. This is the key, and these two are the values present here. Now I need to view my data. So I will also import my OS module. os.start file is a function to start one file. I will make it to data.json. And it did not start because I did not actually use this function. I will write data dot, here I will write view, and of course it must not be data, it must be like book.view. I will run this. It did not work, and you see it automatically got opened. I did not write anything here. Even if I close this, you see I will not touch my mouse pointer. My mouse is written here, my mouse is kept here. I will press my arrow key and then enter key. You guys see nothing I will do. It is just automatically opening this file. To make this thing look more cooler, I can even add PyAutoGUI to automate this. That will look even cooler. If you don't know what is PyAutoGUI, this is a module in Python used to do automation. PyAutoGUI, you can see the documentation and produce better versions of this code, but I keep all these things on you. But make sure that you comment the new version if you create, or you may even email me. You can do anything, just make it accessible to me, okay? And here are many examples, like this is a function called click. To click, there is a function called move to move a mouse pointer to some pixels here and there, so you can just see these things. So hope you have understood this complete course of Python which I had created. Make sure to share it with all your friends if they are also interested in such kind of things. This took me a lot of efforts to get created, and if you want to learn more about Python, you can go to the python.org, and then you can see the important modules. Like these are the very important modules here. You can see all these. Everyone does not know these modules. I also don't know all these. There I will choose anyone. I will choose this PyQt, suppose. I will get the documentation page. It is also a module to create graphical user interface, and I can other stuff I can somewhere it will I will get my documentation. You will get the documentation somewhere, just find it. So my point is, if you want to learn more, you can go to the official documentations, or you may even Google about the pages of documentation. So let's meet up into the next video.